All right, we're sending tweets out. I remember doing that back in the day, just a few fucking months ago. Oh boy, it's good to be back. I'm gonna shamelessly shill in my Discord, and then we'll scroll through. All right. We may need to have a separate conversation, not on the listed topics, which is totally fine. If that ends up coming up, it might when I turn my camera around here. If my key light would actually properly focus my camera, that would be nice. Just kind of far from it. Just to be bright or something. Also, I'm wearing this. I got a sick League of Legends Worlds 2019 hoodie that I'm wearing, but God, it is so warm. I might have to just like immediately take it off. Drop it in Renyald. Oh, David put out a video. We'll have to watch that shit. Okay, hello. Throw it in the block. Throw it in Mater. God, Mater. Throw it in Gibbs. Oh yeah. Wait, can I? Am I still in here? Oh yeah, I'm still in here. I'm still in here. Okay. Absolutely. Hmm. Majority Report doesn't have a self promo channel. Aw, man. All right. I think that's everyone. Everyone that needs to know knows, and everyone that doesn't, and everyone that doesn't care is everyone. All right. Let's get riggedy wrecked. Just gonna pop this out real quick so I can keep an eye on it. Okay. So. Hello to everyone from our fallen nation. I'm taking you may have noticed I've taken the Alito pill, and I will continue to do so until our president deems it worthy of his time to actually be a leader, actually step up and say that everybody needs to calm down, both sides, not just one, both sides. Just everything needs to calm down. Our nation is in distress. Our nation is in a state of panic, and our nation is teetering on the edge of some really fucking horrible shit. So with that being in mind, we're going to play League of Legends and, yell at people for dumb shit, because that's how you save America. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Obviously I haven't been streaming for a while, so I wasn't streaming when the Charlie Kirk shooting happened. I was in a Discord at the time, chatting with other streamers. I may have been on stream, may have said some dumb shit. I don't know if I was on stream for any of that, but dumb shit isn't conspiratorial shit about like the right causing it or whatever, just to be very clear. the shooting of Charlie Kirk is absolutely nothing but a tragedy. And I will basically entertain any conversation topic, anyone who hops into the Discord, but that's one that I'm probably not going to be discussing, at least for the near future. It, in a way that I wasn't expecting, it fucked me up pretty mentally. So where I was considering not coming back to streaming, but in any case, so we've got insane shit happening in our country basically daily, and we gotta actually have a leader to step up and do something about it. And that man is Donald Trump. Just is. And as for that, I'm not really going to entertain any kind of, I'm not going to entertain any discussion with regards to that. Donald Trump's complicity in the violence. I don't think that it's deniable. I'm not somebody who engages or really has any taste for the partisan bullcrap, but I mean, you don't have to be partisan either side. You just have to care about like facts and evidence and the law and what you can see with your own fucking eyes to understand how we got to where we got and what it's going to take to get back. But like I said, we are a nation in distress. That is a topic I suppose I would entertain if anyone wants to come on and yell at me for flying my flag upside down, but we need a president that will glorify Old Glory and not drag us deeper into the throes of civil conflict, because that doesn't end well for anybody. But in any case, so I thought what would be fun, considering the recent climate. If I do that, will it make this go away? No. I don't know if I have the right to say friends, but acquaintances definitely with fellow streamer Soypill. Soypill being a fantastic content creator that I watched videos for. It's another person whose videos I watched for a really long time and then got to meet them. And they're just, a person. Non-Fun is very matter of fact about that. I can't be that autistic about it. There is just something weird. Consuming content from, in the same way meeting an actor, it's the shattering of the parasocial barrier is just, I don't know, it's neat. And Soypill is a cool guy. But I've been watching his videos for a long time, and he's recently started to get more into the debates. And, I know that he has been doing a lot of the Charlie Kirk kind of left owning or condemning debates. If, he ever wants to come on and talk about that, I still disagree with we shouldn't condemn it until the right does. I think it's perfectly acceptable to condemn it and then recenter the conversation and just remind people that, hey, of course it's fucking horrible. Nobody wants political violence, but it is also just a matter of fact. It's just going to keep happening until Donald Trump steps the fuck up and sacks up and actually does his job. And I think that is I don't understand why that can't be the position that we're taking instead of I'm absolutely not going to show any humanity for a member of the opposing party being murdered until conservatives accept that they're bad people, which is not going to happen. Like, we have to be able to bridge the gap between the cucking out of over, every little issue. We have to be able to bridge the gap between that and being like soulless, moralist monsters. Rinyold's fellow, Rinyold's my friend. My friend Rinyold was saying, go Rinyold's Notebook. We're going to check out one of his debates later too. Go subscribe. My friend Rinyold was saying that it's important that we don't lose our morals. The reason that we should condemn it is because we think that violence is bad and then it's worthy of condemnation, not because it serves a political utility, and evaluating it through that is immoral. And I agree with that. I'd even fucking take that to Destiny. Because he's obviously, you know, the ringleader of, or the thought leader. I shouldn't say ringleader. He's the thought leader of the whole fuck the right kind of persuasion right now. But in any case, this soy pill video you may have seen is about guns. And I remember this one. And I thought this would be a good one, although I just played a few seconds of it, and I don't remember it being this slow. I don't know if he speeds up his audio in his more recent videos, but he's definitely talking a little slow.
It's me, the soy pill. As we move into the second half of Hell Year 2020, the Corona lockdown seems to have eliminated.
Oh my god, oh soy, it's so just soy pill. I have to know, do you actually just speed up your videos nowadays? Do you actually just edit them faster? I have to know. That's really funny, because like I no shade, like Gen Z, right? You gotta retain that attention, but putting this to 1.25 makes it sound like a modern day soy pill video.
America's favorite pastime, school shootings. Turns out that eliminating school is one way to stop school shootings. It's also the preferable alternative to the other obvious solution, eliminating children.
Master Skywalker, there are too many
school shootings.
What are we going to do?
But even without our bright children expressing themselves in school, gun violence in general remains a problem in America. It's by no means the worst issue, but other first world countries like Australia, Germany, Switzerland, and the UK have nowhere near the amount of gun deaths per capita that we do. This is either because they have far fewer weapons, vastly different gun laws, or fewer children employed as exterminators. In the current US climate, there exists a spectrum between two major sides of this issue. On the furthest left, you have Democrats, especially in California, calling for the banning of all guns. Then, gun legislation that bans certain types of guns, like assault weapons. Then, regulations on magazine sizes and attachments. Move further right, and you have some gun control measures like background checks. And then, on the furthest right, you have...
Can I make this fucking thing go away? This chat replay thing? Go away. Stop this. Stop this at once. Fine.
Out given don't step on shall not infringe.
I mean, can you, like, this is why, like, I hope that one day Soypill and I can be actual friends, because his sense of humor is just, like, one-to-one with mine. That's why I loved his videos for so long. Like, this is just, like, I don't know, this isn't, what do you even call it? Random shit? This, like, I don't know, it's just, oh, it's so fucking funny. Alright, oh, wait, what the fuck? Hello? Also, for League purposes, we're gonna be, learning top lane with Swain. Or do mid laning shit, it depends.
You might expect me, a strong liberal soy boy, to advocate for the banning of all guns. However, today I'll be explaining why you, the listener, left or right, may want to own a firearm, and how we can maybe make America safer while maintaining the right to a firearm. Let's take a look at gun. What is a gun? A deadly weapon of war? A strategic and elegant tool? A means to secure a child with your wife?
Say yes.
Where did you shoot that?
Is you gonna have my baby?
God.
Say yes or no.
What the fuck?
There are many different functions and aesthetics
Soypill. Where do you find
to
this shit,
firearms.
dog?
You've got your pump action, bolt action, revolver, and
way
semi-automatic
too fucking
varieties,
hot.
where you
Yeah, my
pull the
Jesus
trigger
shirt
and you
on,
get
though.
one bullet.
Praying for
Shorter
all you
barrels
hoes.
typically mean shorter range, and longer barrels mean longer range. There are different attachments that might make it easier to hold the firearm or shoot it silently. And then you have your automatics, where you pull the trigger once and... If you're wondering why I'm covering this very basic gun knowledge, it's because when you ask a liberal, what is a gun? Their answer can usually be translated into something along the lines of, I have no fucking idea how a gun works or why anyone would want one. This is especially apparent when we look at the people who make the laws in our country. For example, take this California congressman. He's about to discuss legislation that would require a bullet button on certain weapons. A bullet button is a modification on the magazine release that requires a small pin or a bullet to press. It's a pro-gun control law that's meant to slow down reloading and potentially delay a mass shooter. This man thinks a bullet button makes your gun automatic.
If you read again the information in here, the bullet gun,
The bullet gun.
and who actually need an automatic weapon to be able to put a pin in it and make it a fully automatic weapon to continue to shoot rounds that's going to have mass.
By the way, this is why nobody takes fucking Democrats seriously when they talk about guns. It's because they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I understand that guns are scary. So are nail guns, right? So is a fucking car. Like, any of this shit can kill people. Now, I agree, guns are a little different because that is kind of their express purpose, is to end a life. But my point is, all of these things are scary until you have experience with them. And then you go, oh, like everybody was scared shitless when they were learning how to drive. Does anybody even think about driving these days? Like, in that same kind of way that you would when you were like 16 and like, oh my God, I'm so scared. No, nobody does, right? Like, Democrats need to actually just pick up a fucking gun and learn, like, what a gun is and how to use it and what it does before they start trying to actually pass legislation, if for no other reason, so that they sound qualified to be talking about guns. You know what I mean?
Destruction. Who would actually need that particular weapon?
Or how about this lawmaker who thinks that incendiary rounds make bullets heat-seeking?
But some of these bullets, as you saw, have an incendiary device on the tip of it, which is a heat-seeking device. So you don't shoot deer with a bullet that size. If you do, you could cook it at the same time.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a baby skull.
So true. So true. Why do we even sell any other types of ammunition? Why would we? Oh my God. You're telling me that I can get a bullet that's like a flaming arrow? And wait a minute. Wait, she just described like a flaming arrow in Minecraft. She thinks that incendiary rounds are flaming arrows in Minecraft. A children's video game. For children. That's hilarious, dog. Oh shit.
Bullet. This bullet, once fired out of a weapon, immediately targets the nearest baby's skull and...
Or
Okay, for anybody that doesn't know, that's Whitest Kids You Know, and that skit is very fucking funny, but I will not play that on stream.
this lawmaker who doesn't know the terminology in her own bill and even makes Tucker Carlson look clever. A man who always looks like he's taking a test that he didn't study for.
In February, you introduced the Assault Weapons Ban and Law Enforcement Protection Act of 2007.
Oh, yeah, but this is MSNBC, Tucker. This is when Tucker wasn't a complete fucking, like, weasel wiener and actually would, like, try. Like, granted, same, you know, horrific, stupid-ass beliefs, but, like, he was a little more, he didn't feel like, if you watch his Twitter show now, he just literally is, like, a Russian NPC. It's crazy.
It would regulate semi-automatic assault weapons, including weapons that have pistol grips, a forward grip, and something called a barrel shroud. Weapons with a barrel shroud would be regulated. What's a barrel shroud, and why should we regulate it?
I think the more important thing is it also would have had banned the large capacity clips.
What's a barrel shroud, and why should we regulate that?
The guns that were chosen back in those days were basically the guns that most gangs and criminals were using to kill our police officers. The best bill they could get out at that particular time. I actually don't know what a barrel shroud is.
These lawmakers are in the same vein as the anti-abortion people who know absolutely nothing about how a woman's body functions and yet are writing legislation on abortion.
Okay, yes, except in both cases, I don't necessarily think that having technical knowledge means that you're like validates your opinion. Just like, or hold on, let me phrase this correctly. I don't think that just like not having technical knowledge invalidates your opinion. That's what I was trying to say. I don't think that just not having technical knowledge means that you don't get to have a say or don't have an opinion or that your opinion is necessarily worth less automatically. Now, obviously, it's going to be weighed a lot less than anybody who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about. But with something like guns, do I have to know, like, and I'm just going to, you know, play devil's advocate for fucking Dems here. do I actually have to know exactly what a barrel shroud is to say I don't want AR-15s being bought and then taken into elementary schools and used to murder children? Like, I don't think you have to actually know, like, maybe that's just me, but I don't know. But more so my earlier point, which is it does just make Democrats sound fucking retarded.
Democrats could win so many more people over if they showed even the slightest understanding of guns and the motivations of gun owners. So, now that we've covered the basics of guns, before we can talk policy, we have to understand why someone would want a gun. After doing extensive internet research, I've boiled down the answer to 3 major reasons. Reason number 1. They're fun. Most liberals I've talked to have never shot a gun, so they wouldn't know how much fun this is.
Oh,
or
that
this.
does look fucking
These activities are exhilarating and safe, given that the person doing them is responsible. But in the face of gun violence, you might ask whether one's personal fun is worth the damage to the country that accompanies it. I would gladly give up watching my wife have sex with strangers if it would somehow prevent thousands of deaths per year. Now, I want this to be absolutely clear to the conservatives and other gun owners in the audience. I'm not saying it's not okay to enjoy firearms. I enjoy them, you enjoy them, and you are valid for enjoying yourself. Mwah. Reason number 2, self-defense. 66% of firearm owners cite self-defense as the reason for owning a firearm. However, the statistics on defensive gun uses, or DGUs, vary wildly. One famous study from however the fuck you pronounce these names estimates 2.1 million DGUs per year, but many in the academic community call their survey methodology into question. Conservative estimates are as low as 55,000 to 80,000 DGUs per year. So for argument's sake, let's just take this conservative estimate of 55,000. 55,000 is a pretty significant amount of people who were able to defend themselves with a firearm. To get more insight, we have to also look at the firearm deaths.
Look at Granny go!
I'm gonna need my fact gator on this one.
She is strapped and ready.
Oh yeah! In 2017, gun deaths reached their highest level since 1968, with 39,773 deaths by firearm, of which 23,854 were by suicide, and 14,542 were homicides. Oh yeah!
With these numbers in mind, the question becomes one of personal safety and moral consideration on the worth of life. Are 55,000 prevented crimes worth the almost 40,000 deaths, considering some of those failed crimes are theft rather than rape or murder?
Oh yeah, what about cars?
What about cars, fact gator?
Oh yeah, in 2017, there were a total of 34,247 car crashes involving fatalities on U.S. roads. A very comparable number to the 39,773 gun deaths in 2017, oh yeah!
You're right, Fact Gator. We do get a comparable amount of deaths from cars as we do firearms. Although, to be fair, it's worth noting that cars are an integral part of our society and much more common than firearms. The point is, we as a society deem these deaths acceptable for cars, as we have yet to get rid of cars. We of course are always trying to make cars safer, and we'll cover gun safety later in the video. Many would argue that, yes, the right to protect one's life, property, and family supersedes the detriment to society caused by criminals and irresponsible gun owners. Especially if you're someone who used a firearm to save themselves from a violent crime or otherwise, it's pretty unfair to suggest that society's mishandling of firearms in general should be cause for you to become unsafe.
44 Magnum can shoot in single action.
Did you mean to do that?
Yeah.
Speaking of killing yourself, suicides are a large majority of the total gun deaths per year. Some people on the pro-gun side use this high suicide number as a way to diminish the severity of gun deaths in America. But these suicides are directly tied to the fact that suicide by gun is one of the most effective ways of killing yourself. Studies show that many people regret their failed suicide attempts, but no one regrets a successful one. And while it's still technically possible to survive a gunshot to the head, you're far more likely to survive something like a pill overdose. The problem is, a lot of gun legislation being pushed in Congress wouldn't prevent these suicides. Banning assault weapons or silencers won't stop a gun from being an efficient method of suicide, unless you're a close political friend of Hillary Clinton. But what about the people who want to get rid of all guns? Theoretically, if firearms weren't so easily accessible, the suicide number would go way down. And for self-defense, we have the police for reason 2.5. The police. A lot of my liberal friends tell me only the police should need firearms. Or, to quote my former French coworker, why don't Americans simply call the police and hide in the closet? Well, police response time on average is 11 minutes. civilians. If someone's in your house and you call the police, unless you've booby-trapped it Home Alone style, or you live in the middle of a hedge maze, chances are the police won't get there before the intruder gets to you. Only 7.2% of break-ins resulted in a homeowner becoming the victim of a violent crime, but no one wants to be in that 7.2%. American gun owners have the drive to be self-reliant and understand the shortcomings of American law enforcement when it comes to protection. Speaking of police shortcomings, reason number 3, tyrannical government. This argument sort of supersedes all of the other ones, even if there were no
by the way,
self-defense.
that argument is why, as an American, you should want a fucking gun, because that's literally baked into our, like, essence as a nation. That's how we came to be. So, like, I mean, yeah, like, the idea, and obviously we don't want to be headed anywhere closer to that point, and that's not what I'm saying, but the idea of owning, like, means of defense to take up arms against a tyrannical government, that's what America was founded on, you know?
And no one had fun with guns. Wanting a gun for the contingency that a tyrannical government may one day turn on its populace is a good enough reason in and of itself. This can be on a small scale, like police misconduct and brutality, to large-scale things, like a fascist government. In 2020, the murder of George Floyd set off a chain of anti-police brutality protests across the country. In a moment of clarity, the police took immediate action to reform themselves, putting in place several checks and balances, and nah, just kidding, they just started wailing on people. In the age of cell phones, it's now impossible to hide the countless examples of law enforcement abusing their position of power. Now, I know what you're thinking. Is the soy pill suggesting that protesters open fire on violent officers? In a glorious Wild West shootout between the American masses and the police, destroying the fabric of society until eventually the powers that be can't control the outbreak of civilian shootings and use nuclear weapons on its own populace, setting us into a nuclear winter and finally allowing the soy pill to live out his post-apocalyptic fantasy in a Fallout-style wasteland. No, I don't think we should do that. But civilians with guns have used them successfully in the past to keep the police in check. For example, in the 60s, the Black Panthers would use their firearms, much like many countries use nukes, as deterrents. They would follow around police cars in Oakland, legally open carrying. When the cops would make an arrest, the Black Panthers would wait at a distance and stand there, menacingly, to make sure the cops didn't brutalize their suspects. Allegedly, this resulted in...
Yeah, I mean, hey, you ever want to know what happens when the government gets a little too big in their britches? I got a book right back here. Assassination of Fred Hampton. And I don't even give a fuck about the lefty shit, but that is some wild... You want to be radicalized? That book will do it.
Zero violence between the two groups. There was obviously violence between the police and the Black Panthers, but none documented for this specific policing the police practice. It also led to then-Governor Ronald Reagan and the NRA to ban open carrying in California. While I'm not sure to what extent policing the police would be viable in the modern age, we can at least see that it's possible to do with firearms. Most liberals don't buy into the fighting a tyrannical government argument. Your small weapons or AR-15s won't do anything against the US government. You're not trained, they have tanks and bombs, drones, and nukes. It's a pretty rock-solid argument, since as far as I know, no technologically inferior force has ever been able to defeat a nuclear-powered US at the height of their military power. Wait, what's that sound coming from? Vietnam, where boys became men, and rice farmers became as effective as the global superpower. Now, to paint the whole picture, I have to acknowledge the fact that Vietnam was being assisted by the USSR and China,
that was
among
really
other
dumb.
countries.
What have I done?
So the point is that with vastly inferior technology and manpower, and relying on ambushes, stealth, and other guerrilla tactics, the Vietnamese successfully drove out the most powerful military in the world.
Nice try, GI.
A tyrannical action on the US people by its own government would not look like some 1770s conventional war where two armies charge at each other on a battlefield. It's why, despite being the biggest and most well-funded military on the planet, the US has trouble winning wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're not fighting an army on an open field, and they don't want to wipe out the whole population.
Are you sure about that?
If the US government were to turn on its own population full force, it would go something like those wars, where political resistors, however unorganized, are mixed in with the civilian non-combatant population. But more likely than some total war on most civilians is a fascist government that implements certain controls on its citizens and rounds up political dissidents into camps. Something like what's happening right now with the Uyghur Muslims in China. Now, it's true that even if armed, the Uyghur minority in China wouldn't be able to fight off the entire CCP. They would be more like French resistance groups in World War II. 2. Not laying over and letting themselves be taken, but causing internal struggles that aid in hopefully an overall movement against the tyranny, supported by outside countries or otherwise. On a small side note, pretty much the sole reason that a country like Switzerland arms its own populace is because of fear of foreign invasion. So even if you aren't worried that America could turn fascist on its own citizens, disclaimer, if you're a liberal and complaining about President Trump's overreach, but somehow don't think that the American government could turn fascist, please slap yourself in your stupid liberal face. Trump is declaring non-unified political ideologies as terrorist groups, and using Nazi iconography to label his political opponents, and tweeting out pictures of protesters to his millions of followers to be rounded up and arrested, and tweeted out a video of people shouting white power, and has secret police in Portland rounding up political dissidents. Hey, it's me, the Soy Pill, editing...
my bad. So, just to be clear, by the way, this video is 5 years old.
This video. So every time I finish this list, Trump keeps doing like a new fascist thing. Like he recently started talking about delaying the election, and then he started dismantling the post office so people wouldn't do mail-in ballots, even though a bunch of states already have 100% mail-in ballots with no problems. And then he talked about having a third term again. So this list is just gonna keep growing, and I want this video to come out, so by the time you're watching this, assume the list has grown by like 30 new reasons, and maybe buy a gun, just in case. As I was saying, a foreign invasion could be just as much an existential threat to you as a domestic takeover. And just in case you think the United States government wouldn't overturn democracy for its own interests, let me introduce you to...
Like, yeah, America, it was good that we did that. They needed our help, buddy. No. You don't understand.
Anyway, all I'm saying is, if you have a resist sign in your front lawn, but not a firearm, you're fucking stupid. Before we move on to policy on making guns safer, I want to give a quick shout out to all the other reasons you could own a gun that I don't give a shit about, like hunting, sport shooting, weddings, and all the other things that fall into the category of fun but aren't super valid reasons when talking about gun violence. So, now that we know why someone would want a gun, and hopefully accept that at least one of those reasons is valid, let's move on to the problem at hand. There is too much gun violence in America, between mass shootings, general gun deaths, suicides, and accidents. So, what do we do to let people have their guns for one of the aforementioned reasons, but make them safer for the whole country? There's no way that America will ever ban all guns, even though banning all guns could eventually lead to a near-total halt on gun violence and mass shootings. This is evident in pretty much any country with strict gun laws. Some people like to say that knife crime and car crime would replace guns if guns were taken away, but that's a bunch of bullshit. Usually a knife begins to get dull after about the 12th child, and my white unmarked van can't fit through the hallways of an elementary school. I know conservatives like to look at places with strict gun laws like California or Chicago and point out that they don't work, as there's clearly still a large amount of gun crime in both states. What's often overlooked is that even though access is limited in these states, it's not limited in the states adjacent to them. For example, in Chicago, you need a permit and a waiting period for a firearm. However, they can buy guns in Wisconsin or Indiana and illegally bring them over to Chicago. Unless these two states, and eventually the whole country, implements the same strict laws, they won't be nearly as effective in Chicago. But advocating for the banning of all firearms to stop gun violence is like advocating abstinence-only education to stop teen pregnancy. Theoretically, you're right, but Americans want to shoot their load, so it's time to get realistic. A significant portion of the population will always want guns, be it for self-defense, fear of a tyrannical government, or any other reason. Liberals have to come to terms with the fact that guns are here to stay in some shape or form. And accepting that reality, liberals and gun owners alike can push for these policies. Number 1. Advocate for better training. Most gun owners follow the 4 unwritten rules of gun safety. Number 1. Always treat the gun like it's loaded. Number 2. Take your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. Number 3. Only point it at what you intend to shoot. And number 4. Know what your target is and what's behind your target. These sort of things should be common knowledge for any firearm owner. Clearly, they're not.
Taxation stuff. Oh! God damn it, motherfucker!
Gun training could be very similar to the training one needs to get a driver's license. One would take a theoretical and practical test on gun safety, and maybe some lessons on the range with an officer. Better training won't necessarily reduce the number of gun deaths that much, but it will keep you personally safer and potentially allow you to bullseye a predator drone while standing in the back of your Toyota Tacoma. Training will mean people are more responsible with their firearms, causing less accidents, storing them properly and making them harder to steal, and not selling them to unqualified people. Number 2. Expand background checks. When purchasing from a gun store, they'll run a background check to find any felonies or domestic abuse charges or any other thing that would stop you from buying a gun.
Oh yeah, it's me, the Fact Gator. 25% of criminals who are in jail for a firearm-related crime acquired their firearm.
I'm not doing the 80-year-long TV fights when I don't even have first
40% of all sales are private. Oh
yeah.
Look, I'm all for buying little Billy his first Glock on Christmas, but these purchases between friends and families need background checks too. Bob might be your friend, but he also might wail on his wife for using light mayo in the potato salad. Based on my tyrannical government argument earlier, you would correctly infer that I'm against universal background checks. I don't want a database of every gun owner in America in the hands of the federal government. You know, just in case. But there still needs to be more background checks.
But what do we do about mass shootings?
Okay, so I think it's actually start with like tier, and then you just.
Back in the near future, what can we do to stop school shootings and other similar
I don't want to put that
domestic
evil
terror
out in the world,
attacks?
but I wouldn't mind playing
we have
against
to
Teemo
define
again.
mass shootings. When you see a
It's a lock
statistic
in
early in the year that says there have been 300 mass shootings in the first 5 months of 2020, this is referring to any firearm incident where 4 or more people were killed. This, of course, isn't good unless it was in a Denny's, but it's distinct from the mass shootings that we're used to seeing in the media, where someone publicly is trying to murder as many people as possible. Now, luckily, mass shootings account for a very small amount of the gun deaths per year, only 2%. Really, they shouldn't be happening at all. And the other problem is the fear that, even though you kept little Billy out of the Bloods and the Crips, he could still get shot at school because he stole a crayon from the problem child. And while gun violence and violence in general has been on the decline in America, since 2011, mass shootings have been on the rise.
This is why we
Access to
don't have
guns
team
may
chat
be the
on, by the
reason
way.
these shootings are allowed to happen, as most mass shooters obtain their firearms legally. But the availability of the firearms doesn't explain the spike in mass shootings, because that didn't significantly change. Again, I want to make it clear that if we got
I feel like if I had done the correct
guns,
item
mass
build, though, I'd be
shootings
in a
would
lot
probably
better
stop. But since the
position.
gun owners of this country will never allow you to take their ability to defend themselves, we need to meet somewhere
See,
in the
and
middle.
that's the other
Therefore,
thing is like, I know plenty of like liberals who will criticize, the commies for the political impracticality of their positions, like the just electoral like non-effectiveness. Okay, I don't know what the plan was there. Look up. Do you think he was gonna kill me like after with poison? But like, shouldn't we also be considering like similar things even on like in normal political parties like the Democrats? Like, shouldn't we be going, you know what? We are actually probably just never going to get rid of guns. Why don't we focus legislation on other things? Which, they do. But gross, stupid. I don't know, like, this video is a little out of date, but I did see a lot of fuckers come out and go, this is why we need gun control, the second that the bullet left went into Charlie's neck. So, I mean, you want to be politically effective, you gotta appeal to people, you gotta actually talk to people in a way they want to be talked to, you gotta actually understand how to talk to people. Gotta be a respectable, bipartisan individual, Anyways.
it's time to make my final appeal to the conservatives, who've stuck around and watched me shit on liberals for this many minutes. Alright, conservatives, you're on board for gun rights. You agree a lot of gun legislation is dumb, but you care about your country and you want to see violence and mass shootings stop. Well, a lot of what would likely fix gun deaths is actually adjacent to gun legislation. About 60% of gun deaths are suicides. We need better and cheaper healthcare and mental health programs. People need access to the therapy and counseling that today most people don't have. Expanding America's healthcare would also hopefully address mass shootings to a large extent. The only real alternative I see to universal healthcare is universal mandated firearms. Then we could at least save money on healthcare, since statistically a good chunk of the population would kill themselves with their government mandated firearm. On top of this, we need to do something about the average quality of life in America. Increasing spending power, lifting people out of poverty, and eliminating heavy wealth disparity would get rid of reasons to commit suicide. This goes for the homicides too. Violence involving firearms drastically decreases as people get out of poverty. We can eliminate the need for crime and violence with affordable housing, increased minimum wage, and other populist policies. Stop backing the NRA. The NRA does not support gun rights and gun owners. They support the gun manufacturers who give them money. Remember the open carrying Black Panthers I talked about earlier? The NRA was part of the huge push to get their open carry rights taken away. They took gun rights from every Californian because they were scared of black people exercising them. 74% of NRA members and 87% of non-NRA gun owners support requiring criminal background checks on all gun buyers. 71% of NRA members support barring people on terror watch lists from buying guns. And 64% of NRA members believe that the law should require gun owners to alert police to lost and stolen guns.
Like, keep in mind, the terror watch list shit is kind of scary. You never want to really legislate saying, like, unless it's like something like a mental illness where you can like objectively support it with like scientific data that isn't just like, based on subjective analysis. You never really want to legislate any sort of gun control with this group isn't allowed to have guns, like domestic terrorists even. I mean, felons, I know right now that's one that I personally disagree with, but I understand the reasoning for it. but someone like domestic terrorists, right? Donald Trump is currently labeling the Democratic National Convention as a domestic terrorist organization, okay? That's why we don't want to be saying, well, absolutely we take guns from terrorists. Make sure that you actually engage your brain for 5 seconds on the conversation, because keep in mind, all it takes is a few Democrats winning an election, and all of a sudden the GOP is a domestic terrorist organization, right? Which, you know, in my opinion, right now, they kind of are. But I still wouldn't support stripping guns from Republicans, because that's stupid as fuck.
Despite all of this, the NRA...
And you know what? If we end up going to civil war and a bunch of Republicans that have guns because I, voted on a bill to let them keep whatever, if I get killed by one of those, fine. That's fine. It's worth dying for the principles of America. Like, if America's gonna be fucking anything, that's a principle that we should, like, it's a principle, right? You don't compromise on a principle when it gets difficult, right? That's the entire point, is you make legislation, you make policy, you legislate in a way where you don't make a rod for your own back. But it's not just out of, like, a sort of, like, backhanded spite. It's because as Americans, we shouldn't want to be enemies with each other, right? We should all be cooperating together on this, like, national project.
Policymakers oppose these proposals. Look, if you're worried about the government taking too much ground, buy a gun, stop worrying, and take the ground back later if you have to. And Democrats, help out these conservatives. If they're making the effort to try to support these policies, don't nominate candidates that pass dumb gun legislation. Elect gun-savvy Democrats that know what they're talking about, and want more common-sense things like background checks and training. I know this isn't the big, easy solution that many people would hope for, but it's the hard truth. If we aren't going to get rid of guns altogether, and justifiably so, we have to attack the problem from the flanks. If we have a populace who is trained, has access to therapy and healthcare, and has an overall better quality of life, it's going to result in far fewer accidents, suicides, homicides, and mass shootings. Keep your guns and vote for populist policies. Make guns a staple of the left wing in America. Or sit by idly as either Republicans do nothing and people keep dying, or Democrats take all your guns away. Clock's ticking. Thanks for watching. Please leave a like if you did, subscribe if you're not already, and let me know if I changed your mind, or there's another crazy position you want me to cover, left or right. Check the description for my wife's phone number. And as always, chill. Take the soy pill.
All right. Thank you, Soy Pill. We're not going to hear from our friend Rinald.
By biology and anatomy, like you're a woman.
But as it relates to this, Donald Trump can't.
Rinald fighting the good fight in the trenches of TikTok Live.
By biology and anatomy, like you're a woman.
But as it relates to this, Donald Trump can't do fuck all about that. Donald Trump, like, there's nothing that Donald Trump can do about that, and there's nothing that Donald Trump should be able to do about that, because it's not Donald Trump's job to do anything like that. Medical decisions like that should be between you, your direct circle, and your doctor, and that's it. That's really all these decisions should be between. I don't know why we're saying that. Oh well, did you consult this 80-year-old by chance?
True.
If you want to see more content like this, make sure you subscribe.
Have
to
you
the YouTube channel.
considered?
Follow me on Instagram and TikTok at Rinald.
Wait, what the fuck is happening here? Why are all the masteries locked?
How you doing?
Can you not see masteries and rank games anymore?
So I just want to start off. This is
Wait, hold on. I'm mastery like 23 on Swain. That's why I'm. Why the fuck is it mastery locked? It's not. What the fuck? Am I just like super laggy? What's my ping? Oh, a 12-minute. No. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right, Ren, yell at somebody.
This is your platform. Why do you think Trump is terrible?
I think Donald Trump hates a lot of the institutions that built America, and I really, really value the institutions that built America, like democracy or freedom of speech. I think that Donald Trump views the Constitution or rule of law as a stepping stone or a roadblock in furthering his policy. I don't think he actually views our American values as something to guide him. I think he views it as like something like a caution sign that he has to swerve out of the way of. And I think he's just generally been super ineffective. Like I don't think he is a good leader. I think he constantly inflames rhetoric. It seems like he's really dog shit at passing legislation when he doesn't have the entire government on his side. He's just not very good at his job.
Okay, I respect your opinion. I disagree. What is your stance on illegal immigration?
I think that our immigration laws need to be enforced, but I also think our immigration processes are really bad. The left had an actual concrete piece of legislation that they wanted to pass through, but Donald Trump wanted to shoot it down in order to preserve it as an election issue. Donald Trump has no actual real plan to address any of the problems with the immigration system. He just wants to invoke emergency powers to look really good and then kick the can down the road for the next presidency.
Well, to be fair, he did offer the people who are here
Holy based. Yeah, that's right. This guy that's speaking right now, isn't he sounds pretty smart, right? For me, I think it should be the way it was originally in the Constitution. States should regulate the guns how we see fit. So here's the thing, Tron. I used to have that position too, and I think that is accurate. I will agree that that's, in my opinion, the most, I don't even know if that's the case. The idea of a state having kind of a state guard or a state militia as opposed to like individual firearm ownership, I am very sympathetic to that interpretation of the Second Amendment. But that being said, we're like so far past that point that like it's not even worth like, I don't know, it's not even worth bringing it up, you know what I mean? Like there's no universe where we are able to like roll back a lot of gun legislation, but also are able to reconfigure the way the Second Amendment.
Then that's that. But
yeah,
I don't actually
is like currently viewed. Like I don't think there's a world where I think there's a world where both of those things happen. So I just don't see a lot of utility in arguing like, oh, we should interpret the Second Amendment this way, or we should legislate guns this way. In my opinion, there's not really much point to it. We should just like contend with the Second Amendment's interpretation as it exists today and like go from there.
That they wouldn't be deported?
No, they will be. They will be. They leave, but they have a chance to come back legally where they're not penalized and it can affect their chances of coming back legally. I'm a first generation immigrant. You know what I mean? So like it was really hard to come here, and it's just a spit in my face. But for the people who think they can skip the line, but what would you say your political party is?
Weak as shit earlier.
We live in a two-party system, and I think the Republicans are off the fucking deep end. So I'm going to generally vote for Democrats because I think they're better, but I don't think that I don't like identifying myself as a Democrat because having a super strong tie to a political like a party line is probably not good.
I love it when people.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I've never really spoke to anybody on the left, left Democrats, on the left, like that can really say okay, anti-immigration is a problem since Obama. My thing is even people who are not Republicans or somewhere in the middle on the left, a lot of people did vote for Trump. Trump was the first Republican to win the popular vote. I'm pretty sure since Reagan. You know, and that's a big part of that is because you see Barack Obama,
am I supposed to care?
Democrat, very, very left, but he was so pro-immigration. I mean, pro deporting illegals, keeping pro-secure borders, all this. He was very. So
Joe Biden, but
I disagree.
No, I think
disagree.
It's all just a messaging problem. I think that Donald Trump won the messaging war, and inflation was a really hard hurdle to climb for the Democrats. So it was like almost an unwinnable. Yeah, it was like an almost unwinnable election for the Democrats. And people just have nostalgia glasses. They don't remember how fucking bad Donald Trump's first term was, especially when he refused to leave office at the end of it. It's really bad.
I support Trump, but I cannot support G6. But another thing is, a lot of this was fear mongering. I cannot lie. Like I'm not a yes man to nobody. You know what I'm saying? I speak my mind. The Second Amendment thing. That was a big thing for me because I myself am a gun owner. I'm not a low life. I'm not somebody who goes and they use these things to hurt people. You know, I want to protect my family. You know.
Does this guy watch like too much Fox News? You don't have to like. Just being a black person and owning a gun doesn't mean that you're like automatically a low life. Why did he feel the need to clarify that? Like, is it like maybe I heard that wrong? Hold on a second. Maybe I heard that wrong. Maybe I'm imagining things. But like, wait a minute.
I disagree.
No, I think it's all just a messaging
I disagree.
problem. I think that Donald Trump won the messaging war, and inflation was a really hard hurdle to climb for the Democrats. So it was like almost an unwinnable. Yeah, it was like an almost unwinnable election for the Democrats. And people just have nostalgia glasses. They don't know how fucking bad Donald Trump's first term was, especially when he refused to leave office at the end of it. It's really bad.
I support Trump, but I cannot support G6. But another thing is, a lot of this was fear mongering. I cannot lie. Like I'm not a yes man to nobody. You know what I'm saying? I speak my mind. The Second Amendment thing. that was a big thing for me because I myself am a gun owner. I'm not a low life. I'm not somebody who goes and they use these things to hurt people. You know, I want to protect my family.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Maybe I
want to be
read
armed
way
against
too
my
much
government,
into
so
it. I guess
they're
you're
forced to
just
respect
kinda
limits.
saying
Oh, that.
generally.
A lot of
why,
they're saying they
he
just
was
want to ban guns
conservative.
outright.
I was
My
like,
argument
does he
to that.
feel the need to like
If
clarify?
you ban guns today,
Like,
we would
that's
have
so
gun violence for
sad.
the next 2 decades. You know, and the only people that aren't going to have guns are the people who actually want to use them for the right thing. And another thing, we ban guns, our government can do whatever the hell they want. You know what I'm saying? If a Republican gets elected, since they think they're so radical, they can just do whatever the hell they want.
I mean, they can basically do whatever the fuck they want right now. I mean, like, we've been seeing Donald Trump make crazy grabs for executive power.
That's
Like, these crazy, unprecedented grabs. Like, it's like
You think
the
that's bad,
constant... I understand it gets worse, but also, like, all of the second...
Also, wait, was that a fucking threat? Hello? MAGA should... You guys don't get to talk about, oh, it gets worse. Shut the fuck up. We know it gets worse. That's what we're trying to tell you guys, idiots.
Second Amendment people say, like, oh, we need these guns to protect us against tyranny. They support this. They literally, like, I think in most cases they support tyranny. I mean, like, federalizing the National Guard over the governor of Chicago, like invoking the Alien Enemies Act, which is literally, I think the last time it was used was World War II.
The internment
like, this
camps,
Donald Trump is tyrannical. If there's any person that's going to at least tip the hat of Second Amendment people, be like, hey, this is getting kind of crazy. It should be that. And I'm not saying that we should do anything fucking crazy. Like, I'm not saying Donald Trump would. He said that maybe the Second Amendment people could do something about Hillary Clinton. I wouldn't say that.
I forgot about that. That was wild.
It's bad. But if fighting against tyranny was like a real value that the Second Amendment people had, then they would be against Donald Trump right now, at the very least. But they all voted for him because they fell for it. They got brainwashed into supporting tyranny. He literally, I can't restate this enough. Donald Trump tried to steal the last election. All right, I don't know how much more tyrannical you can get than actually like stealing elections to entrench yourself with this crazy power and invoking like giant executive overreaches with invocations of emergencies, which are bullshit and get shot down like 90% of the time.
I see. I tell these people all the time, I'm not pro Don, I'm pro Trump. Because right now he's in the 2024 election, he was in my viewing, he was the best candidate. He was the best option. You know. And another big thing is, you know, I know a lot of us, we plan on starting families. You know, we plan on having kids. And a big thing for me, I'm a Christian man, and a lot of people don't agree with this, but it's their stance on. I don't hate gay people. I don't. Honestly, I respect them. I respect gay people a lot. I respect gay people. I do not respect
Yeah,
trans.
I was gonna say that's
But
a
the trans
hell of
people I do respect
a writer
are-
there.
What's his name? Jeffree Star or something?
What? That's the one you fucking pick? Isn't Jeffree Star like a groomer? Amazing.
He's something. He dresses up like a girl, but he's
amazing.
You know.
Oh, he's
I dress
something.
the way I am. I act
That's
the way I do. You
all.
know, feminine,
All
but at the end of the day, I'm still a man.
queer
And I think
people
that
are
when you really
exactly the
convince
same in
when you
conservative minds.
when you really
a gay
can
is a
just tell somebody to their
trans.
face, yeah, you think you're a woman.
And a
you're a woman.
trans is a gay.
That's cool for you, but then when it becomes an influence on
And we know
children, that's
they
when
just
it
know
becomes
that
my
that
problem.
is
So I
not
wouldn't agree
God's
with that.
way. That's
So,
all
I
they
mean,
fucking care about.
Trans people.
They don't even know
alright.
what they are.
I have
Amen.
no idea. It seems like the medical consensus on trans people is like super touchy and wishy-washy, and it changes super quickly because we only really started looking into this kind of shit fairly recently. But I think realistically, you know, if you have gender dysphoria, it seems like the best way to lower your suicidality is by allowing this person to transition both socially and medically. That seems like the best way to deal with these kinds of things. I don't understand why we wouldn't want to lower this person's suicidality if that's what it takes. And these, like, the framing as if, one, that it's even a bad thing to let people transition, but two, that that's such a big deal. It is such a big deal that trans people can transition that even though Donald Trump can't even do shit about it, he doesn't have power to do fuck all about it. It's just, we elected this person who hates our country just because he's going to signal against trans people.
True.
It's not even close to a big enough issue, even if I granted.
Well,
like, your
Reynold,
framing,
wait a
like,
minute, Reynold. Have you considered that they are infiltrating our schools or something, or whatever the other mindfuck talking points are? Have you considered something bullshit like that?
Just mentally ill, we're reinforcing their mental illness. Even granted that, there's probably like what, a couple thousand in the country, period, and we're using that to justify electing like this actual tyrant is insane. That's insane to me, especially
it's
when
more of a values thing to me. You know,
sure, but your values are only valuable.
And if you look at the suicide rates, like they still commit. You know, like even after transition, and sure, even if you do,
it's less though. And I would also say, like, your values, insofar as voting for the president, are only valuable if you think that the president can actually do anything about it. Like, I personally
he can
have to crash wave first, idiot.
He can't do that. Donald Trump cannot do that. That's not a presidential power. You would need a bill through Congress, and I don't even know if Congress could do that because I think that would be left to the states. So if you want to vote for like a red legislature in your state, or if you want to vote for a red governor in your state, that's fine. Donald Trump can't do fuck all about anything trans-wise. There's a reason that the only executive order that he signed was basically only in regard to like identification practices for people within the federal agencies.
And it's now illegal to transition if you're under the age of 18.
I don't even think that's true. Okay, what did Donald Trump do?
He signed the EO when he first got elected.
Yeah, an executive order can't make it illegal.
Also, Breyer
can't
missed.
make anything illegal. That's not what executive orders do.
Good job.
Well, they put it in motion.
GG's.
Putting it in motion doesn't mean anything. The only way you can put that in motion is if you propose to.
Renyl, they put it in motion.
It depends.
This is like when I was watching a different Renyl debate yesterday because Renyl's a very good fucking debater. This is like the guy that he was debating where he was like, what do you want Kamala Harris to do? Like because you hear like whole like criticism, the whole Kamala Harris, why wasn't she doing her job while she was in office? Like that was a big thing on the, it was all disingenuous bullcrap, right? But if you ask them, like, well, what do you want her to do? What do you think the vice president even does? They have no fucking clue what the vice president's job actually is. It's the same shit. Well, she could have fronted legislation or something. What do you mean fronted legislation? She was working with the Biden admin to get various different policies passed. I mean, what did you want her to do? Like sign executive orders? Well, sure. Well, she can't do that. She's the vice president. Oh, well, I mean, then she could have used her role in Congress. Her only role in Congress is as a tie-breaking vote in the Senate. Like, I think one of the most infuriating things about these fuckers is how disgustingly disinterested they are in anything to do with the country. It's just gross. Like, just don't get involved in American politics if you don't actually give a fuck about anything that American politics, like anything to do with American politics. And by the way, if you want to live in this country, you should be involved in American fucking politics. I think you have a civic responsibility too. And I'm really fucking tired of people saying, oh, I'm not political, because that has literally like vaulted us off a fucking cliff lately. All right? I'm not going to put up with that shit anymore. There is no, I'm not political. You are political. You live in this country. Get over it and grow up. Sorry.
You're defining as transition. Like it seems
Skylay Jenner. Hey, what's up, Skylay Jenner? How are you doing today?
I think puberty blockers it's because you can be a man, right? And you can feel, because when you're going through puberty, you're going through all these hormones where you hate yourself sometimes. You feel like you're in the wrong body. But it's like something like that that's irreversible. It's like, come on.
Sure, puberty blockers don't seem irreversible. I would probably say that if you're under 18, you shouldn't be getting anything irreversible. I agree.
I say, put on the dress. It just don't. You can't really be convinced that you're actually like by biology and anatomy, like.
And this like the authoritative nature with which he's speaking is so like. One of the ones that I was watching yesterday, Renyl, was like, can you just have some humility? It's like, it's so. This is a problem I ran into with my father actually a lot. He'll admit in one breath, oh yeah, obviously you follow politics closer than me. You're way more informed than me. And then he'll still argue with me authoritatively on issues that he just admitted like 3 seconds prior I knew more than him about. Like, it's fucking insane. But,
woman.
But as it relates to this, Donald Trump can't do fuck all about it. Donald Trump, there's nothing that Donald Trump can do about that, and there's nothing that Donald Trump should be able to do about that because it's not Donald Trump's job to do anything like that. I think if like medical decisions like that should be between you, your direct circle, and your doctor, and that's it. That's really all these decisions should be between. I don't know why we're saying that. Oh well, did you consult this 80-year-old by chance? Like why the fuck does Donald Trump matter in this? Like Donald Trump doesn't know a trans person's brain better than a trans person.
What do you mean?
I think it's classified as like a mental illness. I wouldn't say the same for gay.
Can be.
Gay is, in a biblical sense, it is sin, but not everybody.
Oh my God, yes. I was so ready for him. Just to be clear, I thought he was about to say gay is a mental illness. I was so ready for that. Oh my God. Come here, Cho'Gath. Yeah. How does that feel? How's that burn damage? Dude, I dare her.
You can't ban gay marriage. It's just, I don't align with that. Whatever. And I had one more thing I wanted to ask. I really don't remember. Yeah, I'm
Do
not
it,
gonna
Briar.
remember. It was a good debate with you.
All right, love
Have a
you,
good
buddy.
night.
Do it! Good shit, good shit. All right, what was the other one? There was one that I was watching, and I was like, no, I want to finish this. Here, yeah.
That are not here.
And
Yes.
you pointed me to your YouTube channel, and I watched a couple of the debates that you had on the false electors because I was curious about. The arguments were very bad. I think that right now you're basically just saying that the only person who can actually find fraud, because we can't trust DHS, we can't trust DOJ.
Not doing
can't
too
trust
bad,
FBI, can't trust
Skylar
states,
Jenner. How
it's
are you
just the
doing
president,
today?
And we should overturn the results of the election because of the president's suspicion.
I'm on 4 hours of sleep, and I'm still playing League and
If you want to see more
streaming.
content like this,
So
make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel and follow me on Instagram and TikTok at Rinyald. And if you disagree with anything in the video, make sure you join the Discord and we can have a chat sometime.
Brother,
there were people who were not certified electors that signed their name on fraudulent certificates of the vote.
Absolutely not.
There were.
Absolutely not. So
There absolutely were.
Hold on. We do this all the time, right? So I even on my YouTube Citizens Debate, we go over every signature, every seal of ascertainment. We go through the entire thing, and if you watch that, get back to me after that and tell me there were fake electors. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of what people have an idea of what happened that day. So
all right, I gotta drop you down because you were denying the election. Fuck TikTok, all right? Free marketplace of ideas. Listen, if you want to join,
I'll be back.
I would love
to get you on this.
Listen, I would love to have a future conversation with you on either the due process or on January 6th. If you want to join a Discord too, I stream on YouTube and I stream on Twitch. We can do the
any conversation you want to have about any form of politics, I will be game.
Listen, I'll follow you. All right. If you want to join the Discord so we can not do the stupid fucking TikTok language, then I would love to.
Why it makes sense is that Pence wouldn't go along with it.
Yep.
ooh, level 2 ult is pretty high.
The, call it the Eastman strategy, more or less.
Nope.
Pence didn't know anything about the Eastman strategy.
What?
Wasn't the Eastman strategy like literally like wasn't the only reason they like came up with the Eastman strategy was to try and like sway Mike Pence to say, no, look, bro, it's quote, it's legal. Like, wasn't that the entire reason that they hired John Eastman? Am I remembering that wrong?
What? That's okay. That saying that alone just means you're bad faith. Like, there's no shot. If you say something like that, you should not be talking about the subject. Yeah. So the war game scenario was literally like this think tank going through and describing what could possibly happen in different outcomes of the election with no ties to the Biden administration. Whereas the Eastman plan was written by a Trump hired lawyer in order to pressure the vice president to actually go through with that plan. This is disgusting. Oh my god. So the only two videos on here about J6 don't even get into the proposal by John Eastman. They just get into whether or not a certificate of like a alternative electors are valid. That's all they get into. Disappointing. I don't know if I'd say avoiding, but
I don't even know who that is.
You're so, not whatever.
Why am I on the screen? I just want to know why I'm on the screen.
God damn it. Oh, we're just going over his debate. You know?
He was trying to point out something you said to me. You said that I trust government, and I said, "Oh, really? How do I trust government?" And so he tried to explain to me how I trusted government, but now his stance has changed on the fact that he thinks that I trust government because he hasn't been able to give me another example.
I could have actually. Oh my god. Holy shit! I'm like slipping out of my chair with this one, bro.
Yeah, because you got nothing.
I do have to say,
like when I bring up the fact that like, hey, you seem like you with the government before, and now like you're like going through all these FBI reports and like CIA reports, like, oh, look how big, bad, and evil China is, people calling around it, and now with like you're trusting the government.
Wait, you don't think China is big and evil or bad at all?
Is that what I said?
Is that your stance?
That's absolutely what he said.
As an example,
can you repeat my
that as an example of something I said?
Can you repeat my argument back to me?
You said, oh, and you continue your stance, and then how bad China is, and big, bad, evil, and that's all I really fucking heard.
Can you repeat my argument back to me?
You said that I trust government, and then you said something about how I think China is so big, bad, and evil.
Why
and
did
my response to you?
Okay, can you connect those two things? Do you know what the argument was there?
So,
I think you have a really bad problem when it comes to like listening to me, listening to my points, and not immediately strawmanning.
You also speak too quickly. You need to learn to slow your words down because
you
it's
also
really
have consistently throughout this entire conversation either pivoted to things like Keynesian economics or Iran and your position on that instead of actually addressing the question. So whenever you try and bring up this excuse now, it just seems like you're being more
Please slow down your words so that I might actually hear your question.
Okay, then wait. How did I understand?
I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I guess not everybody's frontal lobe forms at a time.
Well, hold on.
Sometimes
He
it takes a couple
understands you. So
decades,
hold on. Let's let him ask. No, and you ask the question that he asked then.
That he was asking you to like give it paraphrase his argument. Like I can't hear what Scratch says. I can't understand. And I'm a fucking Frenchie.
So
no, hold on.
No, wait. What was my argument?
Keep your hands to yourself, Briar.
No. I'm asking annoying since he seems to be able to understand you.
I can wait. When I listen to Scratch, I can easily understand what he's making, what point he's making.
Okay.
He talks very clearly to me. He might
Jesus,
quickly,
guys.
but you can still
Sure.
understand.
So what was his original?
I really can't do anything. You guys are just hinting repeatedly.
Yeah.
I actually do just have to stay up here. How does the ASOL have 56 fucking CS?
Did you listen to that?
Wait, which part? No, he didn't.
The part about the question I was asking, Approach.
Oh no.
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
Ringald,
go
were
ahead.
you
Nobody
listening?
can understand
You fucks.
No, I wanted to.
My
ask
fucking
a
god!
couple
All of you have
Wait,
such fucking ADHD.
which
Holy
question?
shit.
Bro.
My.
Nocturne, hell! What the fuck?
Just ask the question
Actually,
again,
no.
dude.
All of them need to take some fucking Adderall right now.
Okay. Well, can we get that I wanted to bring up to you originally?
Listen,
Why
if
would
you're
you
gonna get
ping?
me,
Why?
Content leeching, alright? Get my face
Oh, you
out
are
of the
now?
background.
What the
Content
fuck good is that to me?
I'm content leeching.
You better
My
kill
face
him.
is literally
Okay.
has
So
been
I
in the
sent-
background
I
of your
sent
life.
you-
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'll look
Scratch.
here.
I sent you.
I knew that he was trying to chomp me. I was like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Okay.
Scratch. Would you mind?
Who's
I sent you something in
TPing?
Discord. I sent you an invite. Would you pull it up on your screen for the class so I can
Sarah?
explain what we're looking at?
Of
here?
these
Okay.
articles are
Yeah. So you can.
after
The ones that
our
are
decision
highlighted.
by the Yale Law Journal announced that the court failed to adopt the full extent of the English common law, and the other none other than Harry Campbell, Black Paris.
That was fun.
It was done by Mr. Black of Black Law's Dictionary. So these are law journals where the journal itself will put basically their explanation of the justice's opinion. So what they go on to explain in these journals is that, because this is the argument that Vader and I had. So they go on to explain that in this decision and in the 14th Amendment that they did not adopt the dubious common law as it pertains to the 14th Amendment in regards to birthright citizenship. So they go on to explain that under the jurisdiction thereof, not being adopted by common law means something different.
We'll take that,
than the
and
law that was
then
written. So under the jurisdiction
I'm
thereof,
probably gonna need to pick up a Morello
as it pertains
as
to
like
the
6th
14th Amendment,
items, so I'll probably
means
pick up
that you are under
Oblivion Orb
complete
next.
jurisdiction of the United States, and that your
Finish
allegiance
up,
is only to the United
Frozen
States. So
Heart.
they also go on to explain that originally they were going to use just
I think
your
Skylay
allegiance
Jenner
only
is a
to the United
bot.
States, but under
Was a bomb.
within that word, within law itself, could mean a couple of different things. So they changed that, and they put it under the jurisdiction thereof. Now, what that means, like I said,
Still
is
can't
that
take my tower.
you're under full jurisdiction. Your allegiance is only
That's
to the
the
United
swing
States, and the way they
difference.
determine that, at the very minimum, would be your permanent residence would be the United States. So they go on to explain that two immigrants that are not here legally and have children do not have the right to birthright citizenship. And these are two very respected journals back in 1889 that were writing about this. So my argument with
I tried, little bro.
with,
I
when it
tried.
comes to birthright citizenship, as it was with Vader, who said they'd use
There's literally
dubious
only so much
common
I can
law.
do from
This goes
fucking
on to
top
explain that
lane
they did
now.
not use dubious common law, and it does not have anything to do with that, because in dubious, if you were born within a certain land, the king, you were a servant to that king, as you were born, under that citizenship, birthright
He's gonna
citizenship
like how this
under
turns
that king.
out.
But we did not do that here in the United States. So therefore, if you're born of two immigrants that are not here
King.
legally, your child is
Are you
not
trying to say
a
that
citizen.
so you're trying to tell me that one or these two journals agreeing with the dissenting judges automatically means that the judges who did the ruling were wrong about the common law in
So
England?
once again, so when it comes to
Or
Black
you just trying to
himself,
Just to be clear, anything to strip rights from brown people. As whatever justification we can fucking contort our spine into so long, and I wish that, like, I sound like such a, fucktard leftist when I say shit like this, but I'm being serious. Whatever justification it takes to get the brown people out, even if it completely irrational, it directly flies in the face of, past precedent, whatever we need to get the job done. Right? Did he not back? Oh, I already did that much damage to him. That's awesome. Alright. Never mind. I just need that. Fine. Hold on. Getting irritated now.
Trying to tell me that, like, I could probably
Low elo
the
dipshits.
like position, or even the argument that like there's probably some legal nuances to if if this is like legal, or if like the way it currently works. Did you address what Vader was saying though about like the what was it like Judas?
So Vader was saying that as it pertains to birthright citizenship, they were using Jubia's common law. But as these two journals explained, we did not adopt Jubia's common law as it pertains to birthright citizenship. Therefore, if you are born of two immigrants on this land, your children are not citizens.
Have you read Wonka Mark?
My turn.
So these are right. Hold on. So these are actually.
My fault. What the actual fuck, bro? I hate this Elo.
I'm asking. I'm saying, did you read Wonka?
Come on, seriously? What?
You
like?
Acknowledge that Wonka Mark directly cites the common law.
Oh no! What the fuck? Are you serious?
So, like I said, this is what they explain about that judge's.
What the hell?
So they go on to explain in depth about that opinion.
An opinion piece from Black's Law Dictionary doesn't have any legal binding. That's not legally binding.
That's exactly what that is. That's like.
Listen,
people
guys,
like plenty, for instance,
wait.
wait, approach.
I'll mute up.
Approach. You understand there are plenty of opinion pieces out about like the immunity cases around Donald Trump. I'm guessing you would still disagree with all those from Yale and Harvard.
Well, I would ask that you guys read these journal entries and see that this is not just an opinion of what they think themselves. They are trying to explain the decision of the justice themselves.
That's what every legal dictionary opinion is going to do. Of course, they're going to try and make an argument for their case. They're not just going to give an opinion, some evidence, but that has like literally no legal weight to if the Supreme Court decides
just
to
like
use common law or not.
Just like Playla v. Doe on this page here. I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to go look this up. So they basically go over the same thing. So here's the page you can look up in Playla v. Doe. And so they actually go over this exact thing as well on this page. So when you see under the jurisdiction thereof, under this particular case right there, they actually, you can be under the jurisdiction thereof.
Bro, this Breyer is like legendary
However,
at missing
it does
that
not
shit.
make you a citizen of the union itself. So they actually go over that as well.
Wait, didn't Pyler v. Doe like very specifically find that the child of the illegal immigrant was within jurisdiction?
No, to go to school, right? So being under jurisdiction itself, there's two different types of jurisdiction. There's partial jurisdiction, and then there's, which means you're to abide by the laws. If you break laws, you're subject to those laws. But if you are under complete jurisdiction and your allegiance is only to the United States, then you would be under the jurisdiction thereof, which is also explained in the two.
If this case found that the person was under the jurisdiction, under the definition used in the 14th Amendment, why would we not assume that it's the same definition of jurisdiction?
So you're missing the point. So under the jurisdiction is not the same as under the jurisdiction thereof. So, but you can be under the jurisdiction thereof of a state, as those two articles that I sent to him explain. So, but they also explain.
I can't even look at this. Yes,
even
it's
if you're
going to sadden me.
Thereof of a state,
at least Nocturne's trying.
You can be a citizen of that state, but you are not a citizen of the complete union.
Caitlyn snowballing. That's good.
So
I don't know what happened in mid lane.
If we're applying this based off of the definition of jurisdiction under the 14th Amendment, why would they not make a specific carve out to delineate that it's a different jurisdiction?
Sure,
why would they not
so
say full jurisdiction?
They did. So exactly. So if you go read the arguments on Congressional Record,
I've read them.
When the authors put together the 14th Amendment, they are asked this question:
if
what
you
does
go
the
read
jurisdiction thereof mean?
Yeah,
and so
one guy
again, the fucking arrogance, right? Like the reason. By the way, the reason that they talk like that. Well, hold on. This could be protection. It feels like the reason they talk like that is because they know they're full of shit. Oh, I anti-healed Breyer. That should be enough. I was going to say. Just got to tap her once. But no, it's like, because that's the strategy they use, right? Because they don't really know either. It's like, oh, I bet if I go read it, I would learn something too. But if you go read it, you'll know what I'm saying is true. And then the time it took you to go read it, that's the game they play, right? They've already moved on. That's something that, oh, who is it? It might have been fucking... Streamer Goon Dwarf Man. I don't know if I'm still on Twitch. I don't want to get banned, but something he was saying earlier this morning. excuse me, about oh, fuck, I'm sorry, I got like 80 pings. I just totally lost my train of thought. Hold on. Oh yeah, conservative. The reason that it feels so difficult to like grapple with conservatives in the media is because they constantly are like move on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing. Like we've already kind of heard a I guess a similar-ish thing in this debate. Dude, this is insane. I just like I have to go somewhere else so I can actually see us. I can't do that. Ah! But no, like we have to like January 6th being a perfect example. Conservatives are always like, oh, move on. Why are you still? We're still talking about that. We're still talking about January 6th. Blah, blah. Because it was fucking insane. Because the president of the United States tried to incite a coup, incite an insurrection against the United States. I'm gonna kill myself. Are you fucking serious right now? Why do I have to hard carry every single game? Without ganks, by the way. No ganks. I was one gank. I'm a whiny bitch. Anyways.
The one guy answer is summonable in court, right?
Yeah, it means your allegiance is only to the United States. So, and they almost use that.
A different guy answered. You just simply need to be summonable in court, right?
No,
well, that never happened.
See, this is no. So this means like this is why somebody who is not a citizen of the United States, they can't serve jury duty, right? They can't so basically they can't join the military, right? So this is they're not under the jurisdiction thereof, they're under partial jurisdiction.
Okay.
So
we have no vision because nobody knows how to do that.
Scratch here, which I hope you take the time to read them, because every time I send you something Scratch, you never read it because you're lazy.
Damn.
It feels like we're just inventing justification here. I mean, it feels like we have very, very clear understanding that jurisdiction means jurisdiction, and that we have definition of what definition the Supreme Court used in 1982 for the term jurisdiction, but somehow, because it applies to a different subsect of person for a different thing, that means that actually it needs to be under complete jurisdiction, and that conveniently just outlines everybody but the people that I want to get rid of.
Until you read these two articles within these journals about what they wrote in regards to that matter, then maybe you'll have a better understanding. Which Scratch, I don't know if you want to send it to him.
Content farming. Everybody, come into my live. I've ring on the screen. Everybody, right now.
Right now.
I'm making all the money. Give me right now. I'm actually ring on. Right, I'm actually wait. Give me your money. Anybody. This is me talking right now.
But anyways, I mean, here's the thing, guys. When it comes to Supreme Court justice opinion itself,
I should get
don't
some
get me wrong. I think they
damage
actually
back
have the
when I
ability to get it wrong.
blood
But either
letters
way,
finished.
as I know this, if somehow the Supreme Court sides with you guys of what you think it may be, I'm not going to bitch. I'm going to let it be. Even though in the Federalist Papers 10 they say that, justices can be corrupted as they are men, and this is why the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. But at this point, I'm not exactly going to cause a big fuss and revolution over it, but I hope that everybody does the same when the Supreme Court shows that this has never been truly addressed.
Can I read a quote to you from U.S.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
page 10?
She has a lot of items. That's very
about
good.
the common law applications.
You sure can.
It thus clearly appears that the law of England for the past 3 centuries, beginning before the settlement of this country and continuing to the present day, aliens, while residing in the dominions possessed by the Crown of England, were within the allegiance, the obedience, the faith, the loyalty, the protection, the power, the jurisdiction of the English sovereign.
Up than they are.
Continue.
How it's literally saying that.
Continue.
No, continue.
Continue with what? He gave you the answer.
Page 10.
What other relevant context is there?
Your mic is down. Your mic is down.
Sure, but yeah. No, once again, I'm curious to see.
Dale, thank you, Annoying, for pointing it out.
Jesus Christ, dude, shut your bitch ass up. Lower that mic right now.
Excuse me.
No.
You like Vietnamese and French at the same time? That was the weirdest accent I've ever heard.
He's French Canadian.
The best. The OG.
Hey, David, he is back. Hey, we're gonna watch your new video in a little bit.
Unless a child of the ambassador or other diplomatic agent of a foreign state, or of an
yeah,
alien
I'm
of a
back.
hostile occupation of the
I'm
place where the
back
child was
in.
born.
Well, I have a
So
black
it
league
seems like it
hoodie,
outlined very
but it was a
clearly
little
who is
warm,
within and
so
who
I'm
isn't
back
within.
in white
And it seems like the
t-shirt.
only qualifications that you can't have is being a member of a hostile occupation.
I thought that
being a
people got
diplomatic
too used
agent
to
of a
having
foreign
me
state.
gone, and they got
And
too.
that looks like it's about it.
Everything was too pleasant, too enjoyable.
Which is
The
the
personal
general understanding that we
conversations
have
were
for
nice,
citizenship right now.
Hold on.
non-inflammatory, and I felt like I had to,
or,
change things.
somebody who we don't have treaties with and so on. It is curious that they use that wording. So.
Oh wait, David. Oh fuck! Don't watch my rank gameplay, dude. No, don't. I'm learning top lane right now. Okay, like my elo dropped a lot because my wife and I were duo queuing. I don't want you watching this. No.
Who from Yale? They go in detail how this is not. It doesn't pertain to the. They did not adopt the common law when it came to that. So.
Even though they cited it directly in the case.
They're specifically addressing what the actual justice was trying to say in his opinion or ascending opinion. So
you don't think that the justice was capable of writing that himself? We have to rely on the Black Law Dictionary in order to know what the justice was saying. We can't just read his opinion.
The Black Law Dictionary wasn't actually created until a couple years later, but that particular. Well, it's not relevant exactly, but I'm just saying it wasn't.
The ultimate team fight champion, the AP carry with a hook.
I'm saying you're using.
I think
the Black Law Dictionary.
Goddamn, like,
no.
What do you even do against the sheer
so why are we
majesty
trusting him over the Supreme
of the
Court justice?
Swainster?
Is he not good enough at delivering his opinions?
Well,
it seems pretty clear what he's trying to say.
So, well, when you read it, right? When you read it, his opinion based off of what was written by the actual, because I don't remember the exact wording surrounding that. I don't remember the exact wording surrounding the entire opinion as it pertains to that. So, obviously, I have to go back and.
I can tell you they went on to say the same rule was in full force in all the English colonies upon this continent down to the time of the Declaration of Independence in the United States afterward, and continued to prevail under the Constitution as originally established. I can tell you that was the following paragraph.
Yeah, but the 14th Amendment wasn't even written then.
Honestly, I should pick up a Dark
I'm sorry,
Seal.
are you an originalist?
Let's just focus on finishing. Well, no, it's kind of too late to start like building stacks on it. By the time I get those stacks,
I guess I can agree that I am. But I'm saying the authors of the 14th Amendment themselves, when they were, when they were writing the 14th Amendment, this goes on to say that when they were writing, they specifically didn't use instead of under the jurisdiction thereof, they didn't just write your allegiance is only to the United States because of the legal meaning behind allegiance, and so they specifically used under the jurisdiction thereof, just based off of the fact that you had to at least have a father who was a U.S. citizen in order to be an actual citizen once you were born here.
We acknowledge that Trumbull and Howard said that a person is subject to the jurisdiction if he or she can be summoned by and sued in American court, or if he or she can be prosecuted criminally for actions that take place on United States soil.
No, see, once again, that's partial jurisdiction.
That's what Trumbull and Howard said.
Never mind. I know what we need.
No, see, being subject to the jurisdiction, but being subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a different meaning. So when you go read their arguments, I pulled.
Thereof is just referential to where the jurisdiction is taking place.
So why when they were asked, I'll ask you. So why when they were asked, what is the meaning of under the jurisdiction thereof in the arguments? Why would their answer be your allegiance is only to the United States?
Because they were talking about wild Indians. They were talking about wild Indians, and when they followed up, they said, "Can you sue a Navajo Indian in court?"
Well, then
that was their answer.
We didn't do the. Hold on. So we didn't do the Indian Tribe Act or whatever until what, the 20s or some shit. But they specifically, when they were talking about Wong Kim Ark in regards to the judge's opinion, it was based off of the Chinese Exclusion Act.
Wait, why we're jumping between? You're talking first. We're talking about the original intent by the framers of the 14th Amendment.
I'm saying the way they explain what the judge's opinion had more to do with it. It had more to do with the specific case, the fact that he was only giving this opportunity to Wong Kim because of the Chinese Exclusion Act. They go on to you read the articles, and I'm happy to take your critique once you're finished reading them.
It feels like
I'm not. Wait,
it's not a very good argument.
I just skimmed these. I'm not even seeing any of the criticisms that you said that were in the articles here.
But I want to be clear again.
You're skimming.
Real quick, I do want to make clear that we're jumping between points. First, you said, well, if you look at the original intent of the people who framed the 14th Amendment, they said you need to be under the complete jurisdiction. And then when I say, okay, well, what they meant is like that specifically referred to wild Indians, and he said immediately after, can you sue a Navajo Indian in court? And then you said, well, if you look at the intent of the people who wrote Wong Kim Ark, well, that came way after. We need to focus on one
I didn't say
thing.
the intent of Wong Kim Ark. No,
You just referenced the judge's opinion on Wong Kim Ark.
Oh, sure. No, maybe I misheard you. So what I'm saying is under
Woo, Asol.
his specific case had more to do with the Chinese Exclusion Act.
I don't feel like we deserve that win, but all right. Oh, that would be why. I'll give him the whatever. He tried, I guess. All right. Oh, the Morgana left. Wait, Morgana left and they were still killing us. Oh god, that should tell me something. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. Gotta run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I had to run and grab a couple of things. We have returned. Okay, let me just check. I don't think anybody's hanging on to this. Yeah, there's nobody in Discord. Oh, Ryan joined. Hey, Ryan. Ryan C. Mullally, who has some good takes and then some kind of not so good takes. Alrighty. Well, back to it.
Then birthright citizenship itself.
So why would they cite the common law justifications if it was just on the grounds of the Chinese Exclusion Act?
Because the parents were permanent residents at one point of the United States, and they were here legally. So basically that's why they gave him citizenship. If they were here illegally, then that case would have been over. So for instance, we have 2 other cases where they were denied in the same scenario. We have Mary Devereaux, who was on a ship off the port of New York, and so she came over to New York and gave her baby or gave birth to a baby in the hospital. This was after the Wong Kim decision, and so that baby was denied citizenship. And then we also have a German guy. Hold on, let me get his name.
I love Reynold's little guy. Reynold, I don't know if you're still watching. I don't think I've ever actually asked you this. Did you draw that, or did somebody like draw that for you? Because I really like it. It's cute. I look at him. Aw.
Was it ever challenged?
Look at him wiggling his little foot.
I'm saying, like, was it ever challenged up to SCOTUS?
The little kitty cat. Perfect.
No, there was.
You can't really make an animation of me though, because look like this guy. Like wait, hold on. There we go. So like this guy, can somebody take this head, this character, and draw him onto like a Jesus body? That's me as a little cartoon. Not nearly as adorable as Reynold.
Was not in the Devereaux case, but I believe in the other gentleman's case. Let me pull his name up. Hold on.
I think
I feel like we can all agree that if we are going by the common law, this is fairly clear cut, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Stretch is just really bored of this boring ass debate.
Well, I'm listening, and Reynold let me debate like monetary policy, so I'm paying it back.
I love you, Scratch. I didn't even want to come up here and talk about birthright. I just wanted to ask Approach if we could schedule something for the electors talk.
Also, I'm gonna keep contenting off of you. Your face is mine.
Did you see my DM? I did see your DM. I haven't watched it yet. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's over, folks. Hold on. You know what my problem with your DM is, though, Tron? Is that you're a fucking liar. You didn't make that, you fucking liar. Okay, now is the real question. Do I pick? Honestly, probably. No, I'm keeping teleport. I can do it. You can do what? Make Space Jesus? But you didn't make Space Jesus. You told a computer to make it for you. Unless you put a message in church and I didn't see. Did you send me another DM? The only one I see is the AI slop.
Wait, can I review your videos on my live actually though?
Yeah.
Seriously? Okay, I'm just making sure.
Just make sure.
So it was Richard Greiser.
Make sure that I credit you and like point people in your direction.
Can you type that in the real quick? Approach. Can you type that name in the chat?
Yeah, here.
Okay. Approach. I have a slight bone to pick with you.
There we go.
Very slight.
Eagle for freedom.
So, you came into my live as Scratch was showing. We had a little conversation. We had a conversation about the false electors, and you pointed me to your YouTube channel. And I watched a couple of debates that you had on the false electors.
My Discord?
I was curious about
what
the kryptonite arguments were.
I only have one up there.
I'm
sorry.
The arguments were very bad.
Wait, you mean we went?
I'm trying to like split my attention between a debate and ranked solo queue, And unfortunately, solo queue ends up taking like 70% of the focus. I will say, though, this guy is stupid enough that every time I clip back in, it's Brynjolf saying, wait, why would you say that? Because he just like stepped on a rake, another rake in the argument.
Through over every letter of ascertainment, every signature. How is that bad?
Because the conclusions that you were coming out of, I'm not going to ascribe malice, okay? But I feel like you were missing a lot of very, very important context to a lot of these claims. So if you ever want, like, you said you had a Discord in your thing. It's broken, okay? We gotta schedule something.
Oh, here, yeah. Here's my Discord. Oh wait, here, I'll just send it to you. Give me a second.
Or Scratch is in it. He can send it to me because I know I have him on Discord. But
oh, there you go. Scratch can send it to you.
We gotta schedule something because
but
it was bad.
So when it comes to the letters, when it comes to the objections,
Ryan C. Mullally joining the Discord. Who am I playing against? Ooh, Camille. I don't. Do I know Camille? Ryan C. Mullally has joined the Discord, and I would really like to have a conversation with him about why he seems so unwilling to direct or center the blame for the current political climate where it belongs. For someone who claims not to like Trump or disagree with Trump or whatever, I find it very interesting that these are the kinds of people, and Ryan, I don't mean this that you're one of the following category. Just some of the things you've said are also said by people in this group. The centrists, right, where they're like, I'm a centrist except I voted for Trump 3 times and I would never vote for a Democrat, and the only time that I actually cover politics is to say, well, Trump said this and that may have been bad, but have you considered that Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Burisma, Russiagate, like, those people are actually, to me, they're more dangerous than the centrists, because those are the ones that are like helping reinforce and validate the fucking Joe Rogan crowd's delusional beliefs. Is when they see people who don't identify as like MAGA. When they see people that don't identify as MAGA, sorry, Galileu's really hard to see us on. Kind of affirming their priors, they go, oh, we must be even more right. Like, they're, in my mind, the alt media, like the supposedly centrist alt media fuckers, are just as destructive and just as responsible for the current political climate as folks like, oh god, what? Oh no, I don't have mana flow band. Oh god, I just looked at my runes. Okay, this could work, I guess. They're as complicit as like the Trump and his most sycophantic, villainous, evil criminal cronies, where they have contributed so much to the climate that we're in. It's insane, and because like they're able to do it under this guise of, oh well, I'm evaluating everything balanced, but I never do, and the only thing I talk about is Democrat. Well, when you do that, what does it make it seem like? It makes it seem like, even from a fair and balanced perspective, the Democrats are the insane one. But that's not the fair and balanced perspective, because they report using the same partisan journals and media sources that like the maggots do. So it's like, well, wait a minute. How are you not just in with them? I don't know. I mean, obviously, we continue to hope that the temperature can be turned down. But like I said at the top, when I was talking about the flag, and, it'll remain upside down until this point, the only person who can actually fucking cool us down is the president. And I don't think that there's a single American, even Trump's most fervent supporters, that should be able to agree with this, right? Like, because a lot of those fervent supporters are people like my parents, people like my dad, who's a fucking kind of an old school Republican. Like, I grew up, it's funny when I hear Destiny talk about how he grew up, there's a lot of similarities to how I grew up. So very much kind of the whole Rush Limbaugh household. We had a local radio network, so it had like some conservative like local jocks and local like hosts, and then it would get like Glenn Beck and Mark Levin and Rush Limbaugh, and on Sundays, like on Sunday mornings when we would be headed home from like church, that would be, you know, who was on there was all of the like the big guys, right? So very much grew up hearing these voices, hearing these opinions, you know. Oh my god, fuck you, Camille. She's actually kind of gross. But I'm grosser. Those guys, when they like turned Trump, I guess I still have a hope that they're just like actually that fucking stupid. And they understand that they're being grifted on, or at the very least, they have been successfully just like fully grifted. And they're like, no, I don't know. I just can't. Like, it just seems like they are right. Like, the Democrats really are. Or, like, I don't know. Because, like, the Rush Limbaugh crowd, the reason I brought that up is the whole Democrats are evil. Democrats are demons. They're murdering babies. They're killing children. Obama is a Muslim communist that wants to destroy America. Like, it, again, when I hear, like, anybody who watches Destiny has heard all this shit before. Like, talking about his, hearing it growing up. I heard the same shit growing up. It's really funny, like, hearing those people, the things like my parents were never, I know that Destiny said that his mom is Cuban, so she was very like anti-communist, and now it's kind of radical to hear her defend Vladimir Putin. Like, it's even more so for me. My dad has like a master's in American history, and I remember one time having a conversation with him just a few years ago. I was like, hey, Dad, like, can you tell me kind of, you know, I know that his favorite president is John F. Kennedy. Ironically, right? Democrat. I mean, you know, pre-party switch, whatever. Or was that post-party switch? I think my timeline might be a little off. But in any case, my dad is really, he knows a lot about, like, the Cold War. And, you know, I remember talking to my grandma, his mom. Sorry, hold on. I remember talking to my grandma about the Cuban Missile Crisis and what that was like, and she said, well, I mean, we woke up every single day thinking that we were going to die. And I was like, damn, that's... Damn, like, it's... For like a week straight, just imagine, like, you know, waking up, like going, you know, this literally could be just the last day on Earth. Like, having, like, the mental toll that it would take on human beings. But, so my dad knows a lot, like, has actually read many books, and written, like, his thesis was about, oh my God, because I read this, and this was like the first time, I think every guy has these moments with his dad, where he's like, oh my God, my dad's like a person. There's a great College Humor skit that's about this, like, oh my God, my dad is me. My dad is like, you know, he is smart, he is admirable, he's not just a moron who doesn't, like, get it, right? And reading my dad's thesis about the Kennedy response to the civil rights crisis. And by the way, civil rights crisis, as in, that's how it was kind of described in the administration at the time. Not like, I think it was a crisis, obviously, right? But that, you know, John kind of saddled Robert with it, and just reading, my dad had a really good paper that he wrote about the Kennedy admin's kind of like 3 key moments. Oh, can I? Oh, I can't quite do enough damage. Kind of 3 key moments from the Kennedy administration during like each of the 3 years of Kennedy's presidency, with regards to the civil rights movement. And it was a really fucking good paper, and it was really interesting to read it, again, because like my dad's a conservative, so it was interesting to read from his perspective, because a lot of the things like are just kind of historically agreed upon in terms of how fucking bad the shit was, which is why, you know, it's very upsetting, because conservatives, I guess they just actually do think that like racism is fixed because of the civil rights movement. And I mean, I've asked my dad that, and he says no, but like, I don't know. But in any case, like, I've been wandering all over the place because I'm trying to like CS properly on this stupid ass champion at the same time that I'm like trying to talk about, you know, American history and complicated fucking concepts and shit like that. Point being, I don't think that there's a single person in this country that would disagree with the idea that the president should be a strong leader in times of crisis. My problem, my dilemma, my struggle, as it were, to appeal to the right-wingers, is I don't understand how we got into a world where, like, we can all acknowledge that we have those values for the president and then just have completely differing realities. And then at the same time, like, when you go to correct those realities, there isn't even the possibility of a conversation because you're a Democrat, you're a liberal, you're a maggot, you're a Republican, you're a conservative. We can't even have any conversations about any of this stuff because, like, about what we share, because the second we hear, like, the team label, our brains are off, right? And one of the things that I just feel like there isn't a single American that would or should disagree with this. The president is supposed to be a leader in times of crisis. And if we look at Donald Trump's recent response to the Charlie Kirk assassination, can't fucking do anything. This is really, really annoying, actually. At least I'm keeping up in CS. With the Charlie Kirk assassination, there are no messages of unity. There's no messages of peace. There is only right-wingers, from media figures to elected officials, saying, this is the last straw, Democrats. Now we're done being nice. And you want to go, oh, well, what, you know, they just mean in the elections. Don't ever let conservatives get away with that fucking game, because as anybody politically, you know, active in any way understands, like, anyone with a memory that expands beyond that of a fucking goldfish knows all of the times that, like, conservatives have just, like, flagrantly, I mean, we've had a great example with the Charlie Kirk shit, right? Not only was there a school shooting that happened on the exact same day that nobody will ever know about or care about because a conservative influencer was killed, which, granted, like, I'm not trying to diminish. It was fucking shocking. I mean, it fucked me up for, like, days, seeing that video. More to the point, like, it has to be about, like, conservatives have such an iron grip on the media that they're able to operate the double standard. And it's two parts, right? It's twofold. It's one, it's bold-faced, blatant lying about the state of affairs and the state of the nation. And then two is rocket fuel to propel the narrative forward as quickly as possible so that we don't have to address, by the time the fact checkers have already caught up, right? It's already too late. Steve Bannon laid this shit out a long fucking time ago. Steve Bannon, who, by the way, is a traitor to the United States and to the Constitution. And if there was any justice, would be rotting in prison right now. But because he's best buddies with Donaldo, there will be no such, unfortunately, no such justice. But that's the game. The problem is I don't know how to get out of that game. When you have, like, a lot of conservative donors are big money interests. Like, that's just where most of the money is. I mean, I can't do anything if... Is Mel winning at least? Kind of. Not really. Whatever. Probably should have taken... I didn't realize that Camille was 80. I definitely should have taken Doran's Shield here. Maybe could have taken Auction. Anyways, we have to find a way to get out of this, like, double standard that we're existing in. We can't continue on this path. Social media contributes to it. Alternative media contributes to it. We just have to get out. Like, we have to get out. We can't do it anymore. She's just standing there? What is she doing? We have to find a way to regain not control of the narrative, but at least control of the conversation. We have to learn how to share the conversation. And if conservatives have no interest in that, then, I mean, which it increasingly seems like, and I'm not saying that in it, I just feel like I have to keep qualifying because, again, like, the current administration has also made it clear that anyone that goes, that has an opinion contrary to the accepted one may be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Which would be, you know, not the best. But we have to have an administration that actually cares. I'm FFing, by the way, because I want to play my actual fucking champion. But we probably won't get to. I don't know. I've been rambling. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm scared. We just need a leader, and we don't have one. And until we have one, things are just going to keep getting worse. Rush Limbaugh predicts... Oh, I think it's hard. Sorry, Tron. I wasn't checking my... I think there's a normalcy bias that everyone has. Like, we don't have two intelligent parties looking at the law and doing their best. I think it's hard for people to accept the side they identify with. Yeah, so that is something that I just flat out accept as a truism at this point. That a big part of the reason for people like my parents, like, this is why it's so important, as Renuel is saying, to maintain our humanity through the Charlie Kirk shit. Because in order to actually combat these movements in a liberal sense, as in, like, rhetorically and democratically, we need to be able to comprehend the fact that they're human beings underneath these ideas, okay? So we can't be... the reason I think people like my parents, for example, who are genuinely good, moral people, I mean, they're Christian conservatives, so whatever views associated with that, whatever backwards social views with that are associated with that, not going to deny that. Although, as people were pointing out on another panel at Renewal, it's not like when people say, oh, Charlie Kirk had hateful and... Charlie Kirk's views were held by, like, millions of Americans, okay? So if that's the case, and we actually care about democracy, we actually care about representative democracy, then that has to be factored in. People like my parents, who are genuinely good, moral, upstanding people who pay their bills, who do good things in their community, who treat people in their life right, I mean, at least recently, with regards to my sister and I, but, like, whatever. They're not voting, though. I think the only thing that, like, prevents them, it's twofold, right? One is the Rush Limbaugh, Democrat demon, like, that whole spiel for the entire, like, early 2000s, which is kind of where I'm at, right? The, mid to late 20s, into their 30s, into their 40s, into their 50s, like, having all of that, so kind of, like, subconsciously forever being dead set against Democrats. That's number one. And number two is never being able to admit, because of number one, that the side they support could be as bad or worse, because to do so would, in a sense, be asking them to question their religion. And the reason I say that is because something that I noticed when I was talking to my grandmother, who I normally have great conversations with, but the last one that we had really, really upset me. Something that I noticed is whenever it broached into the, like, even touched on the corner of religious belief, whether it was politics or just social issues or anything like that, or culture, anything, whenever it broached on she would always, like, actively assert the religious belief. And then when I try to say, well, sure, I know you believe that, and I used to believe that too, but here's how I feel, and she goes, well, I just disagree with that. The defense mechanisms that have been hard-coded into people's minds, to avoid having to contend with the possibility that they could be wrong. Like, people are terrified, having, like, deconverted from Christianity when I was 20. People are just so hard-coded to... Sorry. People are just so hard-coded to team sports, all of this bullshit. And it's really upsetting. Because that's what's going to be the downfall of our country, is all of these conservatives laying the bedrock for decades, and then a populist surge grasped by a retard who doesn't respect the Constitution or the country or its citizenry. That is all that it takes. It's not gonna, like, I know that people, there's been a lot of, well, if I'm in mid, actually, hold on. There's been a lot of, and I'll say, idiotic comparisons to, recently to, you know, like the fall of Rome with regards to where the United States is at. Like, oh, this is how all great empires fall. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think the United States, if and when it does collapse in on itself, it's not gonna be... It's not going to be like gradual descent into chaos. It's going to be, there's going to be a quick succession of insane shit followed by some insane violence. And then I basically, it's the Balkans at that point, right? Like, basically, it's just kind of, all right, well. Whatever. But it's not going to be this kind of slow kind of slide into nothingness. Wait, was I in Norms that whole time? Was that last game a Norms game? Are you fucking serious? No, that was a ranked game. Okay. Alright. But, Rush Limbaugh projected everything Trump would do. He just thought it would be Obama, normalcy bias. I think young Earth creationism make evangelical Christians believe in grand conspiracies. What? I don't know. Do you want to, like, hop on and talk about that? Because I have no idea where you're coming from with that one. I know that I can see you're busy playing Roblox on Discord, but that... I actually don't know how to respond to that. I think young Earth creationism made evangelical Christians believe in grand conspiracy. I actually don't know how to respond to that one. So if you want to hop on and chat about it, let me know.
Was Arizona, right? Because they go A through, they go in alphabetical order, right? Mm-hmm. But the election was certified anyways, even though there were 12 objections. Mm-hmm. So we had the argument that there were 0 fake electors, as people like to put it, within the federal election. When there was no fake electors in the actual federal election.
Ascertainment.
Wait, hold on, scratch, please. Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm sorry, I need this. So, do you even believe that there were any alternate electors filed?
But no, alternate is different than fake.
I understand, but I'm saying, do you believe, because the video that I was watching made it sound like you guys didn't even believe that the alternative electors were even sent.
Well, so when it came to the alternate
evolution is fake and the bones are all fake. I mean, I hate to bring it to you, but, like, as stupid as this is going to sound, young Earth creationists aren't actually a thought pillar. I didn't believe that fossils were fake. I just thought that, I'm speaking as an ex-young Earth creationist, which, yes, rail me for it, whatever. But it wasn't that they were fake. It was that they weren't as old as scientists were just confused about how old things were. Oh my god. The only thing that matters right now is getting Swain. Boom. We win. This is gonna be the most fucking fun Norms game ever. Actually, wait. Just go full AP. Kind of want to do that. Yeah, I'll do that, whatever. Just that, like, they think it was just there's conspiracy keeping truth from people. Well, that's the thing is, like, again, I didn't believe that there was a conspiracy. I thought that scientists were just mistaken, that they were just wrong. Because at the same time, I believed the Shroud of Turin was real. And that was something that they would use, because they use carbon dating and shit for that. I was like, oh, well, I mean, that's literally Jesus' shroud, and they got that one wrong. It's not so much that, like, it's more working backwards from the preconceived conclusion rather than assuming everything's a conspiracy. Does that make sense? Like, it's not like you go start from the answer, like, well, God XYZ, so therefore this can't be real for XYZ reasons. Like, that's the thought process. It's not automatic conspiracism. Now, I'm not saying that that's not the case. There's plenty of conspiracy freaks in the Christian, even the evangelical Christian community. There's a lot of them, a lot of them. That being said, I just want to make sure, again, when we're evaluating different groups of people, we got to be very careful not to, like, lump a shitload of people into boxes, kind of off the get-go. Low-key, I feel like I just build every Haunting Guys item. Then Fox News convinced them that global warming was fake. No. See, here's the thing, and this is, I'm not trying to, like, be, like, a dick about this. I'm more just trying to, like, if you're genuinely not aware of what the perspective is actually in some of these evangelical communities, at least in my experience, it's not that global warming is fake. It's that the planet always has experienced a pattern of heating and cooling, and the liberals want to utilize the current heating trend to take away our rights. Right? Which, I guess that's conspiratorial, but it's not, again, not that it's fake, just that it's not what it is, right? Or that it's misunderstood. There was a lot more good-natured kind of, like, which is always, it's so fucking, it's actually the most infuriating thing when I'm talking to family members. There's so much, like, good-natured, aw, you're just misinformed, and it's actually gross. It's worse than you're a fucking retard. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like, just say that, please. Please just say that to me, please. Like, don't pedant to me with oh, well, I mean, hey, you believe what you believe, and I know what I know, and, you know, like, that's actually the toxic shit. Not so much the, like, conspiracism. At least not in my experience. Again, your experience may vary.
Went to the respective chambers, they never actually returned.
What percentage of young Earth people believe in other conspiracies? Okay, dude, I can't do this. I can talk, but I can't read and ARAM. If you want to hop in and talk, you're more than welcome to. But my guess would be probably a large portion, probably like 60% of them. Unless you also consider young Earth creationism in and of itself like a conspiratorial belief. Like it follows like a conspiratorial belief structure. I don't know. And you're saying you would guess 95%? I have no fucking clue. So I wouldn't begin to guess, really.
To go even over the arguments because...
No, you don't have to stop! No, Tron, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant, like, I'm trying... Like, I don't want to, like, fuck up for my team, but I also want to give you, like, the conversation that you deserve, and the only way that I can kind of do that, like, the only way I can kind of do both is, while I'm in a game, is to do it, like, while talking, like... If that makes sense, like my eyes, I can't really I don't really want to like move my eyes back and forth all the time, just because it's hard for me to keep track, especially with all the flashing colors and all the pretty lights behind me.
The people in the Capitol. So what is your question?
I'm saying, do you believe that Trump wanted to even send the alternate electors? Because the way that you were making it sound made it sound like they never even tried to send alternate electors.
Well, hold on. So there's more information coming out in regards to that soon. So I guess we'll have to get more information as it comes out. So, as far as I know, Trump wanted to continue with the actual process, which is in his constitutional right to do so. But they never fully went through the entire process of all the objections themselves.
Okay. I have a singular question, and then you can take it away.
Go ahead.
Did you read the Eastman memo approach?
Yeah, we went over it together, didn't we, on SFK's Live one time?
Okay, continue.
The second Eastman memo is way worse, by the way, and Donald Trump prefers one of the tactics laid out in the second Eastman memo, just to be clear. But so, do you acknowledge that we have video of multiple quote-unquote alternate? I believe that they're fake, but I'll even grant that they're alternate for now.
You're saying you believe they're fake, but at least I give you some credit for at least having some integrity behind what you said. Okay, go ahead.
Even if we grant that these are alternate electors, do we agree that we have footage of them, the quote-unquote alternate slates, meeting in the state capitol and signing certificates of the vote?
Well, hold on. Like I said, when it came to the objections, all they heard was Arizona. They never got a chance to even get to the other objections.
I'm not talking about the objections. I'm talking about signing the certificates.
God, I need to actually...
We agree that that was done in 7 different states, right?
I'm way further behind than
Out
these
of the,
people.
what was it, 12?
I'm only aware of 7 alternative slates. I don't think they filed anymore. Or I don't think they tried to sign it anymore.
It's been a while, so we haven't had to really debate this for a while. So yeah, I forget already myself. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. But like we have video of them signing the certificates, and we have PDF scans of all 7 alternative certificates that the Trump-aligned electors signed, right?
Okay, go on.
Okay. Because in the debates I was watching, it seemed like we were very, very hesitant to even say that Trump tried to file alternate electors.
No, you'll notice if you watch the debate to its entirety,
I did.
Right? There was a concession at the end that says, well, you know, it's not quite clear, and nobody is 10 toes down on exactly believing one scenario versus the other in that particular debate. If you don't remember,
that was too vague. I don't know what you're talking about.
KLOP,
at the end,
I still would rather
MJ,
play Swain.
Who was debating at the time, and he was like, well, you know, I can grant you that, I forget exactly what he said, but he was like, I can grant you that's a possibility, but in a sense, we truly don't know at this point.
Grant that what's a possibility?
That everything went according to plan, and the entire process was complete, and you know, he basically conceded that it could have been, but he still said that, or I forget exactly, I have to go back and watch it, it's been so long.
Well, I mean, it clearly didn't go along with the plan, because Mike Pence tweeted out on January 6th that he refused to go through with the plan, because he thought it was constitutional mischief.
I remember this, but at the same time, this is why...
This chicanery? You expect me, Donald, to go through with this chicanery?
What did he say exactly? I'd go back and see what his exact words were.
Gaggle of lawyers or something like that.
Some shit, I forget, yeah. So he basically admitted that he wasn't
Pence said Trump and his gaggle of crackpot lawyers asked him to literally votes.
Can I just say, it's gotta be said, American fucking hero Mike Pence, what a straight up G, who saw through this phony garbage piece of shit. Ooh. Yeah, no, American hero Mike Pence, who, by the way, not only did Donald Trump sick his rabid fucking following on Mike Pence, trying to get them to hang him because he wouldn't go along with his criminal scheme to steal the 2020 election. Not only that, but he also picked a different guy this time who said he would have done it. So I just want to say, hats off to Mike Pence, my boy. I cannot keep getting grabbed by Bully Bear like this. This is bad. Nice. Oof. Let's go this way first. Nah, folks. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet.
So didn't he backtrack those words later?
President Trump demanded
I'll go back.
that he use my authority as a vice president presiding over the court of electoral college to essentially overturn the election by returning or literally rejecting votes. I had no authority to do that.
To be clear, I mean, he's absolutely right there. Even if he ended up recanting it later to save his political career, like, that's absolutely true. Even if Mike Pence came out and said that he didn't have that power, I don't care. He, objectively didn't have that power. I don't care what Mike Pence says.
So, maybe just me, but it seems like approach is under the misunderstanding that the plan was to just go through, the regular objections that, a senator and a congressperson can do during the electoral process, and not that Mike Pence was going to... Oh my gosh, I can't. Your cooking is so slow, bro. Okay,
I know. That's what makes it better. All right, you're just so thirsty for dunks that you show your hand.
I'm thirsty for
dunks.
Dude, true.
Oh,
way too early.
True. Last night I was debating, and this is another video. I might stop streaming for a while, but I might be back on later, later this evening, because there's a couple other videos I wanted to watch. One was the David's new video, of course, and then one was apparently non-plan. I had a debate with a guy last night, this political understander guy, and he's he was delightful. Apparently non-fun had one too, but one of the things that I because he's like a commie guy, so one of the things that I asked him was like, hey, you know, what do you think about who do you think should lead the world if not the United States? And he's like, well, obviously China. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, why? And he's like, well, they don't do genocides. And I was like, well, hey, come on, they definitely, you know. He's like, they do the Belt and Road Initiative. Didn't they literally displace local people for that? And he's like, look, nobody's talking about the Uyghurs. It's kind of like Trump, where the self-awareness almost makes you angrier. It's like, wait a minute, you know that you're full of shit. You know that your beliefs are abhorrent. Why not just stand on business? Why not just fucking actually talk about what you believe?
All the time.
Oh my god,
really?
So,
just not
so I
showing
don't know if
up?
you know
What
this,
the
but he
shit?
did do kind of like a retraction of his statement
there
that
it
he
is,
made
okay.
on the 6th, and I'll put, I think, something along the. Oh, hold on, maybe it won't fit. Give me a second.
That's fine. I mean, even if he
make a
did,
retraction of that statement.
even if he did, it doesn't matter. Like he objectively did not have the power.
Sure,
to do it.
but at least what I'm saying is that even at this point, I still think we don't know, especially if he's going to retract the statement that you used in your argument just now. So,
well, I'm not using the argument. I'm saying that we know that there was a plan and that it didn't go to plan because Mike Pence refused to go through with it. So if there was a plan to get Mike Pence to do something and he refused, then that means
I'm
the
just
plan
saying
didn't go through.
the reason that you say that he went through with it anyways, because it would have been against the law or unconstitutional. That's at least what he retracted later on in the statement, which I'm trying to fit in the chat here, but it's long.
Well, I mean, like John Eastman even conceded that it'd be against the law.
Yeah, well, Eastman can say what he wants. I'm saying that the fact that Pence actually retracted that statement later, it does say something. It doesn't say nothing.
I think it says
but at the
nothing.
same
So
time,
the
this
legality of
is long and gone in the past, and Trump was president now.
Last election.
If more information comes out as it's supposed to, I guess, then we'll cross that bridge.
Well, I mean, let's be clear though. Like, if this is what I believe it to be, like an attack on our democracy, then that's a pretty fucking big deal, even if it only happened
but
4 years
again,
ago.
but you say it's an attack on our democracy, and us Trump supporters are looking at the fact that, people going in that building that day, we all know that didn't help out Trump's cause to do his constitutional right to object, the results of an election. So
I don't
that
know.
right there is not unconstitutional, and we now know
Sure
with
seemed to at the
involvement
time,
of
didn't it?
possibly incitement of certain people there that day. The fact that you yourself, who is a pretty smart individual, you're not asking any questions or don't have any, at least, integrity to say, hey, look, there is a chance that there was some shenanigans, but I'm leaning more
Get
towards,
him, Kale.
your current argument.
There wasn't.
Ah,
But
okay. Well,
regardless-
then I feel that you lack integrity then.
Okay, that's fine. You can say that. I mean, I believe that we should not put the hands of the determining if the election was fraudulent or not in the hands of the president. I think that there are bodies that are responsible for looking into claims of election fraud, and
Even
none of
in
them
the
found
hands of the
anything other than
president.
Donald Trump.
It was never in the hands of the president. It's in charge of the states.
Exactly, and all the states found that there was no fraud.
Well, that's not actually true at all.
It is actually true.
No. There was plenty of there were plenty of objections, and some of them were thrown out just based off of from judges saying there was no merit. But there's still cases that are going on today, is there not?
Cases? What kind of cases?
That are still ongoing.
What kind of cases?
Objections, fraud, those type of things.
There are still lawsuits today contesting the result of the 2020 election.
There's still going on today, I believe. I could double check, but I'm pretty sure they're still going on, a couple of them.
My gut would tell me that's probably not true because I don't even know if you could get
am I wrong,
any.
or do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what kind of injunctive
I'm
relief
asking
you could get.
Scratch, do you know what I'm talking about? You're really quiet, Scratch. I'm asking you a question. Are you not listening
He's
to me?
muted.
Like
Like
what?
what?
Not talking. You can hear me.
You couldn't even get injunctive relief.
Nice skill shot,
Give me a second.
dork.
What would you even sue for? What relief would you be able to get from that? A case like that?
Well, I mean, obviously, we know that there's still people going to jail. We're finding out, people who were harvesting. And then we have, we just found a gentleman in upstate New York who wasn't even a legal citizen who was caught.
Yeah, I'm sure that there was fraud. I'm sure there was a couple hundred cases of fraud. Yeah, sure.
But we're still, I guess it's still ongoing to the point where it may have been done on even a larger scale. So I don't know personally everything exactly. I have to go back and look it up, but there is still ongoing stuff in regards to that.
If the state investigators told the Trump campaign there was no fraud, if Trump's own DOJ said there was no fraud, if the DHS said there was no fraud, if the FBI said there was no fraud, if state speakers of the Republican Party said there's no fraud, if state governors told him there's no fraud, if his own cabinet members told him there's no fraud, if his daughter told him there's no fraud, but he just says there's fraud anyway.
Hold on a second, and I'll land it here because I got to put my daughter to bed. But hold on. So listen. Not only like I said, is there still ongoing things going on, but when you use the FBI saying that there's no fraud, the fact that we already know that the intelligence apparatus was actively helping out one side of the aisle very partisanly, and even as of June 25th of last year,
I feel like Congress
last
probably
June
just
25th, we have letters of these, agents going back and forth saying they did what they did at the time to help Vice President Biden get elected. These things right there, saying that they said that there was no fraud, means absolutely nothing to me. So when I said that there's more information coming out, I guess we'll have to wait if there's more information coming out. Until then, we'll talk later about it.
Well, listen, I would love to schedule something. I would love to schedule something. I think that right now.
Don't you love how Trump supporters never know anything when they start to lose a debate? They're like, well, I haven't heard of that, but listen, we could have another conversation when I figure out how to lie my way through that one.
Now you're basically just saying that the only person who can actually find fraud, because we can't trust DHS, can't trust DOJ, can't trust FBI, can't trust the states, it's just the president, and you just overturn the result of the election because of the president's
like I said,
suspicion.
man, the deep state runs deep clearly, my friend. But if in the end,
Are you agreeing with that? Are you agreeing with that characterization?
Then you and I, we will have a talk, and I will gladly concede.
Wait,
so
approach. Are you agreeing with
that?
that?
You guys all have a wonderful night.
I love you, buddy.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Okay. Good night, guys.
Run away.
Okay.
Oh yeah, go put my daughter to bed.
Run away from the blacks,
Yeah, gotta run. Gotta flee in terror and put my daughter to sleep.
By the way, just to be clear, I said that the only person you can trust in certifying the election results is the president. He said, yeah, well, the deep state runs deep.
Gosh.
What, like, possibly the worst answer you could give to that.
Wait. I don't even understand what point he was trying to make there would be. What would the point there be? Yeah, wait, what?
I love you, and your debate style is like, I really fucking dig with it. But when it comes to approach, sometimes you just gotta go in on him. Like, he was...
Bro, he ran. What am I supposed to do?
He was wrong. Wait, you could brought up the fact that you just didn't know, like, what happened to that. Like, he was obviously lying. He did not read the Eastman memo.
Yeah,
he was so obviously lying.
It doesn't...
Like,
listen.
Anybody with a cursory understanding of any of the situation wouldn't say shit like he was going through a formal objection process. No, he wasn't.
The thing is, well, no, he was. That's the problem. He just wasn't just going through the formal objection process. He was also going through 7 different other plans. But you have to...
Mostly just because you get to build them out, like, so
you have to get him to agree
huge.
with step A, step B, step C, and
do
step
the
E.
giga
before you
builds.
get to get him to concede on step E, and you're just trying to make him feel stupid for not agreeing with E without establishing A through E. That's the problem.
Establishing the Eastman memo is something else important.
I agree, and I would have gotten to that if he was here longer. What do you want me to do?
I don't get what was step A?
What was step A was getting him to at least agree that alternative electors were filed because he was disagreeing with that in the debate.
Amazing. Okay, no void staff, but that's fine. I'm probably just going this way now. Big silly boom man. Oh wait, because I took didn't I take the like scaling AP rune? Yeah, I did. Well, that's part of the problem then, probably. He's in the basement car thing with his family and... Yeah, no, I know, dude. It's literally, it's so fucking disgusting. And, like, you know that, like, Trump just doesn't give a fuck, which is, like, even more disgusting. Like, the only thing that he sees, genuinely, Donald Trump, when he thinks about Mike Pence and he thinks about January 6th, he doesn't think anything about, wow, that was actually probably not a good thing to do to another person. He goes, damn, that was an employee that failed me. Unironically, that's the only thing on his mind is that employee failed me. Which is so... It's the president, man. Here I go again. Yeah. Yeah. Worth. So worth. Alright. I think we'll do one more and we're gonna find that Potts David G debate. Woo, big PP damage bar. That's what we love to see. Alright. Alright, David. Pretty sure Trump's timeline is he hears his VP is still in the building car parking lot, then he tweets that. Like, I think you can prove it. Dude. Here's the thing, though. Is communicating with his vice president part of the official duties of the president, and is communicating with the people through various telecommunication methods part of, or could be construed as part of the official duties of the president? Because then, doesn't even matter if you can prove attempted murder. You can't even look into it.
Or a dictator Trump. Dictator Trump. What number rally are we at? 82. Is there anything Donald Trump could do to disqualify you?
That's a really good video. We'll watch that another time, but that's not the...
I had a very tough time coming up with the tone and the rhetoric that I wanted to use
By the way,
when approaching this topic.
So just to be clear, this is my, who I consider my League of Legends coach, a content creator that I met on a debate panel, several months back. But who has become one of my good friends, and he actually really makes fantastic videos, truly. Where's the... No, it's not that. I think it may have just been the mega. It's not a cult. Look, there I am! Look at me! Look at that little goober butt down there. This short hair. But yeah, no, David makes great videos. Go check him out.
I had a very tough time coming up with the tone and the rhetoric that I wanted to use when approaching this topic. There are so many conflicting and confusing feelings around this. I really, really wanted to tease out exactly what I wanted to say to get the right message across and try to show exactly what the problem is in this moment and the complex cultural tension America is experiencing right now. First and foremost, I want there to be no confusion about where I stand on the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. This is not acceptable. This is not okay. This is not where we want the country to be. And this is horrific that we're here now. We as a country have reached such a tumultuous moment in our history that we, all of us, need to take a moment and reflect on how we view our fellow Americans. We need to reflect on how we feel about this country and where we want it to be, what our fellow Americans mean to us. But when I say this, I fear there are a lot of people who will use this as an opportunity to shed culpability instead of embracing their responsibility.
The actual fucking president.
I feel absolutely horrible that our country
Probably
is
gonna hop off
political
after this game,
assassinations
like I
are
said,
happening in
and then
broad daylight. It's a horrific and terrifying direction for our country to.
We'll see about streaming later tonight. If not, I'm not sure when I will stream again. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make Wednesdays a regular thing, or it's probably just gonna be kind of whenever I feel like it. I'll try and keep it consistently active. Maybe not consistent, if that makes sense. Just I'll try to keep streaming. I'm going to try and organize debates, try and get on panels. I've got a few friends that I'm going to reach out to, see how things have evolved in the few months since I've been gone. But this is not the end, of course. This is only the glorious beginning of the... I have risen from the tomb, and I'm back to save the world, just like I did 2,000 years ago.
To be headed. And I am sickened by the thought of a family no longer having their father or their husband. It's awful, but I would be disingenuous if I didn't say that that doesn't erase what Charlie Kirk has said and what he stood for with his movement. This is precisely why I'm making this video. We, as a nation, have to have a very serious and adult conversation.
Okay, the A word is so true, because so much of the Trump admin, like, catty bitch behavior is like so 13-year-old girl in high school like shit, and I'm like so over it. No, it's just it's ridiculous. It really is. And I'm glad that like the A word, like people will hear that, oh, adult, so like what, I'm a child? Maybe, you know what, have the humility to consider that could be the case. What the fuck is Viego? I'm sorry? I think I just have to like click on him, and then like the angle is how it'll throw him. Oh.
About what's happening, about how we got here and how we can avoid it, about why this is happening and how we can move forward. I want to highlight the two very distinct feelings and reactions I had towards Charlie Kirk's death. When I first heard the news break, I was filled with dread, but I wasn't surprised. For years, I have been saying that the rhetoric around politics has been supercharging the division in America, that we needed to do something about the lack of communication between our fellow countrymen, because ultimately it would drive the most radical and vulnerable people to violence. This is always how political division culminates. Shortly after he was confirmed to have died, I waited for the social media takes to pour in. I was desperately hoping that this would be the wake-up call, that somehow this would shock people into understanding just how far we've fallen and how horrifying the reality has become around politics, but I was disappointed. I thought the sheer size and influence of Charlie Kirk would stir just a minuscule more amount of introspection to break people free of the shitstorm of social media, but I am met with a reality that gives me a very bleak outlook on the future. Whenever something like this happens, it's important we look to the leaders of our political environment to see how the country is feeling. I took the time to look up every single Democratic representative and senator and, important influential person in left-wing media to see what their responses were, and this is what I found. It was met with an overwhelming condemnation of the violence. Every single comment did not lay blame, did not stir up contempt, did not divide. I am honestly proud of the way the Democratic Party reacted to this.
So am I. Because I don't think there's anybody in the Democrats who is kind of along the lines of what David is saying. Like, I don't think anybody is you know, not knowledgeable about Charlie's positions, and what's more, with specific mention to the DNC, his incredible ability to organize. He was a threat to the Democratic Party electorally, and the fact that there wasn't a single major Democrat who said, this is what the Republicans get for stoking violence. This is what conservatives, you know, this is the world they want to live in. I didn't see anything like that. It was up and down condemnation. This is horrible. Our thoughts are with Charlie. And, or our thoughts are with Charlie's family. Like, yeah, I don't know. But then again, like I kind of, if you go on my Twitter right now, I'm just retweeting it now. I just want like a record of all of these insane, like in case anybody thinks that I'm crazy, I can just open up Twitter and go, all right, you tell me what this is then. You tell me what, when you have Matt Walsh or Anna Paulina Luna, Representative Anna Paulina Luna of the fucking House saying, the time to play nice is over. Charlie wanted to talk, but we're done talking. You tell me what that's supposed to be a call for, because it sure isn't peace.
Event. This is the leadership that we need to see. But what about the response from the right? Unfortunately, it was immediately turning up the temperature, immediately blaming the left and the Democrats, immediately finding ways to rile people up and justify their hatred towards them and the enemy. These are from prominent figures of the party. The statements from the president were hollow and obviously geared towards stoking the flames. As I'm recording this video, they just found the potential suspect of the shooting, and he got turned in by his own father. And we still have very
by the way,
understand what his beliefs actually were.
Turned in by your own father. Like, I can't even... Now, I may not have said it on stream, but I have no intention of having children almost exclusively due to my upbringing. I'm not... I know that there can be bygone effects of child abuse that kind of sit in your subconscious and then can also, like, project themselves onto your children, and I'm so terrified of bringing another, you know, another person, an innocent fucking person into this world and just having my father just come out of me constantly. So go away, bot. The bot is talking to itself in Kick Chat. That's actually funny. But I can't imagine what it would be like to be a father, to have your son do something like that, and then to also be the one to like turn him in. Now, if I remember correctly, there was a bigger part of it was I think, like, they went to the pastor, and the pastor said, well, you should turn yourself in. Like, there was a lot more going on than just his dad pick up the phone and said, my son killed Charlie Kirk, come get him. But can you imagine the emotional turmoil a father would go through for something like that?
I won't deny that it is likely that he was on the left, but they didn't know that when they made these statements. They had no idea. And this sort of political division is super dangerous. Yep. Very, very dangerous, especially coming from people who are in charge of the political parties on the right. The most egregious one came before we even knew what condition Charlie Kirk was in. Look at this statement.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country call panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
By that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in the
Oh my god, wait, hold on. This is amazing, right? So, like, I remember seeing this the day up. I genuinely, I was like, oh my god, like, we are about to go into fucking civil war. This is, like, it's about to happen. Because she's like, Democrats own this. Democrats are responsible. And I was like, she's literally just inciting violence against Democrats, like, the moment after this happened. That is actually insane. Okay, and then somebody goes, well, wait, does that mean Republicans own the killing of Melissa Hortman?
Are you kidding me? We don't know what condition...
Are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? Actual fucking demonic, beat-eating bitch ghoul.
Put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm
no,
asking
not at all.
You said the Democrats
no, this is on. Democrats own this.
But is there a problem with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about. Democrats own this, 100%.
This is the root.
Can you talk about my scapegoat right now? I'm trying to scapegoat. Can you stop trying to, like, give a fuck about policy, please? Can you stop, like, trying to, like, actually, you know, be bipartisan, be American, and, like, come together and cooperate for, you know, Democrat? Can you stop that? I'm trying to scapegoat so that me and my authoritarian buddies can seize control of your country.
Of why I'm so conflicted. I don't want to live in a society where people are assassinated for their political beliefs. It's horrific. It's terrifying. And I genuinely feel so sorry for Charlie Kirk's family, for his kids, for his wife. But then I'm reminded that I can show you quote after quote after quote of Charlie Kirk himself advocating for not feeling any empathy towards an event like this. How empathy isn't good or effective or even dangerous. How some gun deaths are necessary for the Second Amendment. How it's okay to be apathetic toward...
Which, by the way, not only is that true, Charlie would probably stand by that. Like, with regards to his own death. I believe that he would. Charlie Kirk may have had disgusting views, but he was nothing if not principled, and he would say, well, I mean, if it's my death, I mean, I did say that, so, and I think that the Second Amendment is good. So, I have moved closer to Great Man Theory. The individuals shape history, and Charlie was going to be one of those people. Okay, Great Man Theory is retarded, but, you know... If you know, you do you. If you want to make fun of young Earth creationists, but then have your own religion, that's your business. I, for one, prefer to exist in, you know, just kind of
and we ask them to
real
confront
life.
the fact that there are children being slaughtered in school shootings every day. There was one that happened the same day that Charlie Kirk was shot. And yet, when we bring this up, we're met with the very quotes disregarding empathy that I brought up earlier. That's what he was responding to when he made those statements. So absolutely no one can stand on the moral high ground of asking for sympathy or empathy about this situation. A large part of the response from the left about this that's getting tagged as us celebrating it is just people posting things that Charlie Kirk himself has said. It is almost impossible to feel sympathy.
Yeah, it's such a good point. Now, I will say there are definitely times where they say he deserved it and here's why. But a lot of people that are getting flack for glorifying the death of Charlie Kirk are just people going, well, he did say this thing about gun deaths, which, you know, it sucks that he died, but, like, it's those people too, right? Oh no. Oh no, guys. I have enough items. I guess I was also ulting.
Sympathy for him when he himself has fought for the values that made these events something that people feel apathetic about. And that brings us to the crucial realization of this video. I don't want to live in the world Charlie Kirk was advocating for. I don't want us to be in this environment where it's okay to feel apathetic about events like this, that we just dismiss it, that we don't feel bad when it happens. That's not okay. And I want to make the very, very important point that I don't care about the random ass Twitter accounts, the 300 follower Andys that post memes about George Floyd or about this event. I don't care about the random people on Twitter. That's not important. That's not what's driving the actual violence to happen. It's the people in leadership. It's the people in charge of the Republican or Democratic Party that we need to look to and reprimand their behavior. It's the commentators. It's the media environment. That's what we need to focus on. And again, I want to point you to the difference between the reaction from the leaders on the left and the reaction from the leaders on the right of Donald Trump himself.
Please play clips, David.
How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
Oh my god, bro. This is the Fox and Friends where they're like, please, 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 Mr. President, please. Please tell people not to kill each other. Please, please say we need to turn it down. Please. We don't want violence. None of us want to die. Like, this is literally them begging for their own lives. This is actually, unironically, this is those reporters begging for their own lives because they're on Fox and Friends. So, like, they're, like, more... Fox and Friends is, like, pretty well known, right? Like, I feel like there's a lot of... It's pretty mainstream. Like, these people are, like, begging him, please, sir, we don't want to die. Please say something. And his response fucking...
I'm in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime. Worried about the border. They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy.
Is the message, too, to the right, the people that are going to go, I want revenge, not to have revenge? Charlie Kirk would not want revenge?
You want revenge at the voter
That's
box.
where to go.
But unfortunately, we don't have so many ballot boxes because they have mail-in voting, which is...
Fallen Nation! Fallen Nation!
Totally rigged. But I can't really say the ballot box because in some cases, like California, doesn't have ballot boxes.
How is this okay? If you don't like the crazy left-wing people on Twitter making fun of this event, then you need to ask yourself, why are we here? Why is this happening? Why is this okay? The hard truth is that the power to diffuse this situation, to bring the temperature down of the nation, is in the hands of one person. and that's the President of the United States. We have forgotten how powerful condemnation of violence is from a voice like his, especially when he's especially known for his divisive rhetoric of name-calling and being, crass. Imagine how much more powerful it would be to hear Donald Trump give a very emotional testament of bringing down the rhetoric of things have gotten too intense.
Oh my God,
The
yes.
right
Yes!
down just as much as the left.
Owned.
That takes real leadership. That takes real conviction. But he will never do that. He needs to tell his base to stand down, to reflect, to think about how they feel about their fellow Americans, to reflect on the rage America has towards each other. That's what he needs to talk about. Nothing the Democrats say or do will stop the people calling for civil war or destruction or eradication of the Democrats or liberals. They've said so much themselves. And again, there will always be people who celebrate horrific events. That's just the nature of the internet.
Trump has proven individuals can move and shape history. Like Jan 6 wasn't inevitable. I disagree. I think that the idea of like a populist, conservative populist uprising, when you look at things like the Tea Party, that was inevitable. That's the project they've been building towards for the past like 50, 60 years, the GOP. So it was inevitable. I don't think the idea that Trump being the one to do it, that might not have been inevitable per se. But there was something like this was going to happen. I mean, if for no other reason than we're fucking America. Singed. But no, I maybe not like exactly as it happened. Maybe honestly, depending on who they got, it could have been worse, right? But no, it happened because it did not happen because of, and I would happily debate you on that anytime you're free. Nope. I think that like that specific event happened because Trump, but the idea that like the whole populist surge uprising thing, nope. Nope. There's a reason that conservatives won. There's a reason that they managed to like galvanize so much of their voter base, because it wasn't really their traditional voter base. Because they activated all of these like rural dipshits who would never normally vote. So no, just disagree.
Advocate for removing anonymity from the internet so people can't get away with saying these crazy things and hiding away in their fake burner accounts. I don't think that should be allowed, but we're here now. This is the reality.
Unless that's what you're saying. Like if you're saying like, well, the January 6th specifically happened because Donald Trump, well, sure, but an insurrectionary attempt by the increasingly authoritarian GOP, like Trump's not on an island, and he was like in terms of like wanting to like seize more executive control within the Republican Party. He wasn't on an island in his first term, but he's certainly not this term, right? So I don't know.
But what I want to stress is that this is why it is so important for people in positions of power and people with great influence have so much responsibility to diffuse this situation, to call for it to come down. How far we have fallen becomes extremely apparent when we look at how previous horrendous acts in America were handled by our political leaders. Watch Biden's statements after Trump's attempted assassination.
I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors. We're friends, co-workers, citizens. And most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back. Take stock of where we are. How we move forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night.
Like, okay, David, remember he still did get the GOP nomination to run. How did he get the GOP nomination? He didn't participate in anything electorally. He didn't participate in anything. How to express himself was set by Trump. No, maybe. I don't even know. Okay, I would have to think about this. I strongly disagree with the notion that that an insurrection attempt by the Republicans wouldn't have eventually happened. I'm almost glad that it happened under Trump because he's retarded, so it was inevitable that it would fail.
Grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victim who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers.
Now look at how Obama handled one of the most horrific racial attacks in recent history during his term.
What I felt this week, an open heart. That more than any particular policy or analysis is what's called...
That's what a leader looks like. I'm just saying, that's what a leader looks. That's what a president's supposed to be. And if Trump, like, I would give Trump the credit for it. I would, begrudgingly, admittedly, because I think, you know, he's still a threat to democracy. In, like, if we don't defeat him in the next elections, and if he's allowed to run for a third term unconstitutionally, like stuff like that, I think that's going to be extremely bad. But God damn it, like, this is what the president is supposed to be. If you can't do this part, this is literally like talking to people, talking to your electorate. If you can't do that part, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what's the point of anything then?
Upon right now, I think. What a friend of mine, the writer Marilyn Robinson calls.
David said, no, I'm saying I agree with your take about the GOP building to this. I 100% agree. Yeah. See, that's the thing, is like, we all would, right? It's why we are all desperately still begging him to actually do his fucking job, because we want to give him that credit. We want Trump, President Trump. We want to like you. You need to meet us there, though. You need to, like, there has to be some kind of midway point where you just go, you know what? I don't like taking accountability, but in this case, maybe it's the best way. Like, you know what? I want to go back. What was Trump saying right after the assassination attempt? Was he also saying, like, this is the radical leftist, this is the insane, like, leftist? Like, what was he saying the same stuff?
That reservoir of goodness, beyond and of another kind, that we are able to do each other in the ordinary cause of things. That reservoir of goodness. If we can find that grace, anything is possible. If we can tap that grace, everything can change.
Now let's compare those to what Donald Trump had to say directly after the attack. And remember, at this time, we had no idea who the shooter was.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst.
Like, there are literally clips. There are clips that you can pull of him calling Kamala Harris every single word that he's about to use here, by the way.
Mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
He's right! That kind of rhetoric is directly responsible. You're the biggest source of it, bro! Come on!
My administration will find each and every...
I think Trump is a special type of shameless. Like, we would not have had Trump versus U.S. if Trump had died before becoming president and it was Ted Cruz. I don't disagree with that. You're not even addressing my point. My point is Trump wasn't needed to tip the dominoes over. They just wanted to do, maybe they had like 100 domino long, like, line that they were planning on, and they only got to, like, you know, 65 or 70 dominoes. They're like, oh, this guy's, you know, people seem to really like this guy. Let's just ride the Trump train and we'll knock the dominoes over early. Like, can you address that point? Like, that's where I'm disagreeing with you. And it seems like David agrees with me. Like, I don't think that this came out of the blue. This whole, like, populist fervor, insurrectionary, like, insanity. This has been built to.
Every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our...
Just to be clear, he did have a stroke. And this is not, I'm not, like, making light of it in, like a haha, elderly man had stroke, but, like, it does look like he had a stroke. Like, his lip is drooping, the eyes a little pinched, like... I don't know, conservatives. I was even saying, and you can probably still find clips of it, back when Joe Biden was still president, that he was fucking old and the debate performance was embarrassing and that he was senile and all of that stuff. But I bet you won't hear a single conservative say anything like that anytime soon about Donald Trump unless he literally has a seizure at a rally. And even then, you will have Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Jesse Waters, Glenn Beck, who's the idiotic comedian dipshit? Oh, God. Greg Gutfeld, Dave Rubin, Tim Pool. You have all of these retards will immediately have the entire country convinced that the reason that Donald Trump had a seizure on stage was because of a Democrat mind control weapon. And, like, The fact that, like, because anybody watching this just went, yeah, true. What is this world that we're living in? What the fuck? Why? How is that even possible, let alone, like, probable of an outcome?
Can you honestly tell me that Trump would ever give a unifying
Oh,
speech
shit. I
like
should
the one
actually
Obama
change
gave
this over. Hold
after
on.
an event like
Look at
this?
his
That is
beautiful
not how you
face.
heal a divided country. That is not how you stop future acts of violence. I don't care what side of the aisle you are on or whether you agree with me. This
Such a
is
stream noob.
dangerous. This is terrifying. We need to wake up to the gravity of the historical moment we are in currently. And I don't want to live in America where that's the case, where we're at each other's throats. This is
typical millennial participation trophy in the background, screeching about the President Trump being evil. Typical millennial.
why the left pushes back so hard against when people post memes about George Floyd or Nancy Pelosi's husband.
To be fair, of that video is AI. Do you have any proof, any evidence for that, or are you just saying that?
It's because we don't want to live in an America where we lose empathy. Because if you lose empathy for each other, then you can't see each other as human anymore.
Oh, wow. Not only typical millennial, typical terminally online nerd. What is that we see behind there? What is that? What is that? Hold on a second. What do we got on this shelf back here? What is that? You know what that looks like to me? Looks like Settlers of Catan. Fucking nerd! Nerd! Alright, hold on. So I had to massively resize the window for that. Love you, David. Haha, clock me. Yeah. Caught. Red box with yellow lettering handed.
Makes it easy to feel hatred towards one another, and we're supposed to be together in this country. Look at this post. This rhetoric is so dangerous.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna read this because I feel like I saw this one.
Look at
who is Nick Freitas? Is this one that I quote tweeted? Is he like I'll admit, like a lot of the ones I quote tweeting that weren't like people I recognize. I would like click on them and go that I would check their bio like free thinker at, and then if it was like some like retarded like a meteor, then I would go okay, like this is right wing. Absolutely, yeah, this is right wing. Was this Nick J. Freitas? Husband, father, Green Beret combat veteran, representing James Madison's district in the VA House of Delegates. Oh, he's an elected official. Even better! Yay! I love elected officials that incite violence against the citizenry. Hooray! I'm told that as a state representative, this is the moment where I'm supposed to express my heart. Oh, I did see this one. This is the moment where I'm supposed to express my heartfelt condolences and then stand in solidarity with those on the other side of the aisle as we condemn political violence and stand unified as one people. But aren't one people, are we? The truth is, we haven't been for some time now, and there is really no point in pretending anymore, if there ever was. We are two very different peoples. We may occupy the same piece of geography, but that is where the similarities end. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can just find the tweet, because I just realized I'm reading it stupidly. So I'm gonna have to play the video and then pause it again. Hey, I haven't streamed for a long time, okay? I'm stupid. Oh, there's some fantastic other tweets. The left is already warning everyone that the real threat is conservative retaliation, because remember that time a conservative was murdered in front of his kids and the right immediately burned down cities and started murdering people? Oh, wait. Bro, give it a week. I don't know. Remember when conservatives were told that they lost the election despite there being absolutely zero evidence to that fact, and they busted down the Capitol, killed police officers, and attempted to assault and potentially assassinate elected officials from both parties. Mike Pence wasn't a Democratic VP, by the way. He was a Republican. Unironically, maybe this sentence in the middle: we are two very different peoples. We may occupy the same piece of geography, but that is where the similarities seem to abruptly end. But guess fucking what? We're American, and MAGA is the one that's standing over in the corner. Not Republican, not Democrat. It's MAGA that's decided that they're dissatisfied with the entire rest of the country and that they need to weaponize, as they have falsely accused the Democrats of for, again, years, weaponize the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Office of the Presidency against the people that they perceive slights against, time over time. While, meanwhile, the Democrats, and this is the big thing, and maybe, actually, you know what? I'm just going to lay this out. When I was a conservative, I genuinely did think that Democrats, were doing it just to disrupt God's plan, like that they were agents of the devil that were doing it for God's plan, or like I was saying earlier, the more, the research scientists, they were just confused, they were being misled, but they were still complicit in like what was essentially evil. And that is, you have to understand, that is where your average evangelical conservative is coming from, not your average MAGA person. Your average evangelical conservative is kind of already starting from the mindset that they can't make peace with Democrats. They've been that way since, like I said, since I was riding back home from church in the car listening to Rush Limbaugh. Now, that doesn't mean that that's where we should stay, obviously. And that also doesn't mean that that's all conservatives and all Republicans. Now, it doesn't matter. Even Joe Biden can say not all Republicans, and it doesn't matter. And I understand that. But I think that there are a lot of liberals that maybe just don't have enough interactions with like IRL conservatives, or haven't been kind of in those spaces, in those families, don't understand like how they talk politically or how they think. And maybe they think that Republicans generally do want to bipartisanly cooperate. Because the one thing that I've noticed since I left conservatism behind is that of the two parties, the only one who seems to be willing to take concessions if it means that they can get something done for their constituency, rather than, oh, we can't get what we want done, that we're just going to like shut down Congress and throw a temper tantrum like a child. Again, thank you, David, for using the A word. Democrats actually are, like, in a lot of ways, the only political party in the United States who actually has any interest in functioning or governing. And the Republicans seem to just, when they can get legislation through, it's not, they don't do it because engaging in the legislative process is part of the democratic system that America's built on, and representative democracy is important. They do it because they want to get something done, and the roadblock that stands in their way is Congress and legislation, which is why they, whenever we get, the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the White House in the grip of Donald Trump, that's why everybody gets scared, because there are no more roadblocks, and they didn't care about actually, compromising or, being bipartisan in the first place. So all of that being said, even those evangelical conservatives that I just described are not what MAGA is. MAGA really just has to be distinctified if we are actually, like, we have to be able to, what did I say? How can we put out the house on fire if we don't turn off the gas that's fueling it in the basement first? Right? Like, Donald Trump and MAGA are the pressure valve that's spitting out all of the flammable gas, and we can sit outside as Democrats or Republicans holding our fire hoses, and the fire's just gonna get bigger. It's just gonna get hotter, and eventually it's gonna consume us too. We have to be able to resist on the Democrat and Republican side, resist well, it can only be one side, or, well, it can't be my side. We have to be able to not just do that, but go, MAGA isn't Republican. MAGA isn't Democrat. MAGA is just a cancer on America, and it is destroying the country. It's not, there are no Republican values from the party a decade ago left in MAGA, and that's why I say that with such confidence, that it's not the Republican Party. That part specifically is Donald Trump. But a lot of the more authoritarian impulses are where the Republicans have been trending. The just blatant evil that seems to come out of the White House, I will give this to you, Tron. A lot of that shit, like the fucking, like the Grok AI pictures of them, like the Ghibli, like, immigration shit. Just the blatant, like, fascistic, evil. That's unique to the Trump administration and to MAGA as a movement. That kind of stuff, the Republicans being as boldly racist or as sexist as they've been recently, may not have happened as quickly if it weren't for Trump. But like I was saying earlier, I think Trump just accelerated a lot of things that were already there. But if they were already there and they hadn't been accelerated, there was ground to work. My mom and my dad think being gay is a sin. But a decade and a half ago, they didn't think nearly the same way they do now about gay people, when they have not only multiple gay people in their lives, like, day to day, but also that they're friends with. these beliefs, these like deep held like kind of divisions can be worn down, but not while the gas valve is still open. You know?
This post. This rhetoric is so dangerous. We're two different.
Convinced myself for a long time that when the left called me a racist, a bigot, a sexist, a fascist, a threat to democracy, and was just simply hyperbolic rhetoric done for effect. So what is it when you guys do it? Just, you know, out of curiosity.
Well, what is that
The
calling
effect
for?
is a widow.
Why even say that after an event like this? All this does is turn up the flames. I hate that this is where we
That's-
ended
yeah,
up. The
that's-
reason why I find it so difficult to end this video with a period instead of a question mark is because
And now the effect is a widow and 2 orphan children because the left couldn't bear the thought of a peaceful man debating them and winning. David, I don't know if you're still in chat. Did he tweet this before or after we had the shooter? Because I already know it's before, but I kind of just want confirmation. I don't think they realize it yet, but murdering Charlie is going to be remembered as the day where he finally woke up to what this fight really is. It's not a civil dispute. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, welcome.
Just talk real quick about this because yeah, the tweet specifically, I just wanted to. The thing that's really crazy is that statement you just read, that I convinced myself for a long time paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
That's telling on themselves, really. Like that's what it is. Like he thought that it was just simply hyperbolic rhetoric done for effect because that's what they do. They don't care. They have no fucking values. They are operating on a they think, oh, it's all just a game, it's fun, we're all just playing around in the pool of
I've shit on the left before for like overusing the word fascist, that's like it's not a real word anymore at this point.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I can't use it when it's accurate, and when I'm using it to be accurate, it is essentially as a slur. I'm a liberal. Yeah. Fascism is fucking evil and like corrosive. So that word not being available to us anymore, but also
is crazy.
The intent behind it has always been, fuck you, dude. Your beliefs are insane and anti-American. But go ahead. Sorry.
That's the thing is that this is like what really kind of like what really kind of blackpills me about this specifically is that like how far back do you think it was that the fascist label matches on, right? Because like we love to say that like Hillary used it too much, right? But I don't know, like
I mean, Donald Trump, that Ringold has that clip of Trump saying before the election with Hillary that like the Second Amendment folks should do something about it if she tried to take the guns. How, like, I don't know. That does just
like
sound,
I'm saying is that like if you were to say back then, like, because like we've already like gone so beyond the pale and the line that we thought would be too far and people would wake the fuck up has been crossed 6 or 7 times at this
Donald
point.
Trump got reelected.
Right? Yeah, that is so now we understand that it's like, okay, so it literally none of the things that we would say back then would actually turn people off. They didn't actually care anyways. Like
so, well, yeah, I mean that's always been like a kind of known, right? Like at least for like us online heads, right? The idea that like when they say like, how dare you call us fascist? How dare you, you know, this is so disgusting and deplorable. And then, you know, like I said earlier,
I think people
you
like us, including
Trump,
myself,
calling Kamala Harris, all of those words, right?
We bought into that mindset that was like, oh, we're just like, oh, that's like, oh, lame. Like, why would we use that? Like that rhetoric is so dumb. But I unironically think it was accurate, like almost the entire time. Like, because the thing is that like they never ever put that language on Republicans. They put it on Donald Trump because they knew specifically what he was calling for, what he was doing, the threats of violence, the way he was talking, the ultranationalism, like textbook fascism.
Yeah.
Yet, and they always qualified it that they're not talking about Republicans. They do not think that Republicans are like this. It is just the like Donald Trump MAGA movement, and that has always been true.
But again, like that Joe Biden speech, right? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I know. A new thing that I've been thinking about recently, which is like where I am conflicted like with Destiny's rhetoric on all of this because it's like so insanely inflammatory, but at the same time I think that like it deserves, like I think it has a place. I think we just, people like us who are way less willing to go there and take it there or even think that that's okay, need to sort of clarify and play the other half of the conversation. and focus on, because like
we may have a disagreement here. What extent are you
Yeah.
talking about? Because I agree with Ringold when Destiny's need, with as rhetorically proficient as he is, his apparent need to suicide bomb himself onto literally every social like issue or political issue is getting a little old, and it's kind of grating on me, and especially now that like. I mean, I will say the Twitch trolling thing. You heard about that, right? That's fucking hilarious.
Yes,
Jesse
it's
Waters
hilarious.
going, "We got him, guys. We got Destiny banned on Twitch."
That's
hilarious. However, the Piers Morgan shit is insane. I mean, I want people to be able to look at Destiny as somebody like that can actually be a thought leader. You're not kind of begrudgingly and sort of ashamed to acknowledge has great ideas. Because even there, when you were bringing him up, you were doing that. You were like, I know that he's like pretty hyperbolic, but I think his rhetoric's necessary. But like, wouldn't it be nice if you didn't have to fucking apologize for that? I am getting a little.
Well, no. Here's the thing. It starts. Okay. Here's the thing. Is that like I agree with his arguments about that's not, we think that the conversation, if he condemns the violence, would change at all. Like, we think that for some reason, like, why is it that like condemning the violence never changes the conversation?
Why can't you condemn the violence and then in the same breath say, but what's the point of me even saying that when Donald Trump won't say anything? Why can't you do both? Why?
Because they'll just switch. They'll just keep.
Who gives a
pushing
fuck what
the
they
goalposts
do?
and whatever.
Anna Kasparian actually had a good point. Why the fuck is everybody so obsessed with like letting MAGA dictate their behavior? Why can't we have our own principles, our own morals, the beliefs that we want to stand on as a liberal society, as Americans? And why can't we just positively front those instead of constantly being on the back foot?
Because I agree that we're not playing the same game. And when we play by a rule set that doesn't exist for the other side, we are at a disadvantage. There is no winning. That's the problem.
Well, how is what I'm saying playing into the side any more or less than what like Destiny is saying? Where he's, I won't like, how is, hold on, I'll just phrase it like succinctly. How is, I condemn it obviously because it's horrible, but why what's the point of doing that when Donald Trump won't say anything? Versus I refuse to condemn it until Donald Trump says anything.
Because it makes a much stronger point.
To who?
Right? Because okay, when you see that on the television screen, my first thought is, okay, yeah, I mean, this is difficult because I would have to talk with more people.
Yeah, that's kind of my point, right? Is we have to be able to disengage with our preconceived biases. You and I know Destiny is a reasonable, rational person, that he's been clip-chipped to hell, and there's let me finish, David.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
You and I both know that Destiny has this kind of notorious reputation, right? But we also respect his mind, we respect his rhetoric, I obviously you can just say I unintentionally lifted his entire like argumentative, hyperbolic, screaming style. It's entertaining. Yeah. He is a very valuable asset.
Yep. He's
right?
a good piece on the chessboard. Yes.
Right. Why the suicide bombing? What
because
difference does that make? All it does is make me, again, like I said, have to apologize for agreeing with him, and I don't want to have to apologize for agreeing with him.
I don't think. Here's the thing: is that like, if you actually agree with him, then you don't have to apologize for his behavior.
But the problem is, you and I already agree with him. I actually said this explicitly to my wife the other night. Last night when the Twitch stuff was coming out, and I saw the Jesse Waters bit, I was like, well, your grandparents now know who Destiny is. They're not going to understand all of the context that you and I have. They don't give a fuck about any of that. They're going to treat him the same way that they treat everything they're spoon-fed by conservative media. Yes. And that's my point.
The point is that exists regardless. Like, that is...
Why give them more?
Because it's not...
And why in a time we've already had an influencer killed, why would he go out there trying to get himself killed also? I want him alive. We need him.
I do too, but like nothing will change unless like we know they won't change, okay?
No.
We know they won't condemn.
No,
we know don't. They won't back down.
Who's we?
So
hold on, wait. Hold on. Who's they? The maggots, like the Trump and his crew, or Republicans in general?
The entire like conservative media apparatus that is supportive of and backs Trump.
Okay, so the MAGA movement. Okay, I would agree with that. They're not going to back down because they're winning.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we need to change our strategy because it's not working. Normal people voted for Donald Trump after January 6th.
Correct. That means
a massive amount of people. So obviously that like, and this is okay to kind of bring my point. This is what I've been internalizing the whole thing about, which is why I'm like, I'm still like on the fence about this. Okay. I'm not like fully on Destiny's side here. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate because I do like find myself agreeing with it internally sometimes, but then I think about it and then I'm like, yeah, this is fucking ridiculous. I don't know why you would do it that way. But the point is, people, the truth, okay, doesn't, it only matters, like the truth, actual truth, what me and you and Destiny and people like us who are autistic about fucking facts and knowing shit and actually being educated and being humble about how much we know. There's only ever in human history like 2 or 3% of the population that actually fucking knows what truth is, okay? And those are the people who are actually like pushing society forward, the scientists, the people who are like, who care about that kind of stuff, right? Like it's a very small portion of the population. The truth to like 90% of people, and it's evolutionarily makes sense, is it's just what everyone else believes. It's the majority opinion. That's what truth is. And that, to an extent, is even true for people like us. We just surround ourselves with people who all agree with us that the truth is something like out there that we have to like try to get at, right? Like, so the problem is that like to people, when the majority of people are like dismissing it and like whatever, and you know, are okay with this sort of behavior from Donald Trump and the president of the United States.
Well, are they okay with it? Really?
Yes, because everyone else seems okay with it.
So my
because
concern,
it's like,
and I hate to be anecdote Andy, I really, and you could shit on me for just bringing this up, I guess, but when I was talking to my parents about it, and I said, like, did you hear what Trump said? My mom immediately was like, yeah, that didn't seem like the right thing to say. And they're conservative Republicans. They didn't vote for Trump in 2024. Pretty sure they did in 2016. No, actually, you know what? I don't know. I think I'd asked my dad. I don't think he ever voted for Trump. But, like, I mean, there is, do you genuinely not think there is a point where they are going to be, like, they're already so nakedly evil? If they just start, like, executing, like, protesters in the streets, like, civil rights style, like, fire hose and shit, you don't think there's going to be some people that go, oh, okay, I liked, you know, I hate immigrants and everything, but those are, like, why are we doing this shit again? You really don't think so?
I mean, I think absolutely, but the
obviously I don't want to get to that point. That's not what I'm saying either, right?
Yeah, no. But what I mean is that like the problem I have is that I already thought we would have been there. I already thought that would have happened so many times, and it never does.
But that's, I mean, I understand, but that doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean I hate to
because
sound cuck like
the issue
Wick,
is
but that
they
doesn't
just lie. They just create a fake reality.
Well, I understand that, but if that's the case, then it's our job to present our reality of our morals, where regardless of who gets killed, like, again, I don't see, you haven't still convinced me that saying, well, obviously nobody should be killed, which, by the way, Destiny said this is his actual position. Nobody should be killed because of political violence, but there is no point in addressing the conversation until, so then, like, why can't you also say, it was, like, I condemn the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Like, why can't you just, like, put that in there as well? What does that detract from that argument?
That's
kind of my point, right? That's kind of my point. Is look, I get Destiny's like a memer. He's an edgy boy. He's a gamer. So am I. But I also, and you can call me cucked for this, I guess. I also am trying to be somewhat mindful of political effectiveness when I deliver rhetoric. I give my genuine opinions.
That's exactly
but the words
go ahead. The words I chose for my video were very, very like deliberate.
I believe it.
Yeah, it was.
If for nothing else, then you don't want anybody coming after you for it, right? Did you see my flag?
Yeah, exactly. I mean that too, but also just because it's like it is actually important what you say, and Destiny admits and says it will admit this and says this all the time that like if a bunch of people genuinely got the wrong message from like watching his content consistently, like he would be seriously like, oh, like this is not at all what I meant. I would have to really consider what like.
Well, he's done this before, right?
He's done what?
He's done this before. With the commie purge, right? When he started to notice like all these socialists and shit that were like cropping up in his community, and he did that. Yeah. I'm not a communist. I am not a socialist. I fucking hate you. I'm a liberal. I am a capitalist. We will never be friends. We will never have ground. And I'm not talking. By the way, I'm not talking about recently. I'm talking about the first time he did that and lost like a third of his audience overnight. So like, not only, well, yeah, exactly, based. I agree.
But what?
But if he's losing a third of his audience, it decreases the size of the movement. And it's great to like stand on principle and like say, well, at the absolute most moral thing for me to say is I won't condemn it until Trump does. I don't even necessarily disagree with the moral argument that he's making there. It's almost immoral to say anything else. I just don't understand why I can't accompany it with the moral reinforcement of, but I'm also human and a guy got his throat exploded and that was horrible and it shouldn't happen. Like, I don't know.
Because,
which to be fair, that is Destiny's position. His rhetoric and the way that he delivers it is more my critique here. Because I don't want to be misconstrued as like, that's not what Destiny really said.
I mean,
he actually says this.
I don't know if you've seen his most recent stream of from yesterday.
Maybe
but
not.
He literally says like I think at one point I remember him saying something along the lines of he's like, I don't know, guys, that was a little insane even for me. And he seems to acknowledge that.
Was
it
the Piers Morgan thing?
Far. What? Yeah, he's talking about the Piers
yeah,
Morgan
he did
thing.
say. Yeah, he did say that about. I did hear him say that about the Piers Morgan
He
thing.
was like, guys, I don't know, that was really intense. That was crazy.
Now you know what wasn't intense? Telling Anna Kasparian to her face that she like. Oh,
but see, that's the thing
we all
that,
know
like,
you took your political beliefs because you got bullied online.
This is the problem I have is that like. I don't know. I get very frustrated. Like, I understand where he's coming from. It is very fucking frustrating to like.
But to lash out in frustration is the like attitude and act of a child.
Okay, but like the whole point
is
that
what MAGA does.
Yeah, but like the problem is that you never get them to what is it? Like the conversation needs to be about I don't know. I don't know how else to get them to talk about
it's hard.
Donald Trump.
It is hard. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not claiming to have the perfect answer. I'm just saying I'm specifically critical of this rhetorical approach to the argument that I agree with. So I just want to just real quick, and then I'll let you say something, and I gotta head out.
Yep.
But I just want to make this absolutely clear that Destiny is 100% correct with the essence of his argument, okay?
Oh, yeah, no.
I'm criticizing the delivery because I don't think it's politically effective, and it's not, and I think I have ample evidence to point to with regards to that. However, he's absolutely correct. Donald Trump and MAGA are the only ones that have been ratcheting shit up. And you're right. The conservative media apparatus has been, collecting their paychecks and fueling it along the whole way. And the only way that we're going to get some kind of temperature cool down is for, as I've said several times in stream already, the president of the United States, who's supposed to be the fucking spiritual leader of the nation, to say, hey, chill. My guys,
totally
your
agree.
guys, all guys, chill.
Yep. Totally agree with that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, hold on. Let's finish. Do you want to hang out just for a minute while I wrap up the video?
Sure. I might as well.
Yeah. Oh, let me unmute you. Oh my goodness, you're moving so quickly. How do you move that quickly?
We're two different people. What is that calling for? Why even say that after an event like this? All this does is turn up the flames. I hate that this is where we ended up, but the reason why I find it so difficult to end this video with a period instead of a question mark is because I don't know if America will even be able to finish writing her story. I watched one of my older videos recently, and it reminded me of just how delicate of a position we are in with our constitutional democratic republic. It was Benjamin Franklin who said, "We have a republic if we can keep it."
All right, wait a minute. Do you know the whole story, the whole little anecdote? It's fucking awesome. It's one of my favorite stories because maybe it's my Christian upbringing, but I will absolutely. There are parts of America's like kind of founding that I probably hold in the same area of my brain as I would religious kind of reverence. And the founding fathers, just like the whole concept of that, having read the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist Papers, being a big fan of Thomas Jefferson, read a lot of his shit. Like these guys were like really smart and really full of themselves, but also humble in some ways that really mattered. And the way that story goes is after was it the Constitutional Convention? Yeah, they were clearing out the hall, and there's a bunch of people because you couldn't see in the windows, right? Because they were high windows. So, and I think they boarded them up for Congress meetings. But when all the Congress cleared out, there's a bunch of big crowd in the street, and a woman in this crowd said, "Sir," like Benjamin Franklin, "what have you given us?" And he said, "A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it." Fucking based. Also, creepy old fat pervert. So Donald Trump should emulate him in more ways than he is already. More like pro-American ways. He's already halfway there. Just got to get the other half, Big Don.
If we can keep it. I want to spend some time quickly pointing out that there are some good responses from the right I want to elevate and show that...
See the Candace Owens thing? I think, did you tell me to watch that? The Candace Owens Instagram story?
I didn't.
Oh, it made me sad, dude. She's the only person who treated them like a human being that I could see. I hope I'm about to see more examples.
This is what I'm talking about, and this is what I want to see from the President of the United States. This is what people should be calling from all of the people in the Republican Party. We need to bring the temperature down. Here is a GOP senator calling out that other members of his party are invoking this sort of behavior.
Yeah, you got a script error. You should have said former GOP senator.
You're calling for war. It's disgusting. Here's more wonderful rhetoric from the Utah governor.
So the question is this the end of a very dark era? Does this wake us up in a way that we actually change? Or is this just the beginning of something far, far worse? And what will write that history, what that will depend on is all of us. And that's why I just feel so strongly that it's incumbent on every single one of us to look into our souls and decide, do we want this to continue? Are we going to be
based
the part that continues, or are we going to try something different? And that's the only way we're going to break out of this fever dream.
We have forgotten how powerful the words of the president can be on American culture because we have elected a walking and talking meme generator. He's not taken seriously. Everyone thinks it's a joke.
Oh my God. So since I don't mean to keep pausing it, but since that just came up, there's a Daily Beast article. Steve Bannon bizarrely demands probe into Utah governor for being, quote, part of the problem. Bannon's wild criticism of the Republican. Here, hold on. I'll bring it over to that. Steve Bannon has demanded an FBI investigation into Utah Governor Spencer Cox, who he called part of the problem that led to the killing of Charlie. So this was 1 day ago, and that interview that David clipped there, that was from like 3 days ago or 4 days ago, however long. But like, I mean, so Steve Bannon is one of the people that like we will never reason with. This guy is.
No, yeah, Steve Bannon
a traitor to American,
like labeled as an actual like American like terrorist. Okay, like he's
a traitor. He's an anti-constitutional, anti-American piece of garbage. Yeah.
Yes, like he is genuinely irreparable. Like he just, oh my God, dude.
To be clear, again, the reason that he was saying that they should investigate the governor is because the governor was saying everybody should cool off. Because the MAGA people do want war. We also need to acknowledge that. Maybe Republicans don't. Okay, maybe the Republicans don't. MAGA wants war. That's the scary part to me, is because they're the ones currently, also occupying the White House and Congress. MAGA is the group that wants war. Republicans don't, Democrats don't, but MAGA does want war. And we gotta fucking get our shit together. We gotta get it together quick, baby boys.
That he's just some, mega lol, politics is not that important, like, it's just politics. This affects real people's lives. This shit is real. It causes fear.
Also, a slight point there, the fact that like a lot of people, politics is a game they play on, a video game they play online with other avatars, and now like somebody actually got killed because of politics. That is probably a big part of the problem too, is that everybody's so privileged and detached from it. I think Dusty's been saying that a lot recently too. But I was kind of thinking about that. I was like, feels like a lot of people are just kind of like, oh wait, our words have consequences? Right? Didn't somebody say that, like, I mean, grossly, right after the Charlie Kirk thing? Like, somebody on CNN who got fired or something was like, well, he did say these words. I mean, he did say that stuff. Not that he deserved to die for it, obviously, but a lot of people just treat politics as silly memes in Discord and Twitter.
Yeah, it's super frustrating. I hate that mentality, especially, like, that's also part of, like, him getting the CNN guy getting fired for what he said is absolutely fucking ridiculous to me. He did not even say anything factually incorrect or wrong or like that out of line.
No, he didn't. I mean, now again, this is kind of, it'll go back to my original critique of Destiny, right? Which is it's more the timing. Like, can you say exactly what you just said, like maybe 4 days from now? Now, the problem is I say that knowing full well conservatives controlling the timeline is like a big part of our problem right now with regards to the media. But we were going to be talking about Charlie Kirk through the end of the year. I think when the blood is still on the concrete at like the university, maybe now's not the exact time to go, well, he did say a lot of things about the Second Amendment and a lot of racist things too. And I don't know. I feel like the big problem that I might be falling into here, David, and you can rightfully criticize me for this if you agree. I think I might just be kind of rose-tinted hindsight glasses bullshitting this. Everything is easier to see when you've already gone
changes people's
through it.
lives. It's not just politics. That's so insanely ignorant and uneducated. We cannot keep moving in this direction. Political violence is extremely difficult to stop once it gets going, and I do not want to go where this leads. I'm terrified of what the outcome of this will be. But I want this video to serve as a testament that I am calling for the temperature in the room to come down. I'm calling for the rhetoric to just stop being so divisive, that I don't want, nor did I ever want things to get here. And to be crystal clear, this is precisely why I don't advocate for this sort of behavior or rhetoric, why I desperately want things to change. Because I don't want to live in a world where people feel that it's okay to not feel empathy when something like this happens. But that's the world Charlie Kirk himself is trying to build and advocate for. And I think it's fucking disgusting. So stop concern trolling. Stop asking for us to condemn this. We don't want this to happen. But the message has to come from the people perpetuating it. And that's the hard truth. This is overwhelmingly coming from the right. We have to face the facts. If the right wanted to stop this violence, they could. And I think that that world is fucking disgusting. I don't want...
Can I just, another like slight rhetorical critique? I feel like we need to, like I've been saying, we need to just center it on MAGA and Trump, not the right. Because it needs to be, like I was saying earlier, like people like my parents need to feel like they can still be Republican, but also oppose MAGA in a coalition sense. Like, they're never going to vote Democrat, ever, ever, ever. My conservative Christian parents and a lot of evangelical Christians across the country are never voting Democrat because they've already been brain broken by Fox News and Rush Limbaugh and whatever. But a lot of the Donald Trump stuff, because we are... like, in my mind, because we are so dead set on making it all the Republicans or all that, which, to be clear, whenever it's asked, it's clarified, but stuff like that, like, it's coming from the right. And I get that's hyper pedantic, but it's coming from the right. It's the Republicans. I'm going to make a conscious effort in my rhetoric to just go, it's MAGA, it's Trump, it's the MAGA movement, and not try not to use Republican, conservative, because even though I agree the seeds for this were laid by prior by the past, the GOP of the past, we could have worked on it in the meantime. I think we just, like I said, I think they just opened the gas valve, and so the fire started before we had all the equipment ready to fight it.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that I don't know. It's
we don't have to agree. You could say, no, you're wrong and retarded.
No, I think I genuinely agree with your sentiment. I just personally have a tough time figuring out how exactly to reach those people, because all of the people on the right, in my experience, that I've talked to, that in my family, like my personal connections, like I have like one of my brothers is like very normal, like, you know, classical conservative. And he defends Trump just as ardently as one of my other brothers who recently like wrote this super fucking schizo, like conspiracy theorist, anti like QAnon book.
The one that you recommended to me. Yeah, I haven't bought it yet,
like
but
those two people both support Trump equally. And they couldn't be further apart in terms of like their actual like root ideology behind why they believe what they believe.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, that's important. They have completely different root ideologies. They both support Trump equally, but the first part is the important part, because I bet you that your first brother, the classical conservative, does he actually believe in any democratic principles? Does he care about the Constitution? Does he care about the Bill of Rights? Is there a language that, okay, because
he says that, no offense, but then he buys into all of the arguments against that are actual running counter to our democracy, because he doesn't even believe, like, they're so far bought into all of the conspiracies and all of the stuff from the right-wing media. That's the problem, is that like they unknowingly got like co-opted into the MAGA movement, like, because the media control, like the control from the media, the people who like
MAGA controls the media, but it downflows into all conservative circles is probably what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I also don't.
And it's like, I don't have a solution for that. I
It's
don't know.
not really
either. I just
about-
think
it's
that
not-
it is genuinely pretty much the whole right now at this point.
Well, so your criticism about that, like when I brought up your first brother, you're saying, well, he still defends all the Trump stuff. My criticism, or my point there isn't necessarily like, oh, he shares principles with us, because, I mean, he probably doesn't. It's that there's a common language that we can use to interact with people who actually do at least, you know, verbally, nominally care about the things like the Constitution. I can at least like begin to navigate a conversation with someone like that, maybe over time wear them down. Whereas the other crowd, there is no hope. But I don't think that crowd is the majority of the Destiny says, oh, that's like 90% of the Republican Party. Now, I also don't agree that 90% of the Republican Party thinks that January 6th was stolen. Like, I don't think so.
I think here's where both I think here's where you both are kind of true. Okay, I think both of those views have a part of reality in them. Okay,
a little nugget.
Like you said earlier, the Donald Trump won not because he won over the vote of the Republican Party, but he mobilized an entirely new base of voters.
Right.
The Republican Party now,
and Charlie
is
Kirk
not
too.
the same
To be
people.
fair,
yes,
Charlie
yes.
Kirk too.
Yep, they are not the like. There is an entirely new right in America. Okay. The people who you're thinking of as conservatives are politically homeless. They have no power politically right now. And if they ever voice their opinion, they instantly get canceled by Trump and MAGA.
Which I
Like,
even
they just
alluded to,
instantly
right?
get
Didn't
wiped.
I made a joke about that. I
When you
said
made the joke
former
about
senator,
the former DOP senator. Exactly my point is that like, so it's not even like like you said, they will never vote Democrat. They already like we're fighting with an entirely different base now politically.
I mean,
it's like an entirely different social system that we're like up against right now.
I mean, but it's not new. That's kind of what is bothering me. Like the whole strong man tells you that times are rough, but give him all the power and he'll fix it for you. We've seen that throughout history. What is it about Trump that like deludes people? Is it just media? I think it's media and social media that's like way bigger of a problem than even Trump as an individual figure, because how would he be amplified without either?
I think it's a core problem. This is my personal opinion. I am currently in the process of doing like a lot of research to try to figure this out and like make a video on it.
Sure.
But my core like conviction right now is that this is purely an educational problem in America. That not necessarily that we aren't educated enough in terms of like intelligence or like, you know, science or STEM or whatever, not that, but that
Critical
we
thinking
just
skills.
Not even critical thinking skills, literally just basic civics, understanding how important politics is and actually including politics in the classroom. Like we are not preparing people to be Americans. Nobody knows what being an American even is when they go through the education system. You know what I mean?
I mean, I would love to see I will watch the video when you're done with it, because I would love to see the research that you come up with. I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe that's just, again, anecdote Andy chiming in over here. But I agree that the education system is lacking. I don't think it is a civics problem, and I actually think that politics needs to stay as far out of the classroom as possible. Same with religion, outside of educational like kind of discussions and educational topics. The beauty of America as a system is that there is no kind of, unless you're just talking about like, I don't even know that I want like and maybe I'm cooked on this. I don't even know that I want schools telling people like kids, it's your job to vote. I don't even know that I want them, right? Like that's the thing is like the line, but like that feels like the low bar line, but even that feels like way too much for me. So I don't know that politics needs to go ahead.
See, here's the thing is that like what like you've admitted this earlier that like a big problem right now is the inability for people to connect politics with actual shit happening in the real world, okay? And in my opinion, that comes from a lack of understanding what politics even is. And because we're so lionized against, because we have such conviction, I'm sure you're aware that like every right in America, right? Every principle, every value, kind of, there's a question behind it that like we have to answer of like what percentage, like for instance, like free speech, right? Like how much free speech is good? Like,
there is no absolutist right in America.
Correct. And I think that question needs to be asked right now with like education in terms of like, okay, we really don't like politics in schools, but by doing that, we're giving the reins to people that can just openly propagandize and indoctrinate their children against the country of the United States. And the problem is because we're against a team that's not playing by the rules, they will like they do preach politics in churches. They do like have other avenues to reach the children outside of this public schooling that like causes so much damage to actual core fundamental values of like our society.
I mean, sure, but
And it doesn't have to be one, like, I don't want it to be super like, you know, like the communist nightmare of like, we have to indoctrinate them into capitalism and neoliberalism. And, oh yeah, like we
Why
need to.
not? That sounds based.
I mean, low key, but I don't want that. Okay. Like, I don't want that much of control. I just think that we need to start sort of coming up with better solutions to these problems, because it is a cultural issue. Like, Donald Trump got elected. People want him in office. There is a massive problem with like
again, like how many people have you talked to personally that say, well, I don't like Trump, but I thought Kamala was worse. So is it an education problem, or is it just the media? Like which would result in better outcomes, right? Which would result in better outcomes, but infringe on free speech. Telling every student it's your responsibility to educate yourself politically and to vote in every election, or just like taking Fox News off the air. Both are violations of free speech. Which one results in a better
the problem,
outcome?
though, is that if we go the route of like limiting social media and stuff, which I agree with, there definitely are, we need to combat that as well. I think we need
conservative Ron DeSantis, epically based, banning like fucking cell phones and shit. That was so base.
I think that needs to be much more. I unironically think it would be way easier to argue the case, like in the current system of how our government is set up, to just like create a Fed for education instead of trying to like literally be like, okay, yeah, the government is going to shut down a news organization and that's okay. And you guys need to be okay with it. I feel like that is way harder to sell.
Oh yeah,
than
absolutely.
Just, hey, maybe we should just create like a little bit of a actual federalizing of the education system. And maybe the federal government should, like, that would be way easier because
I'll explain why I laughed when you said way easier, but go ahead.
Like, okay, because like in my opinion, it would be like, listen, we already have like what differences between the states, like the actual reasons why we have the education system up to the states in the first place is like the states aren't different. We're not going to be industrializing. The way that we're interconnected actually as like a society is just way different than like, I don't think there exists any different things that people need to know in different areas. Like, I don't even think
you're dead wrong, dude. Oh my God. You need have you left your state ever?
Yes, I've left my state.
And you don't think that state to state economies, cultures, communities, you don't think those vary widely? Isn't that kind of the beauty of America, is how much difference is packed into one unified nation?
I think you're falling into the old conservative ideal of like, if the idea to fix the system doesn't 100% fix it, then it's like a bad idea. You know what I mean? Like,
no.
Like,
what did I say that made you absolutely?
Okay,
not. What did I say that made you?
Hold on. I stated it incorrectly in terms of like, it's not that it's 100% like doesn't 100% fix it. What I mean is that like,
well, no, it has to be electorally viable. So the reason that I laughed is the idea that like, because we're talking about politics and we're talking about how to improve things going down the line, but the idea that like we're gonna get Republicans on board with a federal education system when they spent a shitload of time trying to get rid of one, and now are even more trying to whittle down even state interest in the schooling of kids. Like, it feels like that is like way further away. Like, can we just go, hey, we'll take MSNBC off the air if you guys take Fox off the air? That's democracy, baby. No, I'm kidding. I'm being facetious. But
I know. I'm just saying that like
my brain broke him. The ultimate bipartisan deal.
I just think that like what is it? You just said before the comment of the news thing, the
the homeschooling thing, right? That's been like a big conservative push for like the past like 2 decades.
Yeah,
because my parents straight up fucking didn't want me going to a public university because they thought it would indoctrinate me, which I guess.
But like, here's the thing: is that like,
but that's the thing, self-fulfilling prophecy when they just teach you how to learn.
I was gonna say at some point you kind of have to just tell people that they're fucking wrong when they're in like contradictory to the facts. Yeah, and I think that that's kind of true with education in terms of like, listen, like you think that just teaching people history is indoctrination. That's just wrong. If you have a problem with a specific teacher, you can take it up with your school board, you can report them to the whatever, but like you are not like, this is not indoctrination. Like, this is the education system of the United States of America. We're the fucking We are the best education system in the fucking world. Shut the fuck up. You like, this is where it's like, what?
I said, I mean, we're not, but I get you.
No. I mean, this is what surprised me when I looked it up. Like, there are lots of areas, like specific areas, but in 2024, the United States still got the #1 spot in terms of overall like educational outcomes in terms of like education.
I mean, I don't know if 2024 would be the best metric. Maybe we just got back on our feet fastest after COVID, which we all know that we did. And like remote learning fucked a bunch of kids up. So, and I'm not trying to like poke holes in literally everything you say, but like it's difficult for me. Like the thing is, it's difficult for me to consider the world what that you're proposing being effective, because what you're essentially like, I've credited you multiple times in this video for using the A word at the beginning, the adult word. It's time to be an adult. It's time to have an adult conversation.
Correct.
As an adult, what happens when you tell a kid, no, you're wrong. No, just cause I said so. Because like if MAGA is like a retarded child, like the movement we can personify as a retarded child that throws tantrums constantly. What?
Well, here's the thing: is that I think that the Democratic Party needs to stop being the overly nice parents, and they need to start being actually constructive parents that are like, for instance, they should have said, I don't give a fuck about the politicization of charging Donald Trump with an insurrection, but that is what we're going to do because that is what he did.
But you're talking in the past now, and like the past is cumulative on the present, so it might be too late for the Democrats to do that now, even though we want them to, even though we wanted them to back then. If like, then I think we might be cooked, honestly. If like if nothing
Loki, I know, but I'm fucking trying to find any other way out.
I knew it. Okay? I knew it. I knew you were doing with me.
Like I know it's like we're getting close to being like actually cooked.
As Destiny puts it, the American experiment is close to coming to an end.
Yeah, literally, it is very close. Okay, and
I really would like the test subjects to be aware of the experiment being conducted and recognize the value in making it a successful one, but they are lab rats, and lab rats are traditionally pretty stupid. So, all right,
I just think it's
go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, you're probably getting off.
No, we're gonna finish the video first. But go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Well, then last thing I'll say, I'll let you finish the video, is just that like I think it's extremely cringe and embarrassing and disappointing that this is the way we go out, right? That it's like we brain rotted ourselves on social media into destruction because we couldn't tell fact from fiction because
I got a book here called it's a book that the president should probably read, but I know that ours hasn't.
He wouldn't understand it.
It's called the Federalist Papers. Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right, so this is from Federalist Paper number 1.
Oh, I know that like the back of my hand.
Fucking 1. Okay.
I know that. I have a video on my channel of an interpretation of it, but go ahead.
All right. Well, this is, I just like, when I first started doing my political kind of like my the reason that I love America so much just to like is because I did a shitload of reading about the founding of America, because the ideas behind America, and Joe Biden said this in his State of the Union a few years ago. America was founded on the ideal that all men basically like deserve to live free equally and have equal opportunity. We've never like fully lived up to that, but we've also never ran away from it either. And I think that that kind of that's what one of the topics I was hoping to debate with a conservative about is what it means to be an American. And to me, that's a very core tenet of it, is the idea that we can come together, disparate groups, disparate cultures, none of that shit actually matters. We as Americans are enlightened enough to understand that at the end of the day, we're all humans, we're all people, and that we're all going to be working toward, if we work together, we can accomplish incredible things. And I will say though, when I started reading the Federalist Papers, it was, a couple of years ago, this passage from the first one blackpilled me so fucking hard on Donald Trump and the MAGA movement, and this was before he had even been reelected, okay?
So, let's hear it.
This is, on the other hand, it will be, so they're talking about the robustness of the federal system, because the Federalist Papers, for anybody who doesn't know, is essentially Alexander Hamilton and then a couple of papers written by a couple other guys debate broing the American people into liking the Constitution, because the Articles of Confederation were kind of cringe. They didn't function.
John Jay was the other one, and then the third guy was Oh shit! I never remember the third guy because he only wrote.
How do you remember John Jay? John Jay, didn't he write fewer than Madison?
Oh, Madison, that's right, James Madison. You're right. I think no, was it Madison?
I didn't remember John Jay. I had to fucking look at it. Yeah, it was Hamilton, James Madison, and then I can never remember John Jay. I was amazed that that's the one you remember. Can't remember James Madison. But anyways, here's the section. Okay. So, on the other hand, it will be equally forgotten that the vigor of government is essential to the security of liberty, that in the contemplation of a sound and well-informed judgment, their interests can never be separated, and that a dangerous ambition more often lurks behind the specious mask of zeal for the rights of the people than under the forbidding appearance of zeal for the firmness and efficiency of government.
Yep.
Dude is literally saying people will like Donald Trump more than the Democrats, and you guys got to be aware of that. The party that is interested in governance is not going to be popular, but that has to, like, we have to find a way to make it work anyways, because the system, they knew that this was a strategy game that only worked if you followed the rule book.
That's why they fought against political parties so hard, is because they knew that sort of like mentality of it just being like that people were going to be more swayed by just people being like, yeah, like I'll protect like you. I'm all for you and for the people. Woo. They knew that was going to like brain break people, and they wouldn't be thinking about the actual substantive like structures of government and how the policies are going to affect, like the actual real behind government.
That was written 200 plus years ago, everybody.
I know. I think people.
Holy shit! Like I said, it blackpilled the hell out of me. I was reading it on a lunch break at work, and I just like 1,000-yard stared my way through the rest of the day. Oh my god!
This is what really pisses me off about the like arguing with the MAGA conservatives is that like I have actually understanding the philosophy that predated them, that they read, like reading the actual like the Second Treatise of Government and the like
Magna Carta.
Not the Magna Carta. It's called
where are you?
It's John Locke, an essay concerning human understanding.
See, and I haven't read a lot of Locke.
I suggest if you have a super hard reverence for the founding fathers, definitely start reading a couple of the books because here's why I really enjoy them, because these books are what they were reading when they wrote that. Like, this is literally the books that inspired them to write what they wrote in those papers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they were like straight up children birthed out of the Enlightenment, right? Like that's why they were.
I think Destiny, like I like the way that he always phrased it was just a bunch of smart, smug guys who sat down and debate broed the best form of government out.
Correct. Yes, and
which is awesome. That's so cool. That's America. Like, and that's the only time that's ever happened.
Yes. And seeing the actual philosophical reasoning behind a lot of what they like write it totally changes your perspective on like the why, like what they actually were saying.
Well,
because it's really easy to read into. Yeah. Sorry, it's really easy to read stuff into the Federalist Papers because they were persuasive essays.
Oh yeah, something about that. Something vigorous executive branch.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like they were written for a specific time for a specific group of people that all like read the same material, that all like are thinking the same thoughts, right? Like if you're writing an essay to your best friend, it's going to be way different than writing an essay to like your fucking I don't know, your grandma or something.
Right. Yeah,
and
of course.
Like there were certain aspects of it that they kind of just assumed people would get and understand, and not knowing the philosophy behind the founding fathers really kind of makes you blind to a lot of their arguments of what they were actually trying to say. But yeah, the vigorous executive branch, the unified executive theory, fucking nuts. Okay, that's crazy.
Hold on, because that fucking here's this is from Fed 69. Nice. First of all, this is the real character of the executive. Just so this is why like finishing the book didn't blackpill me any less. The President of the United States would be liable to be impeached, tried, and upon conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, removed from office, and would afterwards be liable to prosecution and punishment in the ordinary course of the law. The person of the King of Great Britain is sacred and inviolable. There is no constitutional tribunal to which he is amenable, no punishment to which he can be subjected without involving the crisis of a national revolution. In this delicate and important circumstance of personal responsibility, the President of Confederated America would stand on no better ground than a governor of New York, and upon worse ground than the governors of Virginia and Delaware. That is Alexander Hamilton. I'm live. That is my wife, everybody. So two. I think it's you and maybe a bot. But that is Alexander Hamilton like blatantly disagreeing with the Supreme Court, who said they derived a constitutionally originalist decision.
But here's the problem. This is what really.
But that doesn't matter, right? Because whenever I debate Lactoid about, or if I debate some fucker like Lactoid about that shit, he'll just go, "Well, that's a Federalist paper. That's not what the Constitution says."
Okay, yeah, but see, that's the thing. That's what's blackpilling. That when you like, who was it? Oh, I forget. Was it one of the justices? I can't remember who it was, and that's kind of the most important part. But one of the people who are either, I think it's one of the Supreme Court justices or one of Trump's lawyers and all of the J6 shit, right? He gives like a speech to Congress about how important the Federalist Papers are, and every law student should read the Federalist Papers, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, what the fuck are you reading, bro? Like, I don't understand. It's got to be intentional. Like, you went to a fucking like Ivy League school and have reading comprehension skills. There's no way this is not intentional. You are bringing your authoritarian bullshit into reading this. You are not trying to genuinely understand what the fuck they were saying. Like, this is ridiculous.
Well, or they do genuinely understand it and they're just lying about what they understand.
Exactly. But that's
so
the black pill.
I got a couple more quotes, and I will finish. You're not like super busy, are you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
I just clocked out of work. That's why I hopped on.
Good. Because I'm having fun chatting, but I got a couple more excellent quotes. This is still this is from Fed 70. Wait, hold on. Because this is the one that where is the part where it talks about here you go. So this is Fed 70. This is the executive department further considered. I'm just going to read this whole passage because this part of this is going to sound familiar. There is an idea, which is not without its advocates, that a vigorous executive is inconsistent with the genius of Republican government. The enlightened well-wishers to this species of government must at least hope that the supposition is destitute of foundation, since they can never admit its truth, without at the same time admitting the condemnation of their own principles. Energy in the executive is a leading character in the definition of good government. It is essential to the protection of the community against foreign attacks. It is not less essential to the steady administration of the laws.
Yep.
And to the protection of property against those irregular, like, where is it? Every man the least, where's the dictator word? Every man the least conversant in Roman history knows how often the Republic was obliged to take refuge in the absolute power of a single man under the formidable title of dictator. I don't actually know if I can just read this whole section, because what he basically goes on to talk about is that it is necessary to have like one, going back to the original purpose of the Federalist Papers.
Yep. They were defending
the idea of a king, basically.
Yes.
But because I say that because that's how it would have been viewed to the Americans at that time. Why are you arguing us back into a fucking king?
Yes.
And
it's vitally important to understand that. And if you read, what is it? I have them printed out here because these are the ones I'm reading through right now to try to make like notes for my next video.
I just make notes in the margins of. I bought a cheap copy at Barnes and Noble.
It's which one is this? Oh shit, I didn't put the numbers on there.
Men often oppose a thing merely because they have had no agency in planning it, or because it may have been planned by those whom they dislike. At Mitch McConnell. I think it's 23. It's the necessity of a government as energetic as the one proposed in the preservation of the Union. They specifically talk about how that there are only very specific circumstances where the power of the executive branch should be unlimited, and it's extremely specific circumstances. It's when like the authorities
security of the
essential to the common defense are these: to raise armies, to build and equip fleets, to prescribe rules for the government of both, to direct their operations, to provide for their support. These powers ought to exist without limitation, because it is impossible to foresee or define the extent and variety of national emergencies, or exigencies, and the correspondent extent and variety of the means which may be necessary to satisfy them. Like,
most of the
not
quotes
only is
they
it
get about
here's what we need, here's why we need it. Oh, they're so smart. Oh,
and
Alex.
here's most of the quotes you get from people who try to argue for like a super crazy, powerfully executive
way
branch
later.
comes from these papers. But then when you actually read them, it's like, no, they're literally just talking about the military, like basically the power to raise armies, control the military, and give them orders. They're like, okay, in this circumstance, his powers should be unlimited. And I agree with that, because it's like, in the situation where your country's under attack, you literally have to, like the emergency situations are like require a very, very quick a response, and that you need like military leadership and all that shit. They're not talking about just fucking like, general governing purposes.
No, they're laying out specific example. Like, again, they have to make the argument for it. They have to say this is why it's going to be a good thing. Why would you? Yeah, they don't want a strong central government because they just fought a fucking war against that.
They're like, whoa, we just want a group of states together. We want a European Union, okay? We don't want no fucking centralized
I forgot
government.
for that pentuple debate how many of these passages I underlined, but some of these, like, you can tell how like spiteful and like just sardonically I was doing this. Men of upright benevolence. This is talking about the people who oppose things just because they didn't have anything to do with it. Men of upright benevolent tempers have too many opportunities of remarking with horror to what desperate lengths this disposition is sometimes carried, and how often the great interests of society are sacrificed to the vanity, to the conceit, and to the obstinacy of individuals.
Yep.
I'm gonna kill myself. How? Ugh. Okay, and then wait here. In the legislature, promptitude of decision is oftener an evil than a benefit. That's for the leftists. That's for the accelerationists in general. They're like, no, we need to do it now. It's like that. No. Not that I'm referring to this as like a religious text that like is objectively correct or anything, but like. It's more like the reason I'm reading these, and I've got a couple more. The reason I'm pointing these out is it's not like anything we're going through right now anybody was unaware of when they were making up our fucking government out of thin air. So
yes, I know. That's what's so frustrating. Is that like we've had this conversation for fucking 250 years.
When a resolution 2 is once taken, the opposition must be at an end. That resolution is a law, and resistance to it punishable. Oh man. And then, but one of the weightiest objections to a plurality in the executive, and which lies as much against the last as the first plan, is that it tends to conceal faults and destroy responsibility. At Signal Group Chat.
Yep.
What is this? I was overruled by my council. The council were so divided in their opinions that it was impossible to obtain any better resolution at the point. And then there's one more here. This is the opportunity of discovering with facility and clearness the misconduct of the persons they trust in order to. Oh,
hold on.
I gotta start the paragraph. Yeah, go for it. Or I'll just read the paragraph and then you go. Oh, this is so nerdy. Look at us with our cute little founding father books. I love this, actually, unironically.
Hey, dude. I love the Federalist Papers. They're fucking goated, okay?
It is evident from these considerations that the plurality of the executive tends to deprive the people of the two greatest securities they can have for the faithful exercise of any delegated power. First, the restraints of public opinion, which lose their efficacy, as well on account of the division of the censure attendant on bad measures among a number, as on account of the uncertainty on whom it ought to fall. So that's basically saying when you start to centralize power, you do kind of, there's like the blurring effect of when you're trying to be a representative of all the people, the more, like if you try and centralize it all in one guy, it's impossible to have like a somewhat broad, as broad as you can get representation, but having like a kind of board of directors type, like a, like a presidential cabinet, provides more opportunities for more views to be represented. What?
Can you,
this is 70.
What Federalist paper are you reading from?
Fed 70.
What's the title?
Sorry, hold on. It's not at the top of my page. It's the executive department further considered.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Because the quote I was going to read sounded very similar, but
oh, is it from a different Fed paper?
It's from a different Fed paper.
Uber based. Go for it.
It's so this is specifically like this is in the most clear terms.
Hold on, because there was a 1 and a 2. The paragraph's almost done. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So that was one, and then second, the opportunity of discovering with facility and clearness the misconduct of the persons they trust in order either to their removal from office or to their actual punishment in cases which admit of it. And that part, by the way, is saying that a presidential cabinet exists to hold the president accountable, which is adorable. Yes. And that's why I think I said adorable in the margins.
Yes.
Like I said, very sardonically reading through that. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, this is this is one of the most blatant disavowals of the unitary executive theory. Okay, this is literally just like, this basically is a condemnation of it in no clearer terms. The accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands, whether that's one, a few, or many, and whether hereditary, self-appointed, or elective, may just be pronounced as the very definition of tyranny. Like, that is literally the unitary executive theory.
I was like, I remember this quote. This Sam Cedar quoted this once. Back when I was a Vosh viewer, I saw it on the Majority Report one time. I was like,
what, that quote?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was before I even read the Fed papers.
Were the federal constitution, therefore, really chargeable with the accumulation of power, or with a mixture of powers having a dangerous tendency to such an accumulation?
Oh, careful, careful. Wait. Careful what you say, man. We got a hot climate here. Careful how you say this.
No further arguments would be necessary to inspire a universal reprobation system. Or reprobation of the system, sorry.
Now, do you know what? So I will say, the Federalist Papers, as I've already mentioned, are not legislation. It's not the Constitution. Nope. But what David just read is embodied in the preamble.
Yep.
When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for people to throw off a tyrannical government and provide for their future. Like, that's the important thing. That's why it makes, and I'm sure that you're with me on this, that's why it's so fucking irritating when it's either disingenuously quoted or completely disregarded, like I was mentioning, where, oh, it's not law, so who cares? Well, the roots of these ideas, and I appreciate you saying, go search out these books, actually do read these books, and I will. We need to understand, like, the idea, if we're going to pretend to care about, constitutional originalism to any extent, which I know it's all pretending, but there are people who do care about that, who do think that, like, America's uniqueness on both sides, America's uniqueness is what makes it special, that the system is what makes it special. Now, there's one side that seems to have a disregard for the validity of that system as long as it means they win.
Yeah.
But understanding, like, and seeing how these ideas flowed down into the country that we understand today is such a, like, just go read the Federalist Papers, I think, is actually what I'm trying to say. Go fucking read them. Just go read them.
Yep.
Don't treat them as law. Don't treat them as, the New Testament or anything like that. That's my job, right? But don't, read them to understand. And even though they're only written by, Alexander Hamilton and two of his friends when he was sick those days, because holy shit, if you've seen Hamilton, why do you write like you're running out of time? I want to change that lyric to, why the fucking hell do you write so goddamn much? But understand where these ideas came from. This was a unique convention of men that came together and invented a government system and then did it again out of nothing, out of whole cloth, out of ideas and philosophy.
So one thing I just want to say real quick is that nothing will, like, I don't know where you're irreligious, correct? You're atheist, agnostic?
That's correct. Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Nothing will sort of dispel the rumor of a Christian America more than reading the philosophers behind the Enlightenment, that the founding fathers actually were.
I mean, I'm a
into...
Jefferson dick suck. Can you imagine how triggered it makes me anytime somebody tries to call them a Christian? People used to do that in religion debates all the time. Oh my god!
Like, when you read the philosophers, they mention in their correspondence and shit. If you read the people they're reading, it's nowhere even it is so.
Well, and this is why I want to talk to Ryan Mullally, because I really want to understand. He seems to think that there is this kind of Christian undercurrent. Now, he's not, I don't think he's a Christian nationalist. The title that he uses is American deist. And are you familiar with Ryan at all?
I am not, but I am very familiar with deism.
Okay. So, this was actually, believe it or not, it was Average Debate Enjoyer. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Oh, Garfield is silent. So this was somebody that actually Tyler had mentioned to me, Average Debate Enjoyer, a long time ago. But Ryan is he's kind of his message is all about, like, America needs to accept that we all have a spiritual heritage in this kind of we have to understand that our rights are endowed by, like when it says endowed by a creator, we have to acknowledge that there is a creator that gives us those rights. Otherwise, they're meaningless. And I am actually really curious to have a conversation about that, just because, like you're saying, I don't understand how you could get that from a reading of the Federalist Papers.
Yeah.
Non-fine.
Oh, wait, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Were you muted this whole time, little buddy? Are you stream noob?
Well, I wasn't talking for the first little bit.
Oh, hey, buddy, what's going on?
I was muted. I was in my car, and apparently my microphone doesn't work. My phone plugged in or whatever. But
Discord doesn't work on your phone. Imagine.
No, I mean it. Well, it works. I'm still on my phone, but
okay.
I had my aux plugged into my car, and the microphone shuts out or whatever. But I mean, yeah, Ryan fundamentally just believes in natural rights, and he believes those rights come from God, and he's, the founders, he says, believed in that as well.
Right. That's what I want to talk about with him, because obviously I strongly disagree with that, but
I don't know. I mean, certainly, he points, obviously, like the Declaration of Independence says, endowed by a creator or whatever, but obviously there were founding fathers who were,
from my understanding, they definitely believe in natural rights. I just don't know if it's at all based in religion. I don't think.
So I can only speak, the only person I can speak on any sort of pseudo authority on, just because I've read a lot, is Jefferson, who's the one that a lot of people, like I said, like to disingenuously claim for Christianity. But it was Christopher Hitchens that first turned me on to Jefferson, number one, and number two pointed out in I think it was God Is Not Great, that you can never, ever, ever say Jefferson was even remotely a Christian. He was barely religious, and a lot of his scientific investigations led him to inquiries that a religious person would have ran from. So I think it was like the famous one is him finding fossils on like a mountainside, right? And like him writing to like a friend of his, like saying, why do you suppose there are these fossils? And we know now why, right? Because there was the ice age and all that shit melted. It was all covered in water. Like, we know how that shit got there, but like they didn't know at the time. So I that's why I want to have that conversation. But anyways, yeah.
I would have, by the way, God, Ryan and Wick talked to each other once kind of about this, and I joined the back room too late or whatever, I guess. I wanted to press him on this, but I never got the chance to. I would look up, I've never heard a good response to Michael Huemer's Paradox of Weak Deontology. It's not directly related to Jefferson's beliefs or anything. It's just more about rights in general, whether or not you get those rights from religion or from some other principles or whatever. But I've never heard a good response to it.
That's a good point.
What that is for me? Like what the
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, you should read the paper for the more formal version or whatever.
I definitely do want to look it up.
Can Google AI give me a good summary that I can just read in 3 sentences?
The first thing is you accept two basic principles that any reasonable person should accept. Hopefully, I remember them. One is just two wrongs don't make it right or whatever. It's just if it's wrong to do A and wrong to do B, given that you do A, then it is wrong to do actions both A and B, right? So obviously, when he goes through in the paper.
I'm sorry, I have to share this. I googled Schumer's weekday ontology, and Google AI gave me critiques of Chuck Schumer.
No, Michael Huemer, Huemer, I think.
No. That's what I searched. I Google AI as usual. In the words of the immortal Will Smith, he a little confused when he's got the spirit.
Yeah, it's right there. A Paradox of Weak Deontology. I saw. Yeah, you can read that. It's pretty short or whatever, but. And he goes through some of the responses to it as well. And then secondly, I think he calls the other thing I forget what he called it, but basically it's just a principle that you shouldn't classify actions as right or wrong depending on whether you technically count something as one or two actions, or one action, or several distinct mini actions, right? It shouldn't matter for morality kind of whether we classify me punching someone as 5 distinct actions of me moving my fist, incrementally closer to their face, or as just kind of one.
I've seen
basically just take the action as a whole.
I feel like did Matt Dillahunty touch on this at one point? Because I feel like I've seen this picture before.
I don't know. I don't know what exactly you're reading. I haven't seen that. That's not the original paper or anything. Bethany's Bulldog has a good post about it.
Huemer, A Paradox for Weekday Ontology on Substack.
Okay. Well, that's a Substack post. It might actually be I mean, it might be the same as the paper or whatever, but I just read the
That's awesome.
actual paper. But
I figured this would give like a good. I was trying to see if there was like a good like readable summary. In general, assume there is some way of hiring a person such that it's
not a readable summary. Look up Bethan's Bulldog, a paradox for weak ontology or whatever.
Oh.
Just look up
this one.
Well, that's the paper.
That looks like the official paper.
That's the actual paper. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
like,
gonna be for me because I don't think I've actually read. I've heard of this.
Yeah, it's not long hard to understand, but basically, yeah, he asks you to accept those two principles. Basically, any reasonable person is going to accept those two principles, right?
Okay.
You know, given that it's wrong to do A, and it's wrong to do B, given that one does A, it's wrong to do both A and B, and two, you know, we shouldn't count actions as moral or immoral based on whether we technically classify it as like one action or several distinct actions. And from that, he goes into an example of the prison torture. I mean, you can look at the like table there or whatever. That's what it's for. Where essentially two prisoners are being tortured. They have like electric current running through them. It's easy to read this out. I hope I can say it properly.
You're doing great. Like I'm actually familiar with this concept as I thought I was. So go ahead.
There's basically one dial, or sorry, there's two dials in a room. The first dial will like increase prisoner 1's suffering, but decrease prisoners B suffering by twice as much. And the second dial will do basically the opposite. It'll decrease prisoners. I forget what I said. It'll do the opposite. It'll decrease prisoners B suffering, but increase prisoners A suffering by twice as much or whatever. And like if you do the math and like it shows it there or whatever. If you turn one dial immediately followed by the other, you lead to like a net reduction in both of their suffering, right? So like obviously the very easy consequential answer is that you should turn both dials because doing so sort of
will net increase the
it'll lower both of their suffering, right? But if you're any type of deontologist, even a weak deontologist, turning the first dial would obviously be wrong. You're violating one prisoner's right for like a sort of comparable benefit to prisoner B, right? So you're increasing one person's suffering to decrease someone else's. That like presumably no deontologist is going to say it'd be okay to violate someone's rights. Stab an innocent person once to prevent someone else from being stabbed twice. And then given that you have done given that you have turned dial 1, it would still appear to be wrong to turn dial 2 because you're just doing the same thing. You're violating prisoners 1 rights or whatever to help prisoner B. And but obviously the action taken as a whole is good. And if there were only one dial, even a deontologist would say you should turn the dial to reduce both of their suffering. So it seems very weird that like we're essentially entailing that like
because you split up the suffering in a specific way, it makes it now morally bad to do a good thing.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
It's very,
so is it just an argument against? It's an argument against deontology as a whole, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, a paradox. It's not like strictly speaking a paradox, but yeah, it's an issue.
And so, like, couldn't the
theist just say, "Well, it's okay because God's right"? So I don't know.
Well, no, I think that the initial response I would go to is that like, why can't you just say that turning both dials is equivalent to just turning one dial, and then it's like itself like so turning one is bad, turning the other one is bad, but the option of doing both is in itself a third option. Like that is not at all analogous to
a sort of, you can also like individual situation or something or whatever. You're kind of violating that principle. Again, it seems very weird to
I feel like there's a hidden. I feel like if you break down the argument, I feel like there might be a hidden like a hidden premise that you're accepting that you don't need to. That makes that because like. Just on first pass in my mind, it's like, it doesn't seem like I can't think how to formulate it right now, but yeah, basically it's just that just instinct alone of hearing that, it feels like there is some hidden premise in there that easily could probably be like rejected by the deontologist.
He does go through some responses to it. I think there are other responses to it by now that he hasn't. I don't know if he's replied to separately, but it's not in the original or whatever. I would just JC just go find the original paper.
Yeah,
quick.
was this the? Oh, is it this one, right?
Yeah, then just scroll down a little bit to the principles that he wants you to accept. Before that,
I think it's on page 1. I'm pretty sure.
Am I stupid? A
on
weekday
page 1 or 2.
Yeah, right. Weekday
It is
ontology is
wrong
wrong.
to harm a principle or harm a person in the
No,
prescribed way, even
I
to
think
produce.
it's on the second. Yeah.
Guess
Hold on,
what?
go to the
Non-fun.
second.
Okay, non-fun. Can I ask you a question? What if the person that I'm harming isn't a person, but it is an entire infinite dimension of chimpanzees, and I have a really bad headache? All right, where am I going? I'm sorry.
Go to the second page. I think it's on a second
Oh,
page.
it's the trolley problem. Yeah. Cool. Too ethical.
Okay, maybe.
and-
Okay. Yeah, the individuation independent. Oh, no, go back up. At the very bottom there. Whether some behavior is morally permissible cannot depend upon whether that behavior constitutes a single action or more than one action. I think he defends that a little bit.
In my opinion, I would reject that premise right away. I think I would just be able. I think you can reject that premise and formulate a better one that still gives you weekday ontology, but doesn't make it susceptible to that dilemma or
Hold
that
on a second.
problem.
Skim this. I want to understand the language. Pulse slower than the canvas.
Because you'd have to. I would want him to. I'm sure. I would. I'm just gonna. I should just read the paper. I don't know why I'm debating it before I even.
No, not
read the
fun.
paper.
Hey, I would like to read it too. The three of us should have a chat about it sometime, though. I love philosophy, but I would actually, yeah, I do want to sit down and read it. I mean,
Yeah, it's not that
this
long.
seems apparent to me. I don't know. I don't know if you think that there's a. What's your objection?
It's not in the. It's that one right there. That
Yeah,
in the individual
okay.
independence. That right there is the premise that I would disagree
What's
with.
the objection to
Because
the premise? Yeah.
I would first have to figure out what he means by single action versus more than one action. What does that even what constitutes a single action? What does that even mean? Because if you think about it, turning both dials is not multiple actions. That could be considered a single action depending on how you define it.
Oh my god. Okay. can we
I
not-
know it's annoying, but this is the semantics of philosophy. Okay, it
Well,
is very fucking important.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean that's true, but there is also a degree of semantics you have to grant, so you don't end up isn't in Mexico they call water agua. You have to be careful how far you go on getting hung up on semantic
Yeah, but this
distinctions.
is
But I
what- this is what I
understand.
mean is
I
that-
understand. You think you're making a valid point. Don't get me wrong. I don't think you're a valid point, but yeah, no. And turning both dials instead of turning each dial separately, but at the same time.
Yeah, that right there is the part that in my mind is tripping.
Well,
is
isn't
because
that,
it's
isn't that
if
kind
you
of what it's
define it as-
addressing? Is it saying it doesn't
If you
matter?
define it as two separate actions, then yeah, you'd have to of course, but that in and of itself to me is the semantic game that makes it a problem. Is this distinction between whether turning both dials constitutes as two separate actions doing the same thing as individually. I don't know.
Well, isn't it? Well, hold on. Isn't it stipulating? Isn't it stipulating that
it
it doesn't matter? Isn't it stipulating that it doesn't? Regardless of whether it's a single action or multiple actions, regardless of where you draw the line, behavior can't be moral permissibility can't be determined by that. Isn't that kind of what it's saying? It's saying it doesn't matter.
But I think it does. I think I would argue that it does.
Ah, why? Why so? How?
So, for instance, let me think.
I know we're all coming at this first blush. Non-fun, you can referee because you're the expert here.
Hold on, I gotta go to
Oh, okay.
Panera Bread.
Okay, all right. Go have fun in real life. Okay, I love you, buddy. Be safe.
Yeah, I sent you. By the way, JC, I sent you the link to the person I first found it through. That guy, he has a lot of posts about. You might probably have heard of him or spoken to him a few times, but he has a lot of posts about utilitarianism and objections to rights and stuff. So you can go read some of that, and most of it is pretty base level or whatever. It's Substack blog posts. Okay, but yeah, I gotta go. I'm gonna go to Panera Bread and get some chips.
Yeah, take care, buddy. Be safe. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Very fun.
Yes, very
So-
very fun.
What I
Very
was-
fun moment.
What
Yeah,
I was
go
saying
ahead.
is that so for instance, when it says that it cannot, so the example that Nonfon gave was that if you punch somebody, right, you can't separate that up into subdivide it into separate actions, but in a way you can, right? Because it's like
I have an answer. Hold on one second. I'm gonna grab my jacket. Okay, just give me like 2
Okay.
seconds. It's just on the ground over there.
Go for it.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I just I was smoking, and I don't want to get this jacket all smoky. It's a
Yeah, no problem.
World's 2019 jacket. It's pretty nice. It's good quality, Riot. Good job. But anyways, so in the example, then you consider turning both dials simultaneously, and then turning one dial, and then the other dial, like, you know, a quarter of a second after. Those are morally distinct actions. Would that be what you're saying?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And you can justify this. Look at the very next paragraph underneath it. He says, suppose a person does A followed by B. Whether he has done something wrong should not depend on whether doing A followed by B counts as performing one action. Instead, must be seen as two distinct
Right.
actions.
Yeah. He's saying it doesn't matter, but you're saying it does matter. But why does it matter?
So let me give you a good example. Let me think. I gotta come up with an example on the fly.
No, take a minute. I'm gonna text my wife and apologize for still streaming. Although it's not that big a deal. It's fine. Holy shit! I've been streaming for 4 hours. I need to start engaging now on philosophy more, because I always forget, like, Rinal doesn't really like philosophy. I mean, Rinal likes it, but like not more than like the kind of current political stuff for discussion.
Yeah.
And you like philosophy, and I need to remember that too.
Oh,
Also, can we talk about how I've been doing on Swain lately? Can we just take a side note, Coach?
Oh yeah, how's it going?
I got my first penta the other day.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right.
Yeah, and my wife has been she picked up Lux and Morgana. She's been playing support, and oh my god, do you know what's especially funny? And because we're solo queuing together now too, and I'm taking LP hits, but it's a kind of a nice, like, kind of, you know, bonding experience to work together and cooperate. I can't be in bot lane though. I have to be mid or top because she's Iron 3 and I cannot leave 2 lanes just, you know, unattended completely. But in any case, yeah, I just, man, it's just she's been picking up Morgana and Lux, and when she plays Morgana and I play Swain in mid, I'm like, all right, babe, so you're gonna rush Leandries, and then I just go Blackfire Torch, Bloodletter's Curse. And then I'm like, all right, honey, every team fight that I'm at, you're gonna be at, and they all die. It's so funny, dude. Understanding items is like, you said this, and I know it's been a while since we did like a coaching session.
Yeah.
But you said this the last time, is once you understand items, it'll unlock a new level of it. Oh, it so does.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Do you have your the 7 says stream going downhill because League mentioned.
Oh boy. He said
me doing
they're
my
not a fan of
political
the
violence
philosophy
and dozens of small attacks to increase total suffering and evil instead of one measly action. Don't do political violence at all. All right, are you gonna have
it's so hard because I'm trying to think of, okay, so doing like punching someone, all right, followed by, well, yeah, let's see here. I'm trying to think of
punching someone heals someone.
So I'm trying to think of like they're saying that like if
is it immoral when Alawi siphons health from her top laner because she's harming another to benefit herself?
A followed by B.
Sorry. David's like, oh my god, please shut the fuck up for 5 seconds so we can talk about philosophy. I'm like, League of Legends.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, I totally get it. I really am. Like, philosophy is a lot of like intuitions and then trying to defend your intuition.
Philosophy is human consciousness trying to explain itself. And since consciousness is an emergent biological property and we don't even understand why it happens, hearing, like, sometimes it does just kind of end up into what I call intellectual navel gazing, where you do just kind of ho-hum about things, but that's fine. I like that. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you like prescribe to functionalism at all? And by functionalism, I mean, that the consciousness, like the human brain, the consciousness is an arisent property out of the there's materialism, which is that the consciousness is arising out of the material of the brain. The actual like physical matter of your brain is what gives rise to consciousness, right?
Sure.
The arrangement of the physical matter.
Right.
And then there's functionalism, which is a little bit different, but kind of the same thing, where they actually believe that the processes themselves, the actual like functional processes of the brain, are what give rise to consciousness. And the reason why this is an important distinction is that, technically speaking, artificial intelligence doesn't exist under materialism, because the material of the brain is the only thing that would give rise to consciousness. The actual like the brain itself is
signals firing. Shit. Yeah.
And then, but like artificial intelligence would mean functionalism is correct, because like as long as we can replicate the actual functionality of what's happening in your brain, we can create consciousness. Okay. Now, the fun little thought experiment that tries to disprove functionalism is the idea that, like, imagine that we had like a society of people, like a big, like they in the thought experiment do China, but like imagine you were able to give a button to all of these people that just like you press the button and it sends a signal to somebody else. All right, and that's all it does.
Okay.
Right. If you were to like, if you were able to sort of arrange this society in a way and get people to press the buttons in the right order, theoretically, you could emulate consciousness in this society, right? If functionalism is true,
right? Yeah.
Then that means that basically, like a big enough society, just given buttons, could give rise to like a hive mind, like a populist brain is what they call it. And it's like there's a brain that exists that's just kind of, that doesn't seem at all like it just intuitively doesn't seem like consciousness would arise out of that situation. Like that just seems really weird. Yet, if you prescribe to functionalism, you would have to bite the bullet and say, yes, like that would be a brain. Like that, like a society of people just pressing buttons would give rise to consciousness.
I don't. Gotcha. I'm just scrolling through the Google AI thing, but it says in sociology and anthropology, it's just like a social institution. Like society is like an organism with various parts, institutions that fulfill specific functions necessary for the whole society's survival and stability. Therefore, social institutions are crucial for maintaining social order. I mean,
what are you talking about?
Oh, that's just the dumbass Google AI thing, bro. These guys have too much to think. Give them a beer. This is getting out of hand. I don't drink. I mean, I could smoke some more, but I don't drink. I mean, I will say this. I don't find it a satisfying attempt to explain consciousness. But I'm on first blush with the concept. I would have to like read a little bit more about it, but on first blush, it's not very convincing. Not you guys, the ideas you're reading about. Yeah, true. Actually,
true.
I mean, and also, you know what? And also, some of the guys that talk about them, give Nonfon a beer. Wait, is he? Wait, hold on. He's like 20, right? Don't give him a beer yet. But when he's of legal drinking age, give him a beer.
When he's of legal drinking age, we shall buy him a beer.
Give him a beer. I mean, so here's the thing, though. If we're kind of following like the button pushing, like because I'm assuming you extrapolate that outwards into like media and government and law enforcement and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't like the current political climate in America almost prove it correct? Like how easily you can direct a hive mind-like structure of like society by just tweaking a few of the knobs of some, like imagine like changing a few buttons so they signal people you specifically want them to signal instead of the ones that they would signal by their pre-programmed code. Isn't that kind of what's happening?
I mean, the thought, don't think of this in terms of like actually applying to a society that already exists. What the thought experiment is trying to get you to like think about is like, it's very kind of weird to think about like individual conscious beings, actual like people doing things like so like small and completely unrelated to consciousness, and then that somehow gives rise to an actual brain. Because like the extension of this,
I
like,
understand.
it's not just like a hive mind type thing. It's
like
literally
you're
consciousness.
extrapolating more on top of consciousness, but in order for like these things to happen, in order for like a person to know I am a person, my job is to press this button and this button will send the signal. Consciousness already has to exist. Oh yeah, then that's retarded. Okay.
Yeah. See,
okay, that's stupid.
I subscribe. I think functionalism is very, at least out of all of the theories of consciousness, I think functionalism makes the most sense.
Why?
Because it just intuitively seems like, okay, would you agree that that artificial intelligence is possible? That we could make genuine artificial intelligence?
I actually don't know if I agree with that. You're talking about what's the term for it?
General AI?
General AI, yeah. I don't think that's possible, no.
I think it is.
Not until we unlock what consciousness actually is. Not until I don't think it's gonna come. I think that's gonna come after we understand consciousness. I don't think it's gonna come before.
So yeah, no, I mean, I think
we would have to expect the AI to generate its own conscious. How could we create something conscious how we don't even know the emergent we don't know the components we don't know the components necessary for an emergent consciousness, because we don't know what's required to produce an emergent consciousness. So how would we know how to program an intelligence with those necessary properties when we don't even know what those are?
Yeah, I know. I'm just, a lot of these questions are what do they call it? Just like hypothetical intuitions.
Well, I mean, so that's my answer then, is until we understand consciousness, no. Conceptually, no, I don't think it's possible to create general AI. And unless it's AI somehow generating on itself, just like doing human processes millions of times faster than a human could do it to arrive to a same conclusion, kind of like the Seven Senses, through trial and error, arriving at the same conclusion a human would. Maybe after a century, we'll understand what consciousness is. Maybe an AI gets there in a decade. Maybe, but until we understand, that's going to come first.
It seems to me that especially with how consciousness is emergent in nature, and that there are degrees of consciousness, that there are not only degrees of consciousness in between people, but there are degrees of consciousness among different species. It just seems that it would make more sense that
but that's the thing. I don't agree with that either. Animals aren't aware.
They are.
Not of self. Not outside of base biological instinct. Do you have any evidence for that?
I mean, chimpanzees show very high levels of conscious intelligence.
Okay,
they have their own languages. They have wars. They do patrols. They have all of these pro-social behaviors that do not make sense without.
So then consciousness is limited to primates. Why? You said animals. I'm sorry. I don't think a dog is anywhere near close to. I don't think a dog is conscious in the same way that a human is. Not even to the point where I wouldn't use the same. Well, no, to the point where I wouldn't even use the same term.
Okay.
A dog is alive and it is aware of its biological needs, but a dog can't make conscious decisions or interrupts. It doesn't have any ration. It can't reason. It's driven by biological impulse. Now, you're right. Chimpanzees are different, which might mean that consciousness is just restricted to primates for whatever reason. But that's, again, my big point. We don't know. So,
yeah.
Which again, I could be wrong. We dogs could be fully aware, and cat. Well, actually, you know what? Hold on, I am wrong because I own 3 cats. Those motherfuckers are constantly scheming. Okay.
So yeah, and this is kind of my point, is that you can, every single animal that we initially thought was like you say, just pure base instinct, when we actually get neuroscientists to investigate those species, they always come away with finding that they are way more sort of quote unquote evolved, or more conscious, quote unquote, that
no, you don't get to squeeze that one in there. I'll give you evolved, certainly. Like their biological impulses are more attuned and evolved and extrapolated beyond like base level. Sure, like a dog can definitely feel sad, which is like like bugs. I don't think feels sad. I don't think that a spider can like mourn, right?
No.
So, but a dog would. So there's definitely a difference there.
Yeah,
but a dog is not a chimpanzee. It's not even close.
Yeah, I know, but it is a degree. There's a scale. And the closer you get to humans, the more
I
along that...
I don't think that I can confidently agree there's a scale until I understand, like, okay, how do you define consciousness? I should have just asked that.
Yeah, so to me, consciousness is the, like, subjective experience of reality. Okay. Like this, basically, it's just being able to have a mental construction of reality outside of, or like inside the self, or like a representation of reality that exists outside of it, right?
So
it's like
I recognize that definition because I use it myself with the word awareness, which I think every living being shares. But and I think there's a point, and again, not sound like a broken record, I don't know what point that is, but there's a point where awareness becomes consciousness.
Okay.
And I would say that chimpanzees, I might even agree, are a level of like primitive. They have a level of primitive consciousness because that was a good defeater. But at the same time, like I'm saying, there's like dolphins, octopuses, and chimpanzees are like the closest thing to human intelligence, but they're also like, and I don't think this is just because of like humans already being dominant on the planet. They're also not like constructing cities, going to space, like building civilizations, right? Like there's, oh God, you scared me. Hold on. Don't move. Okay. You can move that. I'm sorry. I don't know. To me, consciousness is more specifically not just the ability to like have an awareness of a reality outside of, immediate experience, but to also be able to ration and reason within that reality, to be able to comprehend and understand things beyond base instinct driven, like assertions and assumptions.
I get that, but I think that comes from language. Our abstraction, our ability to abstract, is given to us by language.
Maybe we do have common ground there, because I feel like Dawkins, when I read Origin of Species. What the fuck was the book that
Blind Watchmaker?
No. It was the God Delusion.
God Delusion,
there was a chapter in the God Delusion where he was talking about just kind of like emergent consciousness, and I think that that was one of the things that he talked about, because he was talking about religion in a similar way to language was used as a unifying concept to kind of like a foundation to build on, right? Like in order to go from not killing like your like other caveman just to get his stuff, you have to believe that there's going to be some sort of consequence for that, whether or not he kills you or wounds you or anything like that. Like if you get in and get out in the night, you have to believe, in order to progress beyond just tribal warfare, you have to believe that there's going to be some sort of greater consequence for that. And that's kind of what he was talking about there. And I feel like there was something about language there too. But anyways, let's finish this video, because I think my wife wants to play League.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry, because this was great, and we'll talk again sometime soon. Okay,
conversation. We'll talk more later.
Absolutely.
But finish the video.
We're both gonna read that paper, and then we'll talk about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Want America to turn into that sort of place, but to move past this, to move forward, we need to have a very serious and truthful and honest conversation. We need to face the facts, which is why I don't think it's fair not to draw attention to this horrific double standard from the right when it comes to violent rhetoric. That's why I feel so conflicted. It's why it's so difficult to give a good take about this situation. There are calls on the right for civil war over this. That's fucking insane. I want it on the record that I'm calling for the rhetoric to come down, for us not to take it there. Every single politician that I could find, every single Democrat, every single liberal, every single big content creator that has a very left-wing DNC-connected audience has unequivocally denounced this and said it's horrible and wants the violence to stop. But the right is calling for retribution, calling for radical leftists to be shown a lesson, and it's horrifying. This isn't a call for the left. It's a call for the right to step up and show us that they can lead in a time like this. Show us that we're wrong. Prove us wrong, that we don't have it right, that you aren't some sort of vitriolic retribution behavior. Show that I'm a doomer. I'm begging you to prove me wrong. Show me that I'm stupid, that I'm uneducated, that I don't have the right picture, because all I can see is we're headed for something very dangerous. So pay very close attention to how the Republican leadership reacts to this and handles the situation. All I have left to say at this point is, where do we go from here? Because I have a feeling that even now there will be hate-filled comments in this video's comment section, that there will be people who don't watch this entire video and just comment the fact that I'm a person on the left commenting on this event and say that I'm calling for violence and, you know, just spread more hate and more vitriol and not see me as an American trying to reach out and actually fix this, because it needs to be fixed. But we can't do that if we ignore the very real truth that this is coming from the leadership of the Republican Party. I want to end this video on a question that I really want you to seriously consider before writing me off. Could you ever hear Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or Stephen Miller or a Fox News host giving a speech like this without mentioning the Democrats or the left?
But before I begin, I do want to take a moment to address the horrific political assassination that just occurred today in Utah. Charlie Kirk is dead, yet another victim of gun violence in a nation where what should be a rarity has turned into a plague. It cannot be a question of political agreement or alignment that allows us to mourn. It must be the shared notion of humanity that binds us all.
Wow, that guy sounds really smart, David. You should agree with him.
It reminds us that this news
Any
is
other
not just
streamer
that
that you've been
of the murder
talking
of a
to who said that
political
earlier.
but also the news of a wife who grieves her husband, of a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old who will grow up without a father, and the fact that there are families feeling that same anguish right now in Colorado as they wait for their children, also shot at school, to emerge from surgery. It is the same anguish that too many across our city and our nation reckon with in silence every day as we contend with an epidemic of suffering. We can and we must do more to challenge a status quo that has allowed this pain to become routine, that has allowed the question of which mass shooting to respond to the news of one that is shared. And it is incumbent upon all of us to repair the tears in our shared civic fabric and to make our nation one that is worthy of its greatest ideals.
I don't think they ever will. But for the sake of the country, I really hope I'm proven wrong.
No, I will say, I could picture Stephen Miller saying that if you followed it up immediately with, and the reason any of this happened was because of the filthy pollution that we've allowed into our nation that we must cleanse immedially. Unedited, you're right. That was a fantastic, and like I feel like, hold on.
As always, thank you for your time.
You're welcome, buddy. Thanks for making a great video. Let's take a look at comments real quick.
There's a lot of comments on this one.
Yeah.
And there's a ton of arguments in the dude. There are so many like fights happening in the comment section.
Dude, okay, wait, okay. The only So we already talked about the Destiny Pierce thing.
Yeah.
The best moment, and by best I say with more in like awe, but like a dark humor sense, but also holy shit, why? But was when he said you didn't even remember the right bullet. Oh, dude, that was so brutal. Well, because first of all, he didn't, right?
Yeah.
It was the wrong inscription because they're all fucking grifters and it's all fake except for, like I said, Candace Owens for some reason, who is genuinely mourning the loss of a friend. But yeah, like oh my god. The Magaverse is relieved by this murder for just one reason. It finally got people talking about anything other than the Epstein files. True! Release the Epstein files, Donnie T. What the hell? If you're an informant, man.
Where are they?
Hey, if you're an informant against Epstein, I want to know. Wouldn't that get me on your side? Trump was saying, calm down to the people murdering people. You just don't like it because he was telling you to stop assassinating people. Biden's response was to his own team attempting What?
That's yeah.
Oh
it's
wait, are
insane.
you familiar with a political or politics understander?
I am not.
Oh my
I
god.
have heard you talk about him, but I don't think I know him. I know him at all.
Oh, I'll edit that debate later tonight and I'll put it up because there was like a part 1 and a part 2. There were a couple guys in non-fun server like Mida were like goading me, and I was like, I mean, they weren't. I also said I was like, I want to do it, and I just went and trolled him for a little bit. But fuck, that was funny. Did I tell you about the Uyghur thing?
Maybe.
Oh, he fucking because he's like a yeah. I told you about this. I feel like I told you.
Yeah. I think you mentioned
we ran
that.
through this. I'm stupid. It's funny you guys and many others are discussing so many deep and complex political theories, but the historically most followed political beliefs basically kill people who are different than us. It really shows how fast we change our thinking, but how slow we change our actions. I mean, I don't even like most followed political belief. I mean, I guess, but like, shouldn't we have higher standards for the past like 200 or so years than for the entire 2000? Like, I don't know if I necessarily hold it against like medieval peasantry for resorting to, you know, taking the law into their own hands, as opposed to, like, I would hold like if like a peasant murdered another peasant for just, you know, I would consider that way differently than nowadays if that happened. You know, I hold people to a higher moral standard because I feel like as a species we have ascended a little bit more in terms of like how we morally think and act than we were like 2,000 years ago or even 1,000 years ago, you know? So I can't believe I think the internet shouldn't be anonymous was said with a straight face. Man. I actually might disagree with that one too. I understand the arguments for it, though. I just think it's difficult to enforce. It wasn't to accuse the people of the past, but to emphasize how fast we changed recently. Like, how fast we reverted? Like, regressed? Anyways, David, absolutely banger video. Thank you for joining me for so long. Thanks for giving so much of your time.
Yeah, no problem. It was fun.
Got a couple of people. Anybody on here? This is where you need to go right after I stop the stream. You need to click this button that I already clicked because I'm awesome. And click this button if you have money, like I don't. And then watch this video first. No,
Yes.
actually, I'm actually no. Watch this video first, and then watch this one. These are the two of your videos that are my favorites.
Good to know. I'm glad.
I watched this one at work last week, I think. Fuck, dude, you're just so good. I think if you're gonna have more than 1,000 people, more than 1,000 followers, your nationality should be known on the internet and talk politics. Only if you're Russian. But I don't want.
See, that's what I mean. That's my stronger stance. The anonymity on the internet. I would like. Obviously, I personally would want it to be everybody, but I know how difficult that would be politically. So at the very least, I would definitely do like if you're trying to be involved in politics at all, you need like your identity needs to be tied to your stuff.
Tim Pool's identity is tied to America, and he's still a Russian paid influencer.
True, but
though. So
I agree with Destiny's take about the revealing your funding for that kind of stuff. So
I mean, yeah, but that's also never gonna happen because
it will.
Yeah, every reason under the sun.
Wait for the Kamala dictatorship's coming 2028.
Dude,
okay.
What are you talking? Excuse me.
Or Gavin Newsom.
Who the fuck needs Kamala? We
Gavin
already
Newsom.
have. Hey, as Destiny pointed out, we have a perfectly good Democratic candidate who's already beaten Donald Trump in the election.
Biden.
Let's fucking go, my man Joe.
Yes.
Supreme Leader Biden. And the re-education camps will be for MAGA and for the Hassan Piker fans. For both of them. Except they'll just be McDonald's, and we'll lock them in there until they eat a certain quantity of French fries.
One day a week, we just shut off the internet, and everyone has to fucking go outside. It's like the end of Ready Player One, where you just
gotta some outside time there, Jack.
Yeah.
Biden is coming back, American Caligula. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You all aren't even ready for the next chapter. The moment that Joe Biden becomes supreme leader of America is the moment that flag gets flipped right side up. All right, everybody. And David, thanks so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I might be on late. I might not, but Probably not, but
Catch you later.
hey, I'll talk to you later. Stay safe, buddy, okay? All right. Stay safe, everyone else, too. It's a scary world out there. But remember, as always, in the land of the retards, the smartest retard is king.